If I could just ask the members of the committee to please send their motions well in advance to staff. This is our first meeting totally remotely, so hopefully we'll run it smoothly, but if you give us enough time, if you can give me heads up as well, that'd be great. So I know that if I have to slow down or not, that'd be fantastic. So your cooperation is greatly appreciated today. I think we're all a bit nervous to see how this is going to go. Okay, we're good to go, Nancy?
Yes, we're ready to start. Thank you.
Can I start my mental countdown?
We are broadcasting live already on YouTube, so please go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Nancy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Bailao. I'm the chair of Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 30 to order and welcome all of you. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. Actually, we all are, including myself. For the first time, we used to be all in a committee room, clerks and I. This time, we're truly all remotely working from home. The public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with public health guidelines and prevent the spread of COVID-19. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members to help with their devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, and I understand there are, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions and speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance of the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic. Seeing none, next we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our November 25th, 2021 meeting, moved by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? That carries. So let's proceed with the agenda review. First item today, we have mandatory pre-application consultation, recommended amendments to the official plan and to municipal code report. Final report, we have to hold this item for speakers. Item 2, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites, final report. We also have speakers on this item, so we'll hold it down. Item 3, our Plan Toronto Protect Major Transit Station Area Delineations Downtown and Citywide Interpretation Policies, final report. We have speakers and we have a staff presentation on this item. Our Plan Toronto Bloor-Danforth Corridor Draft Delineations for Protected Major Transit Station Areas. We have a staff report and we'll have to hold this item down. I'll hold it down. Item 5. Our Plan Toronto Employment Area Conversion Requests, Preliminary Assessments, Group 1. We have speakers on this item. Item 6, our Plan Toronto update on growth plan conformity and municipal comprehensive review. I've been asked to hold this item down by a visiting councillor, so we'll hold that. Item 7, implementing the one-stream preliminary review program for building permit applicants. We have to hold that down for speakers. Item 8, new affordable rental and ownership homes in phase 2 of the Alexandra Park revitalization. We have a staff report with recommendations. If there's no questions, I'll move recommendations. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Item 9, zoning for payday loan establishments. We have to hold that for speakers. Item 10, City Planning Division Study Work Plan Update. Are there any questions, or if not, I can move that?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I do have a motion, but I don't think it's quite ready. So if you can hold that down for me.
Absolutely, Councillor. We'll hold that down.
Thank you.
Item 11, 189 and 195 Old Weston Road, official plan amendment, a zoning amendment application preliminary report. If there's no questions, I'll move staff recommendations. All those in favor? And that carries. I believe there's a new item that we have from Councillor Fletcher to introduce. I don't think Councillor Fletcher is here yet, so I'll move to introduce the item. All those in favor? It's an item with regards to RentSafe. We'll hold it down after an introduction so you have time to review it, councillors. All those in favor? That carries. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have an interest to declare. I forgot to do that off the top of the meeting. If I could,
Absolutely, councillor. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. I'd like to declare an interest on item number PH 30.5, headed our Plan Toronto Employment Area Conversion Request Preliminary Assessment Group 1. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file being considered through this item. So I've submitted all the paperwork over to clerks on this.
Thank you, councillor.
Thanks.
And so we'll start with item 30.1, mandatory pre-application consultation, recommended amendments to the official plan and to the municipal code final report. We'll start with speakers. First, we have Sin Lisk. Good morning. Can you hear me? Sin? Sign?
Their mic is connected and they should be able to speak if they're there.
Okay, it seems like we're having some troubles. I'll go to the next speaker and then come back to this one. Next, we have Paul de Berardis. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Paul. Go right ahead.
Thank you. The Residential Construction Council Ontario would like to take this opportunity to provide feedback regarding the requirements for pre-application consultations. While ResCon members are generally supportive of pre-application consultations, and many
Paul,
have
give me 1 second. Councillor Fletcher, I believe your mic is on. If you can mute yourself. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. While ResCon members are generally supportive of pre-application consultations, and many have participated in voluntary pre-application consultations to date, concerns exist pertaining to the implementation strategy, namely city staffing constraints, the lack of commitment to established timeframes, and adhering to consistent and predictable requirements for applicants. ResCon widely supports the recommendations made in the city's end-to-end review and applauds the city for launching and solidifying the C2K office to deliver on these recommendations. However, transitioning from a voluntary to mandatory requirement without implementing accompanying process improvements will not achieve the intended goals of enhanced customer service, reducing inconsistencies in the application process, and ultimately reducing statutory review timelines. Given that Toronto's development review process is complex and interdivisional in nature, involving up to 25 city divisions and over 30 potential external commenting agencies, Moving to a mandatory pre-application consultation will become more resource intensive for city staff while necessitating increased collaboration between largely siloed city departments. In addition to anticipated increases in work staff loads, records indicate an increasing trend in the number of development applications year over year, further stressing existing staff resources. We understand the city intends to build upon the existing voluntary practice while introducing new operational improvements. However, we are concerned these proposed improvements may not go far enough to ensure the success of pre-application consultations. The plan of transitioning to the city's existing pre-application process from a hub and spoke model to a team-based structure seems promising, but this team-based structure will not only require increased resourcing from City Planning Division, but also all other relevant commenting city divisions involved in the development review process. We feel the city is underestimating the resources and time commitments required to roll out the transition to mandatory pre-application consultations under the team-based structure, and fear staffing resources will impose limitations on the ability to effectively engage in pre-application consultations, while being mindful to not take away from the same resource pool also working on reviewing development applications. The current intended customer service standard for pre-application consultations targets 15 business days from the date of meeting request to the scheduled meeting date. However, applicants are currently experiencing waiting times well beyond this intended timeline. This metric speaks to itself, to the resource constraints across all relevant city departments and the lack of accountability for interdivisional collaboration. Since departments such as City Planning Division operate on cost recovery mechanisms, there should be no excuses for not having access to necessary staff resources to meet intended customer service standards. Given the chronic state of understaffing in the City Planning Division, the November 21st, 2022 effective date should enable adequate staff resources to be put in place for this transition. Otherwise, we fear the mandatory pre-application consultation will become a new bottleneck ahead of formal development application submissions. It is our view that the team-based structure is if properly implemented and operational, as outlined in the final staff report, it can resolve critical issues earlier in the application review process and should reduce the overall time to decision by providing consistent and predictable information about application requirements. However, learning from experiences in other GTHA municipal jurisdictions, industry is concerned that mandatory pre-application consultations can be used to triage development applications or add undue requirements onto applicants prior to a formal development application. It is for this reason that we ask the C2K office to immediately begin monitoring and reporting on key performance indicators, such as the time required to schedule a pre-application consultation, as well as time elapsed between a pre-application consultation and a development application submission. Tracking these key performance indicators will allow the C2K office and city planning to see the effectiveness of the proposed team-based structure leading up to the implementation date. We know that mandatory pre-application consultations can be beneficial for applicants, but this will largely be dependent on the numerous city departments devoting the necessary resources to facilitate pre-application consultations in a timely manner. The city must understand that further delays in development application processes will only exacerbate housing affordability and supply crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I'm going to try to go back to the previous speaker, Signe Lisk.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Sorry
Wonderful.
about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Building Industry and Land Development Association. As I'm sure the members can appreciate, the pre-application process has significant impact on and consequences for subsequent development applications. I would like to refer the committee to my correspondence that was submitted on behalf of BUILD, and I'm just going to highlight a few items this morning. Firstly, on behalf of BUILD, I would like to thank staff for their engagement to date on this issue. There has been a very productive working group process established, and staff's efforts in this regard are appreciated. I know everyone's resources are strained. Second, BUILD members are supportive of pre-application consultation. It's of mutual benefit for applicants to consult with the city early in the process, exchange information, receive preliminary feedback, and establish open lines of communication. Staff's own numbers demonstrate a clear desire for such meetings. However, the startling figure is that in 2020, staff report that only 67% of applicants who requested a meeting were able to obtain a meeting within the same year. This figure rises only slightly higher pre-pandemic, and this is without a mandatory requirement. Members repeatedly report being unable to obtain a meeting with staff, as staff simply do not have the resources to grant a meeting within a reasonable time frame. I'm sure members of this committee have experienced the strain on staff resources in all departments. I personally have many clients meeting with staff this month following requests made in the fall for applications already submitted. But if you get a meeting with staff, you keep it and go ahead anyway. It's important not to forget that there is a statutory right to submit development applications under the Planning Act. And as this committee would be very aware of, the Planning Act sets timeframes for significant steps in the approval process and clear standards and requirements for applications. The same is true for building permits. Yet the problem is this draft bylaw includes neither. No timelines, no assurance a meeting will be granted within a reasonable time, no clear application requirements. This is too important to hope it will just work out. Potential costs and litigation that can result if an applicant cannot obtain a meeting and cannot submit an application can be entirely avoided by setting up a clear and transparent process from the outset. The bylaw needs to provide a clear time frame for a meeting, failing which an application can be submitted. Build suggests 30 days. Clear application requirements. Build suggests the city's current requirements be incorporated. This has worked well to date. Direction that checklists, complete application checklists be provided within 2 weeks of a meeting. And a simplified meeting process. One meeting with only the necessary and available staff. And while not directly part of the bylaw, it is important that sufficient funding and resources are provided to city departments to meet this expected demand, which is only going to increase. Build requests a brief deferral for staff to be directed to re-engage with the Build Working Group to address the specific remaining deficiencies prior to adoption. This can be accomplished quickly and in sufficient time to ensure no delay in the process of implementation or the proposed date of implementation. And I thank the members in advance for considering this request, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Next, we have Andre Berman. Morning, Andre.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andre Berman, and I am the current president of the Corktown Residents and Business Association, which is a nonprofit, community-led organization representing varied residents and business interests in the Corktown neighborhood, which is located in the downtown east. Many of our members often jokingly call Corktown Cork City because of the amount of development proposals that are coming in that challenge both the community and the association that I run quite heavily. And in regards to the motion being considered, it is my opinion that the recommendations put forward are far from novel and likely just represent just good house cleaning initiatives to better formalize what is probably a pretty messy pre-application process currently. Now, what is often missed by those in the development industry is that their proposals and projects have long-term effects on the communities. Developers come, they build and leave, and it's up to the community to handle if there's any negative consequences of these builds. I mean, this city is going through an unprecedented building era, and that requires a system that can better scrutinize these proposals by city agencies and hopefully third-party community groups like residents associations. I mean, to me, this is a no-brainer initiative to better get a handle on what's going on in our city. These notions stemming from the development industry that practices like mandatory pre-application consultations is somehow going to derail the entire timelines. And many of them have already been streamlined and expedited by Bill 108. So to me, and I'm sure I may speak to some of the surrounding residents associations, that this is something that should be considered and passed by members of the Planning and Housing Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Jeff Cattell. Morning, Jeff.
Hello.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto.
Jeff? Jeff, it seems like you're having some issues with your connections. We can't hear you. Try one more time.
Hello?
Yep, now we can hear you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry about that. Yes, I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. I've been involved in this issue back last summer. Pre-application consultation is encouraged and supported as a component of the province's land use planning system, and its use is clearly necessary given the reduced statutory review timeline introduced by Bill 108 in 2019. Fonterra strongly supports mandatory pre-application consultation, as this will help make the application process more efficient for all involved. At present, the complete application requirements mean that applicants must compile enormous amounts of detailed information, and then the process must be repeated when the application is better focused on city objectives. This wastes time for all involved except for the consultants, who get more work as a result. However, this pre-consultation step will be required for city staff input, but not from residents and affected citizens, who can often provide further valuable information about the context and the impacts of an application and how it can be made better for the whole community. As the previous speaker said, these things are lasting a long time. Such pre-consultations are frequently encouraged by city staff and already take place in some cases at the discretion of the planner. And the applicants report that the information received makes their projects better. This was specifically requested in our earlier comments to this committee back in June. Unfortunately, the final report ignores this request. So Fonterra again recommends that mandatory pre-consultations be extended to the public and affected communities by, at a minimum, the pre-application consultation include mandatory notification of the affected the official resident associations within that neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions of staff? Any questions of the speaker? Sorry about that. Seeing none, thanks, Jeff. That concludes the list of speakers for today on this item. We'll now move to questions of staff. Outside members with any questions of staff? Just scroll here to make sure I don't miss anybody. Councillor Carroll, go right ahead.
Thanks. I do have a question. Looking at the diagram that is really helpful, I think. I hope the public looking at the item scrolls through the attachments to that diagram, because it really lays out our task versus what you need the developer applicant to do pre-application. But I note that it has in its circulation currently, we have a very informal pre-application process. Is circulation part of that in every case?
Through the speaker, and good morning, everyone. It's Greg Lintern. I'm joined with today with Michelle Driley, who is our project manager on this. I think our best practice is to circulate, Councillor Carroll. Whether it happens absolutely every time is something that we're trying to regularize and normalize with this process.
Right. So that being the case, I have concerns about the time frame that were mentioned in Bill's deputation, but from another lens. And I'm wondering if you could speak to, are we setting targets, or because I asked this question from another lens. I've always been nervous about the fact that pre-application, while that process is going on, it's customary for applications, if there are a lot of units involved, big change involved, the applicant will also have a pre-meeting with counselors. They register in the lobby registry, and then they come and visit us. But then sometimes what happens is their inclination is to want to meet with us multiple times, to the point where we're sometimes uncomfortable that we're being asked to spend too much time with you. There's a working relationship developing here long before the public process. Without a time frame, I worry that this regularized multi-step pre-app process is going to make that a problem. Will there be a time frame such that, you know, if an applicant hasn't even filed and they're calling us and saying, my meetings are going too slowly, we can say, sorry, can't help you, there's a process?
Through the chair, I think you're raising the tension that obviously exists in wanting to have a conversation, an engaged conversation, a conversation both at a staff level and a counselor level, and sometimes a community level, that's all to the good, really, before an application is filed, because
can be, yeah.
You know, it does level set everyone about what's going to happen, and at a minimum share information among the parties. My view on this is that everyone shouldn't go too far before you file, because you don't want to set positions. Staff don't want to take positions. We want to hear from the public. We want good, high quality applications to come in, but the process is actually, the purpose of the process is to actually reveal the issues, work together, and resolve the issues. So we need to leave that intact. The whole effort here, I think, is setting a November implementation date, and allowing us to set up procedures and, frankly, the right kind of minimum resources that addresses the issues that have been raised in the industry deputations. We do this now about 75% of the time, roughly, already. And we are simply trying to normalize and regularize what we already do, and set a minimum level of standard of service, which I take the point that if we want to commit to this, we should be committing to, within reason, timelines. I don't believe that we should be putting timelines in these bylaws, because that is not the advice and experience of other municipalities who do this. But we can do that through procedures and practices, which do allow us to aim for and continuously improve our practices. But I'm happy to kind of expand on some of those issues if it's the desire of the committee to report to council on some of those issues that have been raised, so that we can lay out in a little bit more detail what we foresee these procedures to include, just so that we have as much light on this as possible going into council.
Right. So I don't want to I don't want to move any motion or hold anything up, Madam Chair. I just had one other question. Having heard that answer, is that the goal to get started on time here? And if it proves problematic, we have the municipal leeway to tweak our process?
Yes, that's
okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other Councillor Ainsley? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Lintern. Greg, I had a meeting yesterday with a developer that's wants to put up a building in my ward along with city staff. And they said that they had a pre-application meeting in March 2020, and then another one in November 2021. So what we're doing today, and they're saying that this is taking too long, that when all's said and done, they might have to wait another year before they submit their actual application. So is what we're doing today, will that speed that process up, or does that formalize it as well? Could you explain a bit for me?
Sure. And I don't know the circumstances, but more generically, there are lots of reasons why and when people choose to file. And some of these reasons certainly have to do with the preparedness and readiness of city staff to help applicants give applicants information about a submission checklist and give them an initial read on the application so that their submission is complete and is fulsome enough that staff can actually undertake a review. Oftentimes applicants go away for their own reasons and think about doing work differently and doing further studies. Sometimes as a result of an initial conversation with staff who raise, did you know that there was a large easement on that property? The applicants have to go away for a year and do a lot of engineering work to figure out another way of doing it. So, this discovery process is an important step in making sure that we have good, complete applications and support a good review by city staff in all divisions. To your point specifically, yes, this is about normalizing practice, normalizing best practice, and setting the tone for a productive interaction with city staff, councillors, and the community.
Okay, and will it make the process quicker for everybody involved, or just
ideally,
formalized?
Yes. Ideally, yes. I mean, I think within reason, we always want to go as fast as possible. We don't want to go too fast that we miss things. So we want a good procedure and a good process that allows a good level of due diligence on all concerned.
Okay, and sorry, Greg, my naivety question, I'll call it, naive question. So doing all this in a pre-application mode, as opposed to once they file their application, they file their applications, that set a clock ticking?
Yes, once an application is filed, then their appeal rights kick in. Once it's deemed complete, then the appeal rights kick in, and they are prescribed in the Planning Act. So again, I think what the existing procedure that the city has is a checklist, an application submission checklist, and for those who avail themselves of the current voluntary pre-application consultation, we do provide applicants that checklist, tells them what they need to submit. So this is about perfecting an existing voluntary process, normalizing expectations, and setting up the application process for more success.
Okay, and then if they, within the pre-application process, if terms of reference are developed for a study or the application, does that get formalized as well within the pre-application process now, or how does that impact it?
Currently, the city has terms of reference for every submission that we ask of applicants. So, for example, a functional servicing report that is often something that is submitted with an application. We have a published terms of reference for a functional servicing report. A transportation impact study, we have a published terms of reference. So they know what we expect of them in terms of the detail of the material submission. Plans and drawings, we have a long list of things that we ask applicants to include on plans and drawings that enables and puts the city in a position to do a fulsome review. So all of that is currently and has been available on our website for quite some time. We're going through the process of updating all of those terms of reference, making them crisp and clear and up to date with legislation. And again, this practice, what's before you today, is in support of the whole process and ecosystem around pre-application consultation, making it work as better than it does today.
Okay, and those terms of reference are on the city website, so the developer sees them, the public can see them, councillors can see them, they're open and transparent.
They are. They currently have been for years, and we're in the process of updating all of them as we speak.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions? Bringing into committee, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to our Chief Planner. My experience with the applicants during the pre-consultation process is spotty at best, meaning that some applicants will come forward and speak to the councillor and planning staff, and others will not. And I'm guessing that based on the report that we have before you and even the experience of city planning staff, you want to just make sure that you can regularize all of that to make sure that everyone's expectations are met and that the applicant is well prepared with their submissions before going ahead. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And one of the requests that I often make to those applicants who do appear before our office and staff is to ensure that they go off and speak to the adjacent neighbors or the affected stakeholders, which includes tenant associations, residents associations, and BIAs. In your report, do you ask of them of that same requirement, speaking to and consulting affected stakeholders? Or is it simply through city planning and other divisions that you want their input?
I'll comment, and maybe Michelle can expand on this. But we currently the focus of this is the interaction with city staff. But the official plan currently does strongly encourage consultation with councillors and communities, stakeholders, as you identified. We cannot, under the Planning Act and the City of Toronto Act, require that consultation, however. So we strongly encourage it through official plan policy, and we are preparing procedures that will go along with this bylaw that will also strongly encourage and suggest that discussion with councillors and some pre-application consultation with communities is a preferred way of doing business. Michelle, I don't know if you want to expand on that.
Thank you, Greg. And through the chair, Councillor, just to expand briefly, I think what the mandatory meeting enables staff to do is to draw applicants' attention to the existing official plan guidance, which is to encourage that pre-application consultation with local councillors and community. So it just gives us that opportunity to, as Greg mentioned, note that that is a best practice and draw their attention to it.
Thank you very much. And so because it cannot be, I guess, a legislative requirement to meet with the councillor's office and affected stakeholders such as residents associations and others, can that be a part of the pre-application checklist, that form that you submit to the developer saying, do these 10 things before you come back to us with a formal submission?
I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know why we couldn't include something on a checklist that at least advises them that it's strongly encouraged. Whether they do it or not is and as well as I know that some applicants are very good at reaching out and engaging, and some applicants are a little more guarded.
Greg, thank you. Recently, I've been reading about submissions in Ward 13, just as an example, in Blog.to and other print newspapers and other media. I learn about it the same time that general public learns about it because I'm not monitoring the application information center. Is there a way for us to be notified even if the applicant chooses not to speak to the local councillor's office or the local affected communities of stakeholders, that we get notification before we read about it in the media and then have to scramble to respond to inquiries from other members of the public?
Michelle, do you want to answer that, please?
Sure, thank you. So through the chair, Councillor, I think what we're looking at as part of general improvements through the C2K program are improvements to AIC and the way that it functions. And one of the potential opportunities of bringing mandatory pre-application consultation into effect is that we have more public information sooner, and it's available through AIC. So what we're looking at, I think, is the AIC functionality in order to provide that notice so that you don't have to go and search for it. That's one of the things that we're trying to consider through this process.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just a couple questions, but I'm trying to understand. So in your report, Greg, you mentioned on page 14 of the report about the team-based structure that we now have in Etobicoke, York, and that you want to apply it citywide to support transition. Can you explain that to me, please?
Maybe I'll, Chris Hornberg is here from C2K. Maybe Chris can give us a quick 101 on what's going on in Etobicoke York pilot.
Sure. Thanks very much, Greg. Through the chair to you, Councillor. The rollout of C2K is going on a district basis right now. So we've established the teams-based structure in Etobicoke York with plans to do so in the remaining districts throughout the course of this year. It's a different way of working whereby city planning staff and the major core commenting partners tend to work together on a file, thereby leading to more collaboration and coordination and allowing us to be more responsive to applicants. And then I think this mandatory pack speaks to that.
Okay, so Greg, so the whole mandatory pre-application consultation, when we talk about the consultation process, are we talking about the community and that notices are sent out to the community on that consultation process, or is it just the councillor and the applicant and city staff?
Well, the purpose of this bylaw, Councillor Nunziata, is to make mandatory a pre-application consultation with city staff. That is the purpose of this bylaw amendment. We currently do it on a voluntary basis, and this is making it mandatory as of November 2022. Whether or not a consultation happens with a councillor or the community in advance of an application being filed is something that we strongly encourage, but we cannot require. So that is something that a number of councillors here and others have raised as something that we hope to reinforce with procedures that run alongside the mandatory requirements.
So the applicant, then if we were to have a community, to invite the community, the applicant would be responsible for sending out notices and on having that meeting, correct? As we do now, because I know a lot of applications, my ward, the developer goes out and has meetings on their own prior to submitting in their application.
That's right. I think it happens in different ways, and through the course of preparing this report, we've spoken with many councillors, and there is a variety of experiences out there. Sometimes a councillor will call a meeting with its community or local stakeholders and say, you know, we've got this application coming in, what do you think? Sometimes a developer will do it on their own, and sometimes the councillor and the developer are there together. So it can happen in a variety of ways, but certainly if a developer is doing it, they have to find their own way to give notice and do what they feel is appropriate. When the city holds a meeting after the application is filed, we give notice to our own procedures.
Right, we give notice and we pay for the cost of the notice, correct?
That's correct, up to the minimum standard, and then we pass the additional cost on to developers.
Yeah, so I understand that part of it, but the problem that I have with some of the consultation meetings that we've had, I don't know if other councils have experienced that or not, is once you have the consultation meeting, of course, the planning staff and the applicant is there, but at that point, staff have not commented on the application. And so the next process is it goes directly for a public meeting that goes to council. But there's no meeting in between once the staff have commented where the community may have issues that they have an opportunity to address the applicant prior to the public meeting.
Well, again, I think it happens in different ways. There could be a situation where an application is filed and the city planning give notice and hold a committee meeting. And then it goes into a working group, let's say, of local residents and stakeholders with councillor involvement. And then revisions get made to an application. And it comes back to a larger group in the community, and everybody gets a chance to see the result of the working committee process. So you see, I think what you're raising is sometimes the community doesn't know what the final outcome is before it gets to the statutory meeting at community council. Yeah, I see what you mean. And
And who's
I mean,
responsible for sending out those notices if we want to have another meeting?
well, again, if it's the desire, I mean, our requirement is to have one community meeting. We often
Yeah.
have more than one, but certainly if it's the desire of a local councillor to have an additional meeting to, you know, talk about the results of the process or whatever, that can be done. I would simply caution you though that is, you know, more meetings we have, the longer the process gets, and the more expensive it gets for everyone. And oftentimes, that is the purpose of coming back to committee, is to tell everybody where it landed, and then it's in the committee's hands to make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions? Second. I don't see any. I do have a couple of questions to staff. Just so we're passing the bylaw, but what you're saying is a lot of the issues that we've heard here today, issues of concern in terms of timelines, in terms of processes, procedures, operational improvements, those are going to be in the guidelines that are going to be implemented and launched by November when this comes into effect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can ask you to report on, you know, some of where you're going to this to council. You'd be okay in giving us some indication on how you're hoping to address some of these issues.
Sure. I mean, if it's the interest of the committee, we can report on those deputations, and we'll be able to give you a little bit more information about what we are working on in order to support this implementation as of November.
Okay. And I can't remember if you're going to have, I can remember reading it in the report, if you're going to report back on the success of this project. Are you supposed to report back in a year or 2 or 3 on seeing if it is really speeding up and what the success of having this step?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we are regularly reporting on C2K related service improvements, and that we will include an update on this in once it is up and running, and give you a sense of how it's going.
Okay, those are my questions. Moving on to speakers. Okay, let me move this along. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I asked my questions because I'm sort of ambivalent about this. I worry about the time frame, and that we'll have this new thing that applicants will whine about, but I'm comforted by the fact that we're going to get the process going, see how it works, and modestly resource it, and we'll hear if that doesn't do the trick. But the reason I say ambivalent is I think for the community, we really have to kind of welcome this, because what this does do is bring out into the open that this does happen, and actually for good reason has happened all along. You want, particularly in large site applications, for the applicant to be eyes wide open. Walk in, tell us what you have in mind. If you purchase a piece of property, tell us what your ambition is, and then we will manage your ambitions and expectations by putting the policy in front of you. That's necessary work, but it's work that the community has always had suspicions about, and this makes it much more transparent. And I look forward to a community consultation where we can actually show those steps. This is what has happened prior to this, and there's no conspiracy around it. These are necessary steps, and they happened, and the community can then judge whether or not, having heard that those things happen, can judge whether or not they're dealing with an applicant who really cares about the vision for the city, whether it's growth area or not, and then decide the tenor of debate that happens in the public process. So I'm hoping that it brings a welcome change to the public part of the process. But I'm comforted to know that if we find ourselves with real challenges here, we can come back to this in a year or so, and we have the municipal power to tweak this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I don't see any other members outside the committee, so I'm going to bring it into committee. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you. I do have a motion and ask the clerk to please put it on the screen. The motion is to, based on Greg Linton, our chief planner's responses, is to include in the pre-application checklist consultation with the councillors, oops, there's a mistake, councillors '(S) offices, business improvement areas, residents association, tenants associations, and other affected immediate stakeholders. I recognize that we cannot include those categories of individuals and groups in the mandatory pre-consultation process, but as you noted, our chief planner said there's no reason why it couldn't be included in the pre-application checklist. I want to thank staff for bringing forward this report, and I do share with members of the community who've expressed concern that they want to see this process more streamlined, more consistent. I think we all want some predictability. Recently, as of late, I've had experiences of reading about applications that have been submitted oftentimes, you know, the week before Christmas or the week before the New Year, and no community notification was made, no notification to my office, and I'm not even sure if city planning staff were aware of the applications as they were coming in. And I know that sometimes it happens when applicants are trying to avoid increased fees or, you know, policy changes at the city, but it creates a condition right off the bat where everybody is a bit off balance. The community is off balance. I'm taken by surprise, and even city planning, who may have given early advice at the pre-application discussions that the application shouldn't go ahead, the application is not ready to be submitted, that most likely they're not going to be supported from city planning, but the applicants still know that they have the process of appeal, which is what they're trying to exercise. So I've worked, and I know you have as well, all of you, through the years with some extraordinary developers, highly skilled in communication, able to come to our tables and boardroom meetings, you know, early on, prepared, able to explain their planning rationale and just explain what it is that they're trying to do. And I'm always grateful for those discussions. I could probably list about a dozen of those developers and say, you know, whether we agree or not, ultimately on every single item, I'm always appreciative of the working relationship. And when I asked them to, by way of courtesy, to go speak to the local stakeholders, such as residents associations and BIAs, they have no qualms in doing so. They're happy to engage with the immediate neighbors quickly, so that there's no surprises, and they're happy to work with them through some tough, you know, through the tough conversations. I've also had the experience, not just with respect to surprise media reports about, you know, pretty large and aggressive development, but also about applicants who come to the table, even if they come to the table so unprepared to tell us anything. It's almost like trying to extract, you know, impacted wisdom teeth. They show very few to any renderings. They speak in abstract, esoteric webs. I'm still pulling from them information such as, what is your separation distance? What's your step back? What's your step back? And a whole host of other very basic information that anybody should be coming to a counselor's office or planning staff to describe their pre-application or early thoughts. They should be able to submit some very basic information for us to consider. They never leave us with any documentation, so I have to somehow memorize everything that is being verbally said to me only after I extract it by way of questioning. I'm not sure what that type of consultation is, other than a bit of game of cat and mouse, or perhaps hide the shell. But I think that they can do better. And so anything to improve the pre-application consultation with both city planning staff as well as the local community and the local councillors, I strongly support it. I think it also benefits the development industry. So there's a clear expectation of what it is that we're looking for when they get to the table. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? No, I do have a question. Councillor, I just want to make sure that your motion is not saying that it's mandatory for them to meet with the council or your organizations. This is a suggestion, right? So if the council refuses to meet with the developer, this will not stall the application.
Yes, I think it's based on Greg Lintern's reply to me. I originally had it as a mandatory requirement, but I changed the language based on the chief planner's response. So it's just to include these groups as people that they should speak to, groups that they should speak to the applicant before a submission is provided, but part of the checklist. I think it's to borrow the chief planner's language is to strongly encourage.
Okay, but it's not. It's not. We're not doing it. It's not a mandatory. Okay.
No, it's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Perks, I believe. Oh no, he's on the phone. He's probably dealing with what I was telling him. Councillor Nunziata, were you going to speak? Oh, you're ready, Councillor Perks. You're ready.
Yeah, I was just consulting with Councillor Fillion.
I figured.
He has sent a motion into the clerk, which covers similar but not identical ground to what Councillor Wong Tam just put in front of us. And so I'll move it on his behalf and leave it in the hands of the chair and the clerk to sort out whether it's different enough that we should vote on it separately. Yeah, I congratulations to the staff for doing this. I've always thought there are two kinds of applicants. There's the ones who come in and do this work with city staff, and that's most of them. And then there are the ones who don't, and they just, they're hell-bent to leather on going to the local planning appeal tribunal without ever having talked to anybody. And this makes it explicit that that's a bad process, and that sitting down with City of Toronto staff is, and I'd advise them as well, the councillor and the community, makes it easier for you, not harder. It's always a mystery to me that some applicants don't understand that. I listened with care to the deputants, and the deputant from the construction council, I'm getting the name wrong, they made very welcome remarks about the importance of clarifying these roles, about how it will only succeed if we adequately staff all the relevant divisions. And I'm going to be laser focused tomorrow when the budget is released to see whether or not the financial planning staff are recommending to us that we actually put the money behind making this work. I was not so thrilled with what I heard from Build. For an organization that is always telling us to hurry up and hurry up and hurry up, I am amazed at how no matter what we bring in terms of reform to the planning process, their only real advice is, you should defer this and talk to us more. No, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. This is good work. It's welcome work. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just briefly, I will be supporting Councillor Wong Tam's motion. I'm not sure, but I didn't get a chance to look at Councillor Fillion's motion. I don't know if it's similar to Councillor Wong Tam's motion or not. But I do support the report. But as Councillor Carroll mentioned, I think we would have to review it. As long as we don't have delays, because the problem I'm having is that there's a lot of delays when an application is submitted in, and when we have the consultation meeting, and then going to an official public meeting at council. The step that's important to me is following the city's consultation meeting before it goes to the official public meeting at council, that there's not an opportunity for the community to comment. But normally I would hold a meeting with the applicant and with the community to go through the application. But I do support the report, And, you know, as long as we can move this along, the planning process along, and that we don't have any further delays, and then we'll review it once it's implemented to see if there's any tweaks that we have to make.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I would like to speak. I do have a motion, and the motion is just to ask staff to report directly to council on some of the things that we heard from ResCon and Build. Some councillors said, I too do this with most of my applications. I find it helpful for the community and transparent. As soon as I hear that there's an application that is going to come in, I usually ask the developer to go to the community and start the conversation. I find it extremely helpful, and I think developers do too. I think it helps the process all along. It sets us on the right tone. But I do listen to the fact, and some of you mentioned that as well, that we need to be careful with the timings. We need to be careful with the resources, make sure that we have resources as we make it mandatory. So I would like to move this along. I think it is time for us to move this along, to give equal services to everybody. We know that this will help the application process move along. But I think that timing, the KPIs, the clear process, the operational improvements really need to be outlined, really need to be clear, really need to be out there in order for us to be successful at this. So I'm hoping that we can get some feedback from staff directly to council on this item, move this along, get it implemented by the fall, and then measure it as well to make sure that it's really having the impacts that we want with all this process. So hoping I can get your support for the motion. And with that said, I think we can move to voting. Okay. Nancy, if we can have the motions on the screen.
Just 1 second. I just wanted to ask if Councillor Bradford also had a motion on this item.
I was going to move a motion on behalf of James, Councillor Pasternak, but Councillor Wong-Tam's motion actually does the same thing, so not necessary. So thanks for your diligence. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Chair, I don't see that we need to vote on these separately. I think we can do it all together.
Okay, perfect. And I have checked with clerks, and we believe that these two motions are complementary, both Councillor Wong-Tam's and your motion, Councillor Perks, on behalf of Councillor Fillion. So we're good to go. And if the committee wishes to move it motions as a package, so the three motions as a package, all those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Thank you. We can move now to our second item on the agenda, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites, final report. We have a staff presentation on this, so I should ask staff.
Hi, good morning, Deputy Mayor.
Good morning.
I just ask that I get, sharing privileges so then I can make the staff presentation. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael from Air.
Whoops, sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is David Dreger. I'm a city planner with City Planning, and I'm the co-lead on the Garden Suite study with my colleague, Allison Reed. The Garden Suite study is part of the broader Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods initiative that was council approved in July of 2020. It's just one of a number of initiatives that try to bring forward missing middle forms of housing and expand those housing options within neighborhoods. And Garden Suites is one of the items within the work plan for EHON. So in terms of what is a garden suite, a garden suite is a detached accessory dwelling unit, similar to a laneway suite, but not located on a public laneway. It's not severable, so it has to remain as part of the main property. and would be rental or owner occupied. Not all properties will be suitable for a garden suite. In terms of why are we planning for garden suites, the Ontario Planning Act requires that the city's official plan shall contain policies and that council shall ensure bylaws are passed that allow for an additional housing unit separate from the main building on low-rise residential properties. The Act also restricts appeals of this to the tribunal should council decide to pass this. So the actual Planning Act has been updated to require garden suites, and a number of other municipalities have already passed bylaws that would allow for them. Our city's official plan also has policies that intend a range of housing options in form and tenure within neighborhoods, and neighborhoods can accommodate gradual growth and change over time. Garden suites can provide a new form of housing for a diverse range of households in a form that is gradual and sensitive infill for neighborhoods. As part of the study, we looked at guiding principles to help guide how we reviewed garden suites and how we determined that an appropriate built form for them within our neighborhoods. We know that neighborhoods in Toronto have a strong character of or strong presence of landscaped open space, mature trees and vegetation, and provided amenity space for residents of the neighborhood. We wanted to preserve this and enhance it where possible. But we also wanted to introduce suites, so living space, housing options for residents. So we looked at these two options, these two words, and put them together for garden suites, and we're very specific in using that wording. In terms of the process so far, staff have conducted background research as well as an online survey that started in the spring of 2021. We also had 3 consultation meetings in the spring of 2021 and brought forward a proposals report to the June 28th Planning and Housing Committee. From there, staff further tested and refined the proposed garden suite rules and brought forward a consultation process in the fall of 2021, which included an online video that took the form of a similar form as a community consultation meeting and allowed for online feedback through that process. Staff further refined the rules and recommendations and have brought forward a final report to Planning and Housing Committee today. In terms of the garden suite survey that was done in the spring, we had almost 4,000 responses to the survey, with 70% of people in support of garden suites. Those who were in opposition to garden suites typically had very tangible reasons on their concerns, either concerns with privacy or concerns regarding tree protection and soft landscaping, items that staff could further review and look to refinement of the policies. The online consultation with a video that was presented online had over 2,000 views, with hundreds of comments that came in through that process as well. Staff looked at developing a made in Toronto solution for garden suites. We did detailed lot studies throughout the city, looked at tree canopy and soft landscaping issues, servicing and stormwater infrastructure, emergency access to ensure safe access to these garden suites. We looked at existing ancillary buildings and the existing zoning that is permitted within neighborhoods for accessory structures like garages and sheds. We looked at other jurisdictions and what they've done. We learned from the Laneway Suites study and the monitoring program through Laneway Suites, and we've done consultation and had a focus on sustainability. In terms of Laneway Suites just finished a monitoring program that reported out to the Planning and Housing Committee in November. And you can see the picture on the left has that standard built form you see throughout neighborhoods in terms on neighborhoods with laneways, where you see that consistent built form of garage after garage down a laneway. Whereas you don't see this in every other neighborhood without a laneway. You can see through these images of neighborhoods where the garages and accessory structures are not having consistent built form. They're located either at the rear property line or might be closer to the house. And this was taken into consideration as part of the review of garden suites and how they're different than laneway suites and needed to have, in some ways, a different approach. Our case studies were very helpful in analyzing how garden suites could be accommodated onto the properties and the wide variety of properties within the City of Toronto. We had 5 case study areas where we did detailed analysis of the existing buildings and lot patterns. There was one in each of the four municipalities to ensure that we got a variety of lot conditions and shapes and adjacencies and different periods of construction. Here are some examples of garden suites in other jurisdictions. We did an analysis of other jurisdictions' rules for garden suites and coach houses. And these are examples across Ontario in terms of Ottawa and Hamilton and Barrie, Ontario, as well as examples in Edmonton and Vancouver. While these do not necessarily reflect the rules that we have for garden suites that we're proposing from staff today, they do reflect the form of building that we would expect to have as a result of the rules. In terms of the garden suite permissions, emergency access was a key consideration to ensure that residents have access to these suites, but also that there's safe access for emergency services. And this is a requirement that all properties will need to meet. Some properties may not be able to accommodate a garden suite as they would not have appropriate access. The garden suite standards that are being presented are scalable to the variety of lot sizes. As a property increases in size, you might be able to get a larger garden suite, and a smaller property will have a smaller garden suite. This builds off of the existing accessory structure rules that are already present in our zoning bylaw. The rules address the location, form, and scale of garden suites and limit the impacts on the natural environment and adjacent properties. We also have a maximum size that garden suites can be to ensure that these still remain to be modest size housing options that would not be larger than the main dwelling on a property. As well, the height of a garden suite, you can go up to 4 meters in height, which is similar to the existing permissions for sheds. There's also an additional height up to 6 meters that can be accommodated on some properties. However, there's provisions for pulling back that massing away from neighboring properties to address issues of shadow and privacy, as well as to give more space for tree canopy growth. Staff are maintaining and enhancing the existing zoning permissions and requirements for soft landscaping. For most lots, 50% of the rear yard would require to be soft landscaping. This is the same as the existing rules in the zoning bylaw. We are reaffirming this to ensure that we have that soft landscaping for stormwater management to support mature tree canopy growth of existing and new trees, and reinforces this rule that we do look for that green space to be maintained as part of garden suites. In terms of tree protection, the proposed official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments address tree protection, provide contiguous permeable surfaces for growing space for new and existing trees. And the rules and regulations are developed to mitigate the impact on existing tree canopy. The rules also allow for some flexibility in the location of a garden suite so that it can be moved around the backyard to preserve trees where they currently exist. Here's some examples of garden suite. As you can see on a smaller lot on the left, a 6 meter wide lot that you might see in former city of Toronto and East York, and where you might end up with a smaller size garden suite, but still a livable unit. And then you can see on the right a larger unit, which would be on a larger property, but still capped out at a maximum size to ensure that these are still modest in scale and preserve that green space. As part of the proposal, we're bringing forward a monitoring program of 2 years to allow for monitoring. This will be monitored by staff in various divisions, including forestry and buildings, and to ensure that we can see different trends over time and address issues that might arise, and allow staff to report out similar to what was done with the laneway suites monitoring program. Staff training will also be important to this initiative to ensure that there is a consistent and clear application of the policies. This will be training of planning staff, building staff, urban forestry, as well as committee of adjustment members. Staff are also looking to expand the affordability program that was started with laneway suites, which allows for a financial incentive to owners to maintain rents below average market rent for a period of 15 years. This would be expanded to garden suites as well. Staff see the recommendations that are being brought forward as addressing the provincial requirements to introduce policies for garden suites, as well as addressing city official plan policies. They have been successfully implemented in other cities. We will limit the impact of garden suites on adjacent properties. Garden suites can introduce a new form of rental accommodation that is appropriate for a variety of households that are looking for new options within neighborhoods, and it continue the slow evolution of neighborhoods in a very gentle and sensitive way to meet the needs of residents of Toronto within our neighborhoods. They represent an appropriate and gradual infill option and change within neighborhoods, as well as subject to ongoing monitoring and reports, and that they represent good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to speakers and then come back to questions of staff. Our first speaker on this item is Sovik Mukherjee. Good morning, Sovik.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, committee members. I'm not sure if you can put the picture I sent into the committee on the online display.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, so I sent in a picture of my existing, I'll call it a coach house, which is hopefully soon going to be a garden suite. And it's been there for about 70 years, 7-0. And it was used as a coach house, and I hope to restore it to the same use. There's just some small bylaw amendments I'm recommending, like the rear lot line right now. It jumps from 1.5 meters to 3 meters as soon as you cross 147-foot lot depth. And that's kind of like to me, it seems like a little bit magical, where I think that should be gradual. So the side lot lines are graduated, 10% of the lot width. And I think the lot depth or the rear yard setback should follow a similar format. So in my letter, I've just put in a simple amendment to the greater of 1.5 meters or 2% of the lot depth for rear yard setback. Same thing with the angular plane. Right now, you're allowed a 45-degree angular plane. So I'm asking that existing ancillary structures, you allow what's there to remain there. So someone has a 50-degree angular plane, it can stay, and you're not going to committee and TLAB. And the last one is on the last page of my submission is if if the garden suite gets destroyed by a fire or explosion or something, you can rebuild it the way it was. And that's in there right now with the principal residences. So if your house, unfortunately, something happens, you can build it back to the way it was. Same thing I'm asking for garden suites. And the whole point of this is just not clog up committee, not clog up TLAB. I've been at TLAB for 3 years for my garden, for my current existing structure. The city lawyer's sick of me. I'm sick of the city lawyer. I'm really hoping you guys can just push this small amendments through. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Daniel Hall. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, councillors. I would like to draw your attention to a letter I submitted on January 10th, specifically recommending a number of minor amendments. Again, in this vein of the last speaker, some friendly amendments. I'm the founding principal of the Architect Builders Collaborative. We're an architecture firm that's focused on green design for about 14 years. As that, we've been very interested in affordable, low carbon design and socially sustainable housing solutions. So very interested in laneway suites. A couple built, about 6 more in design in our firm. Very interested in garden suites. Our photo of our winning competition entry for the City of Kitchener graces the Toronto Star today on their lead article on this very topic of your meeting today. That was our green accessible granny ADU, or GAGA. And we've provided about 2 months worth of research with a couple of our staff to David Dreger and Allison Reed last year to present our findings on how garden suites could be brought more in line with the City of Toronto's Transform TO policy on targeting a net zero city. At that point, it was 2050. As you know, you have all moved this forward to 2040. It is a huge problem, and I don't have any good recommendation as to how you can solve this, other than that if we continue to allow these many thousands of new garden suites coming online to be built to code minimum standards, we are simply building new buildings that will have to be retrofit the day after they're built to meet our Transform TO goal. So I would encourage you to have staff look at what measures the city can take to encourage more sustainable building. We know your hands are tied by provincial building code legislation. I wanted to speak briefly to some specific amendments I recommend that you consider to bring the proposed garden suite bylaw in line with your recently approved amendments to the laneway suite bylaws after the staff review of the first 3 years of that, specifically the section on height. I've provided this letter to you and the wording as well to Greg Ewens, David Dreger, and Allison Reed, so I'm hoping you might just be able to use whatever appropriate wording you need. Laneway suites have been amended to allow a 6.3 meter height. Presuming that was good policy, I'm not sure why it isn't also good policy for garden suites to be at 6.3 meters. It does allow easier construction of 2 stories within them, I can tell you as a designer, and to get your first floor up off grade when you have sloped ground around you to deal with. Another very key one is the provision for rooftop equipment In particular, our concern is around air source heat pumps. As you know, these are the electrically powered devices that are key to a low carbon future. If you're not going to heat your house with natural gas, and the building codes will not allow this after 2030 anyways, the best source, the most cost-effective source, is an electric air source heat pump. Traditionally used as air conditioners, they can sit right on a roof within a 1 meter allowance, but when used for heating in the winter, they must reside on a snow stand off the rooftop. Therefore, the 1.5 meters that was brought into the laneway bylaw amendment makes perfect sense. It allows this equipment. If you do not make this provision, you are effectively not allowing us to put air source heat pumps on the roof of garden suites. That said, there is room on the ground in a typical garden suite site that this is not such a problem as it was for laneway suites. But for consistency of application of design and policy, we recommend you bring this in line and amend that one clause. Similarly, the laneway suite bylaw was amended to allow the parapet for a green roof to move it from a 1 meter distance away from the outside main wall to 0.5 meters. I'm not actually sure of the rationale for it. However, again, it doesn't make sense to us as designers that you have one set of rules for laneway suites and a different one for garden suites on the same item. So we'd ask that you align these items to the recently approved and approved by full council amendments to the laneway suite bylaw. Two other comments. Green roofs were proposed in a draft version to actually recognize their function at mitigating some of the reduction of soft landscaping. City planning staff has endorsed this, as has Committee of Adjustment in the past. There was an original proposal that you allow every 1 meter of extensive green roof on a garden suite to offset 0.5 meters of required soft landscaping at grade. We would encourage you to bring this forward. It will reduce trips to Committee of Adjustment. And on that subject, to echo the comments of the previous speaker, we are also working with a client who has a 100-year-old pre-existing building. It is more than 4 meters high and therefore subject to angular plane restrictions. The setbacks and the separation for the house have been grandfathered in the proposed draft bylaw, but there is no similar separation exemption under 150.7.60.30 for angular planes. And we would ask that you amend 160.7.60.31 separation exemptions to reference angular planes as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Craig Race. Good morning, Craig. Craig, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bilal, and good morning, committee members. I'm one of the co-founders of Lanescape, an advocacy and architecture firm specializing in laneway suites. Today, we've been engaged for more than 100 laneway suite projects. And there's only one critical reason why garden suites are important to our city. They will continue to take control of new housing away from developers and put it in the hands of everyday homeowners. For too long, homeowners have been the victims of new housing projects, but garden suites, laneway suites, and other EHON efforts are a landmark transfer of power that's enabling our homeowners to be the grassroots contributors to our housing issues. Now, notice that I said homeowners. There is concern that garden suites will commoditize housing and lead to the commercialization of neighborhoods. But for the past 2 years, the substantial vast majority of our clients at Lanescape have been individual homeowners. That's because debt solutions and tax incentives are geared to support individuals in a way that institutions cannot take advantage of in this space. Also notice that I said grassroots. Over the last 2 years, there have been applications for laneway suites on less than 0.5% of laneway properties in Toronto. We're seeing a piecemeal, scattered approach to laneway suite projects, which is proving that homeowner-led development will exemplify gentle intensification. That's going to continue with garden suites, except it will affect a broader range of properties at an equally gentle pace. Now, it's important to realize that that gentle pace is making a big impact. Laneway suites alone are accommodating about 2% of Toronto's population growth every year. Garden suites will increase that impact and distribute it more evenly across the 4 parts of the city. I was asked recently, what is my biggest concern with the new garden suite policy? My biggest concern is that it doesn't exist yet. Inaction is the only concern that we should fear most with this. Garden suites are another effort to empower our homeowners to take control of the growth of our city and become its guiding force and leading beneficiary. Every day, our office helps existing and new homeowners contribute to higher mortgages, accommodate loved ones, and create work from home opportunities. They're improving housing flexibility in an increasingly constrained housing landscape. And this proposed garden suite policy is a logical next step for Toronto's new proven model of sustainable secondary housing. Your constituents are going to benefit from its virtues, and its limitations are adequate to protect the aspects of our neighborhoods that we all love. And the attention we've seen from the chief planner and the EHON team give us trust that this will be a living policy that continues to address our evolving concerns well into the future. We strongly recommend its immediate support. Thank you very much to all the committee members who we know are working very hard on the entire EHON initiative, and thank you for my time today.
Thank you. Craig, any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for joining us today. Next, we have William Roberts. Good morning, William.
Good morning. William Roberts, Chair of the Confederation of Resident Ratepayer Associations, which is a not-for-profit corporation and has members across the former municipalities. Unfortunately, I learned a long time, over 45 years ago, you read the enabling legislation and you ignore the report. Because 5 to 10 years down the report, only the legislation will stand, and it'll be interpreted by all the development lawyers and pro-development planners and all the homeowners who always say, this is my forever home. They double the size of the house. 2 years later, it sold for triple the price. So homeowners and developers are sometimes the same critter. Particularly when you allow, as in this case, tearing down the existing structure, building the garden suite, and then rebuilding the house. That's going to tend to speak to somebody who's not wanting to plan to live in the house, but planning to flip the whole property for much more money. Part of the problem is a classic example I talk about, and it was raised with the planners, and I'm surprised this report doesn't at least tell me I'm ignorant, stupid, I don't understand the rules, even though I'm a municipal lawyer and I've been doing this for 45 years. The simple fact of the matter is the report, and in my thing I touch on it, the report states that the use of an ancillary building as a living accommodation for all residential properties that do not abut a public lane. Clearly, it's the property abutting the lane, not the ancillary structure. What do you say in your official plan? Which is draft, of course, which is located in a lot, an ancillary building that is not adjacent to the public laneway. By putting ancillary building close to laneway, it can be read to mean the structure is abutting the laneway. So if you have a deep enough lot and you have a garage abutting the laneway, this would imply you can put a garden suite between the garage and the house. And when you get to North Toronto, you will find lanes on very deep lots. When you get to the bylaw, it's even sloppier. It says, and in an ancillary building not abutting the lane. The wording that is in the report is the wording that should have appeared both in the OPA and the zoning bylaw. This was drawn to the attention of the planners. In the good old days, planners would at least have acknowledged the issue and addressed it either in a supplementary report or otherwise. They did not. And the only reason why I can see they did not is they're leaving the loophole. If you don't amend something when somebody points out there's a problem, it's because you like the way it's written. And the fact that we can't appeal for ratepayer groups is encouraging staff to ignore the community people. And I can tell you, that's sort of like the old days before the criminal code allowed appeals. Judges would declare somebody to be hung in the afternoon, so nobody could do habeas corpus and nobody could appeal because the person was dead. In this case, because we cannot appeal the legislation, they don't have to listen to us. They only have to listen to the developers. Same problem with the laneway suite proposal, which spent a great deal of time dealing with the concerns of the development industry and just listen to the concerns of the neighbors. Basically, I don't understand how you maintain tree capacity on lots that are less than 6 meters. In fact, I don't even know how you get access to a garden suite on lots less than 6 meters. So I don't understand why you're encouraging people to put garden suites in lots less than 6 meters if your aim is to protect trees and to deal with safety for fire and other reasons. You're going to encourage people to do that, and then they're going to be very shocked when there's a tree issue or there is a fire issue and they can't build what they wanted. How many times have I had people approach me on the laneway houses saying, why is the fire chief not letting me build a laneway house? Well, you're too far into the laneway, you're in a row house. Guess why? The other issue is when you look at the FSI areas, the only limitation is that the structure must be smaller than the residential building. Residential building is not just a private detached house, not just a semi-detached house. It also includes apartment buildings. Now, the fact the building can't be more than 6 meters, unless they go to the committee just for a variance, which they may well do on the argument that I'm allowed to have a very large building on this lot, why can't I be more than 6 meters? But the other issue is the FSI for an ancillary garden suite is measured from the interior walls. All the other residential buildings, duplexes.
William, last thought.
Okay, are, to be quite blunt, measured from the outside wall in. So if you're measuring the ancillary structure from the inside wall in, you could actually have a larger mass on the site than the main building. And
Thank you.
Just quickly, I just want last thing.
Thank you. It's 5 minutes speaking time, so thank you for joining us.
Looking at the clock.
Yep. Let me ask if anybody has any questions. Any members, councillors that have any questions? Nope. Seeing none. William, thank you for joining us today and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we have Evan Castell.
Hello, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Madam Chair, and councillors and staff as well. So my name is Evan Castell. I'm the co-chair of the Davenport Neighbourhood Association. We represent an area from Dufferin and, from Ossington over to Dufferin and between Davenport down to Geary Avenue. So when you hear the name Geary Avenue, you probably think of the industrial roots of this strip, and that's reflected in the housing stock and structure of a lot of our members. So I'll come back to that in a second, but I do want to point out that we definitely welcome expanding housing options. We think this is a great initiative, overdue and a really important equity effort, but we do have concerns about how access will work, how this will be equitable, and especially how residents of our area that have tighter clearances between their homes because of the older routes and the simpler routes of the housing stock here. How that will impact our members' equitable access to the proposed laneway housing, garden housing option. So let me explain why really quickly. Our neighborhood lacks lanes fairly widely, so that leaves our members excluded from the laneway housing route fairly widely. As I mentioned, because our area is historically workers' housing, at least to a great degree, this means there's considerably tighter side-by-side clearances between houses, and Google Maps will show you even then areas sort of south and north of us. And some of this actually made this area more affordable to buyers back when housing was affordable, some in the past decade. So that's left a bit of a print of a demographic profile in the area that I'll come back to in a minute as well. One of our concerns is, despite what we think was a really excellent consultative process by David Dreger and his team, so hats off, this kind of zone of tighter clearances hasn't really been quantified. We haven't seen measurements or tabulations or any mapping that shows how this sort of equity is distributed around the city. So we feel effectively this kind of geographical exclusion from these future bylaws is currently really invisible to staff and to council. We have made this clear to city staff, and again, I really commend David Dreger and Alison for their work. And he and I have been in long-standing conversation about our area's members' concerns, but he has made clear that this sort of side-by-side clearance issue, because it's tied to fire access, isn't negotiable. We can understand that. That particular aspect's not our issue. I do point out how a sort of inequitable shutting out of neighborhoods is really important. Our neighborhood in particular has a lot of multi-generational households, a lot of aging residents that have been here since it was an affordable housing zone since the 40s onward. So we feel taken together, we're kind of disproportionately excluded from this really important housing opportunity. And some of these exclusions, physical exclusions, are actually very minimal by an inch or two. The sort of 1 meter space between houses, between structures, shuts out a lot of our neighbors by very little. City staff, David, and team have explained to our group that one workaround might be through legal documents like the limiting distance agreement that has been publicized on the Garden Suite site very helpfully. And I'm sure most of you know this kind of agreement, but this allows adjoining neighbors to negotiate. Well, do you say that, you know, my hypothetical home as an example, my neighbor would legally agree to offer their right of way, which is larger than the 1 meter distance, to me in a legal document so that emergency services could access my future garden suite. But this is a big ask of my neighbor. You know, they're legally covenanting to never obstruct that route, so never build in that 1 meters, never add any landscaping. That's a big ask, and it kind of ties their hands basically in perpetuity. You know, if they go to sell their home, this generates fears that, you know, will reduce the value of their home, or, you know, that they would want to cancel, annul this agreement, which they can very easily do before they sell. So this leaves a homeowner who enters this covenant in order to form an application in a really sort of precarious legal position, because the neighbor can annul this agreement at any point. This sort of introduces a strange kind of, you know, subordinate precarious relationship between the neighbor, which a few of our residents have pointed out, can be used as leverage in even, you know, the minor disagreements that happen between neighbors. You know, if, as one woman pointed out, if you keep hanging your laundry, you know, on that clothesline, which bugs me, I'm going to cancel this agreement. So that leaves an applicant and future builder with a very, I'm sorry?
Last thought.
Oh, thank you. So what we propose is the limiting distance agreement might be the best hope for introducing flexibility here. We'd like it to consider perhaps not just the shared flank, what we've been calling it, between neighbors, but also say my adjoining neighbor's other side, where this would allow me to speak to possibly both of my neighbors.
Okay.
So that kind of flexibility has to be written in.
Well, I think we got that that message. Any questions of the speakers? No. Okay. Thank you, Evan.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming here today. Next, we have George Emerson.
Good morning. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you, councilors, members of the committee, Deputy Mayor. I speak as a homeowner. To echo the remarks of Craig Race, excuse me, I'm the kind of person who was empowered by what you're doing. And I want you to know that what you did around laneway suites, and thank you again for your vote in support of it and moving it to the larger council, enabled a situation in Toronto where 2 people were living in a house that needed some updating, and there are now 8 people living there. And that's adding to the tax base. That's injecting their energy, their spending, and their activity into a neighborhood that is otherwise depopulating. I call it basically a 400% gain because of a simple adjustment to what are really, everyone acknowledges, very outmoded, elitist and class-based zoning laws that favor older people and people of a certain race and class, and it's a serious issue. I want to echo as well the remarks of Daniel Hall. There's a lot of interest in creating more ecological homes. What we did was create a much more ecological situation for housing people in a gentle way, and yet there's a lot of barriers to doing that properly, barriers that Toronto Hydro presents and barriers that the regulations present as well. And I'd urge you to adopt those recommendations that Mr. Hall and other very knowledgeable people are putting forth. And I'd really also caution you, I'm also a member of a residents association longstanding, to take with a grain of salt what you hear from residents associations. They're often not representative. Mine was one of the very few that did any kind of, as a matter of fact, I think the only in the city that did any extensive neighborhood consultation of actual neighbors in the form of online surveys and holding meetings. Mr. Perks came to that meeting and saw with his own eyes the amount of energy. It was one of the largest meetings we've ever had, turnout of a public meeting in our ward. And it shows you that there's a great deal, as well as the survey data from the city staff, there's a great deal of desire for homeowners like me to do this. But I got to say, I hear from a lot of people, can I do this? And how can I do this? And then they find out how difficult it is. So I'm urging you to adopt any measures and regulations that allow more people to do this. Because right now, backyard housing is a pain in the backside. Even though you've allowed it to be done, it's extremely difficult to do. You need a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of resilience, really good advice, and all that is very difficult to get. So the more that you can regularize this, the more you're going to get 400% gains and wins, house by house, block by block in the city. And we desperately need it. You know, I've heard from people who oppose these things for on theoretical notions. In the next breath, say, this city's become so unaffordable, my kids can't afford to live here. That's why I did this, so my kids can afford to live here. And you know, the statement that was made about empowering homeowners, that is very true. And I'd like you to take into account what you did in your laneway suites. Creativity does unlock a lot of potential, but that potential is still being largely locked up. So I encourage you, and I'd like to take a moment right now to actually just do a little survey. Is there anybody on this committee who is not supportive of garden suites? And if they are not supportive, could they air their objections for me as a very interested citizen who really supports and applauds the work that you guys have done to date?
Are those your remarks, George? You're done? This is not a dialogue. I guess we will see who supports it and who doesn't support it.
A response?
No, we don't respond.
do that.
We were
Okay.
here to listen to your remarks, and I guess you'll see who supports and doesn't support through our voting.
The only other remark I would make in closing is that you give guidance to city forestry. There's extremely uneven application of when a tree is allowed to be removed. There's a lot of trees that are very badly planted and are not very good trees. And when city forestry gets involved to help homeowners replace trees that are otherwise standing in the way of housing people and making Toronto more affordable, I encourage you to create structures so that it's much more evenly applied and much less arbitrary.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your deputation today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Saad Ahmed.
Hi, my name is Saad Ahmed. I'm the founder of Tiny Toronto. I've submitted a few links to be on file, and I invite the people listening in today to either search on the website Tiny Toronto Research and click on the page, or I invite you to the web link tinyto.ca/research. So we've been around since 2013, and we worked exclusively on garden suites before laneways were legislated and this talk started. And we've had many researchers present their work earlier as well, but the conversation was always restricted to laneways. So in 2017, in June 13, 2017, Kelsey Carrier, who's the first work presented on our research page, completed the Backyards Way Forward. This is the full proposed guidelines for garden suites, and it addresses a lot of the things that go beyond, and they're going to be discovered in the coming 9 to 18-month process that deals with accessibility and the limitations of accessibility that some of the people have talked about earlier around widths and depths and the distance between the main house and the garden suite itself for caregivers particularly, and how they may have to travel back and forth between the houses and how that could be differentiated. And also I'd like to draw attention to Kelsey's work is at the end of the appendix, there's a lot of the issues that are talked about. There's a really clear comparison chart that compares 8-9 different cities across North America. The second research work is from Marcus Poon. And what he does is the proposition of garden suites at a neighborhood scale. And this showcases a typical neighborhood with ravines, hydro corridors, and it gives you the different solutions that you could have as garden suites and how a whole neighborhood would look if it was transformed with this information. Currently, the information that was shared was always based from a laneway house view, there hasn't been any garden suite centric research presented as of yet. And I highly recommend people again to come to the website Tiny Toronto Research and see the visuals to understand what we're talking about here. And as you know, Toronto really doesn't pay attention to the suburbs, especially Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke. So the third research paper we did was on Rosedale. We figured that if we could show that garden suites work for Rosedale, the rest of the city might also become appetizing. And here, the laneways, the garden suites have been categorized further into 7 different property types. And this really allows to see how the different massing could work in different circumstances. But all this is really building up to the main issue is about housing equity and how it's playing out through the city. So the 4th item listed on the site research is David Chilchancy's work, which is showing the disparity between the city. And here, the thing is, what we'd really like to recommend to City Council is that the permits that they're issuing are mapped publicly alongside how the visible minority of the city is represented or not. And since we've showed this work in 2017 and not found any attention from the City of Toronto, what we've found is they've rather encouraged rooming houses until the province came in to save the suburbs and brought in the garden suites. And here we are with the ruling being applied draggingly in Toronto. In December 2019, we could have built a garden suite in Kitchener, but it'll be 3 years later. And the difference is, in these 3 years, many people have died in these suburbs from COVID conditions that may not have had to if they could quarantine properly in these spaces. But this has not been an attention for the city. So the second link that I present to the city is the RPA Be My Neighbor report. And this shows how all the research that is explained to you being ignored in Toronto, I took to New York City. I presented at Columbia University in February of October of 2019, and then in February of 2020. And by July of 2020, they produced an RPA report that actually measures this inequality I talk about in Toronto. And what's really sad is that I've done this work here for a decade about garden suites, and we're not part of the conversation here at the city, and we're better heard in New York City. So my final question is, will the city please choose to map out the disparities publicly as they roll out these new housing options? Thank you.
Thank you, Sad. Thanks for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, we're moving on to the next speaker, Andy Scholes.
I wonder if I might request that I speak back to back with my colleague Christine Mercado, who's also on the LBNA.
I'm sorry, we go through the list as people sign in.
Fair enough.
There's only one person in between the two of you.
My name is Andy Scholes. I'm a longtime resident of Long Branch and board member of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'll be referring to parts of a letter that was submitted from the LBNA just yesterday. The LBNA has major concerns with the proposed garden suites bylaws and official plan amendments. There has been minimal consultation for such a major change. Many residents and property owners are unaware of what's being proposed and the impact it will have on them due to the speed of this moving because it's taking place during a pandemic. The LBNA wrote a letter in response to the November 30th consultation, most of which we are repeating here because our concerns have not been addressed. Overall, we have major concerns in the following areas. Garden suites are being proposed as of right, pretty much on any property in the city that does not already have a laneway suite. Many properties are not suitable for garden suites, either because they are too small, or in the case of many properties in the Long Branch area, the space is occupied by mature trees or newly planted trees. Protected size private trees are not protected under the Municipal Code Chapter 813. If the development is as of right. Therefore, no protection is being provided to either the draft regulations, bylaws, OPA, as they currently are before this committee. My questions: what process for the General Manager of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to even know if a protected tree is going to be injured or destroyed if a garden suite is as of right? There is nothing outlined about the requirement of providing a survey outlining the size of trees on the property adjacent properties. What about the 88% of the City of Toronto trees in the City of Toronto that are below the protected size of 30 centimeters DBH that will be at risk of being displaced by garden suites? What documentation will there be on how many trees are being removed or injured and permeable or plantable space being removed as a result of the garden suites being built? What about protected trees on neighboring properties? Basements should not be permitted. Removing trees, permeable surface areas, and plantable space for large trees, plus removing space below the ground, will increase the problems with flooding in areas like Long Branch, always suffering from water issues. The City of Barrie was one of the first municipalities to approve garden suites. After a year's experience with garden suites in October 2021, Barrie City Council made a dramatic change to the bylaws for garden suites. No basements allowed, reduced size, dramatically increased the side yard setbacks to a minimum of 3 meters and rear yard setback to a minimum of 7 meters, limited to where the garden suites could go to a radius of 300 meters, now require a scoped site plan to show locations of existing vegetation and trees, proposed lighting designs so lights do not affect neighboring properties, and more. We suddenly allowed them, garden suites, we suddenly realized that we were going to be there's going to be complaints. That was from Deputy Mayor Barry Ward. We got complaints over privacy concerns about trees, parking, and they were just not affordable. We were approving buildings in the backyard house in every backyard in every established neighborhood, said Barbara Mackey, co-chair of the Allendale Neighborhood Association. Those neighborhoods have lots big enough to do this, but you can't do that without taking out thousands and thousands of trees. Barrie has large lots. Long Branch and many areas of Toronto do not. Should Toronto not learn from Barrie's experience? In a typical block in Long Branch, there is really no place for a garden suite without removing all the backyard trees. Municipal Code Chapter 813 provides no protection for backyard trees if a development is as of right. Removal of a large number of trees during a climate emergency is not a good idea. Laneway suites were created as a result of a conversion of laneway garages. Garden suites should be looked at very differently, as they would mainly be replacing permeable green space and soft landscaping and trees. We would ask this committee to refuse the proposed bylaw and OPA amendments before them in the garden suites and send them back to be revised to address residents' concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Andy. Next, we have Sheila Harrison. Good morning, Sheila.
Hello, my name is Sheila Dunlop, and I represent the South Armor Heights Residents Association, and we're known as SARA. We're in the Avenue Road 401 area, so we're Ward 8. I am also a member of the working group that was organized by FONTRA for the review of both laneway suites and garden suite proposals. The working group found the garden suite consultations helpful. David Dredger and Allison Reed were accessible and generous with their time, providing useful clarity and information. On behalf of the working group, I wish to thank them. I am here today to speak really on behalf of my Residents Association, SARA. We did submit detailed comments on the online community consultation materials on November 30th. A few details have been attended to in the latest version of the bylaws, but our important issues remain. We address them again in the letter that we submitted to the PHC for this meeting today. To be clear, SARA is not opposed to garden suites becoming a housing option in Toronto. We understand that the provincial government has mandated via the Planning Act that single detached, semi-detached, and row houses, townhouses are to be accommodated with secondary suites, laneway suites, and/or garden suites. But they did not mandate these units in zoning types for duplex, triplex, fourplex, and low-rise apartments. It is a city that has decided to extend those zoning permissions. The province leaves the creation of the detailed standards, the bylaws, all but for parking, to the municipalities. This means that the city has the jurisdiction and the power to decide what types of and how ancillary units should be regulated, and therefore the bylaws. It is the city that has chosen to take an as-of-right approach across all lot sizes. There are specific proposed bylaws that we do not agree with. Sarah and Vantra have detailed why we want these bylaws modified, and I won't go into the details here. The important issues to us are extension of zoning to multiplexes and apartments. We believe that should be referred to the multiplex study that is currently underway. Building length. We believe that from a future perspective, we need to consider the permitted zoning length. Separation distance. We are recommending that the 7.5 meter separation distance be used in all instances, regardless of laneway suite height, to provide both the soft landscaping area, but also to provide amenity space for the multiple families on the lot. And conversion of existing ancillary buildings. And you've heard today some deputations already from individuals who are dealing with an existing that they would need additional exemptions in order to deal with that situation without going to the Committee of Adjustment for Variances. So there are special concerns with those existing ancillary buildings. Modifications to these issues will be beneficial to the success of the Garden Suites implementation and will also preserve and improve the shared green space, amenity space, and provide the necessary regard and protection for adjacent neighbors. Vantra has also detailed in their letter additional recommendations on information guides, monitoring programs, and supporting information and process improvements, which we totally support. Sarah asked the Planning and Housing Committee to modify proposed bylaws associated with our key issues of multiplex zoning, building length, separation distance, and conversions to preserve the combined green space, amenity space in backyards, and to protect the neighborhoods. Thank you for hearing Sarah's concerns.
Thank you, Sheila. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Christine Mercado. Good morning, Christine. Christine, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
You're a bit far away. Is there a way to increase the volume?
Hello. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Hello, my name is Christine Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And we are requesting that the Garden Suites policy be revised by staff to ensure that these are small accessory buildings that don't unfairly impact neighbors and reduce canopy. So I was struck actually by the tweet and now the graphic that Mr. Dreiger displayed today, where he was showing examples of garden suites in other municipalities. And these are very modest suites, whereas when we are looking at the permissions, the proposed permissions in the scope of Long Branch lot sizes, what would be permitted in Long Branch is actually much larger than what is being displayed. So many lots, 1,300 square feet would be permitted, as well as a full basement, and up to 7 meters tall with windows on all sides and mechanics on the rooftops as well. So we're actually really struck on how that is going to be a minimal impact to neighbors. We do strongly feel that 4 meters should be the maximum height. The shadowing of a 6 to 7 meter tall building will dramatically impact the neighbor's enjoyment of a private backyard, who may also grow food for financial reasons. And a 7-meter tall building would actually end up developing a heat wall or end up leaving a backyard in absolute shade. We do believe that the side yard setbacks need to be increased. In our experience of posing severances, applications replaced trees and vistas of sky and with long blank walls. And these walls close in on adjacent yards, limit breezes, create heat walls and absolute shade. And in a climate change emergency, we need more space in between buildings to plant large canopy trees. In Long Branch, there's a recent pattern of Committee of Adjustment applications for new houses that are beginning to permit FSI variances over what is permitted, taking away even more permeable space. So garden suites should be considered as included as part of the FSI of the main house and be much less than 40% of the GFA to ensure that they are truly smaller accessory buildings, especially when the main house is above the permitted FSI. Garden suites, we don't think should be permitted as long-term rentals. It doesn't address the affordability, and the city's own studies have demonstrated that we have sufficient housing that's going to be available up to 2050. Our lived-in experience for short-term rentals is that they're disruptive to neighbors, a security issue, a reporting of loud noise, garbage, and illegal parking to the neighbors are all issues associated with short-term rentals. We also are concerned with the reduction in soft landscaping, and we do think that it should be increased as opposed to decreased. Artificial turf should not be permitted and the negative environmental impact of plastics have not been studied really all that thoroughly. There should be a approved process to ensure that no mature trees will be removed or injured on the property or adjacent properties, as there will not be adverse effects on the privacy, impact sunlight and sky views, and cause shadowing on neighbors' yards, and they should not be permitted on lots less than 6 meters in frontage. And I have to sort of deviate over to point number 7 in the final report, where permissions have been given with regards to the general manager of forestry to deny garden suite. And this is the problem that Mr. Choles was talking about. And I have to relate an experience that actually happened across the street from me, where an as of right build of a main house occurred. And it was just quickly, a building permit was actually drawn. And then they started digging a hole with no tree protection for the neighbors' trees that were significant. So a 0.90 silver maple on either side. And then there were also protected trees that were actually on the property proper. So there is no method for an as of right build to actually protect trees that are outside of the building envelope. And I do believe that this 0.7 in the final report isn't going to cut it, and it has to be strengthened. So as of right is not impacting assets on the neighbors' yards. We also would like to express our opinion that garden suites this big should not be as of right. The
last
policy
thought,
wording. Yes, I'm almost done. The policy wording is not strong enough, and it should be with regards to tree protection. The wording should be as far as should not remove mature trees, and it should be replaced by will not remove mature trees. So thank you very much.
Christine. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. We now have Kathy McDonald. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am commenting on behalf of Fontra, and Sheila has already provided some of the information, and I will repeat that as part of my submission. So Fontra supports the careful intensification of our neighborhoods and has been involved in the development of the new policies and regulations to help ensure the character of neighborhoods are protected and the impacts on our neighbors are acceptable. We've been actively involved in the discussions and pleased to see the wide range of consultations that have taken place. While some residents continue to have concerns about the strategy of allowing garden suites in all residential neighborhoods, subject to the meeting of the required performance standards, the alternative appears to be the need for detailed neighborhood studies across the city, and that certainly will be a lengthy process. We are especially pleased to see the proposals to strengthen tree protection, as trees are such an essential component of neighborhood character. We continue to have concerns about some of the zoning regulations. The requirements for garden suites in conjunction with multiplexes, we feel should be considered in the context of the current multiplex study, as new regulations could be, may require to be developed. And we also note that the province appears to limit the permission for garden suites to detached semis and row houses. We've also previously proposed changes to the separation distance between the house and garden suite. First, that the separation should be at least 7.5 meters in all cases. 5 meters is far too small for possible use of 3 households. Secondly, the separation distance should be measured from the permitted depth of the house, not its existing depth, to allow for changes to the house. We also have a number of comments about the communications plan and monitoring programs, which are absolutely essential for the introduction of this new and complex initiative. And we look forward to continuing our discussions with planning staff in this regard. Our letter notes a couple of recommendations. First, that community reps should be involved in the development of the communication strategies to ensure, help ensure effective messaging. The monitoring program will have to be very detailed and complex due to all the aspects of the garden suites program, including the zoning committee of adjustment processes, tree protection, access requirements, OBC compliance, etc. Finally, the information systems program appears to need upgrading to include the range of information required for effective monitoring of the garden suites program. And the appendix to our letter sets out details of our issues and possible solutions to these, and we look forward to discussions about these matters with staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next and last speaker we have for this item is Ken Charette. Ken?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you very much. I represent the West Bend Community Association, which is located off the northeast corner of Hyde Park. This tends to be a very hilly area, and that leads to our concern with runoff and stormwater developments. So we're concerned here about the loss of permeable space. And we would urge that more attention be paid to mitigating what's likely to come off the tops of these buildings. We have a few other suggestions about going forward. We suggest that there's a need to be clear about what lots are suitable for garden suites and what lots are not. There's a lot of enthusiasm for this concept, and a lot of people seem to be getting very excited about it, which is positive. But the backgrounder also indicates that not all lots are suitable for a garden suite based on the work that the staff had done. So we're suggesting that some of that information about where suites might not be suitable should be included on websites and in briefings to staff and briefings to Committee of Adjustment to avoid a situation where we maybe have some initial projects approved which don't really make any sense. So that's one item. We would also like to see some of the drawings showing rear yard parking. The ones that are currently shown in the backgrounder show garages located inside houses. While there aren't too many of those in our area here, we're a much older area, built around 1911. Most of the parking is either on the side of the house or at the back, off a lane or some other arrangement. So it'd be interesting to show some of those and how a garden suite might be fitted on that kind of lot. Thirdly, we suggest developing a garden suite booklet. The current website is okay if you're into this topic, but there needs to be a lot more developed here. Proper explanation in plain language, drawings, pictures. That would be, maybe go some way to avoiding early day mistakes. We're suggesting also that the planning staff needs to monitor the program startup. Only, I think, the planning folks that have worked on this project really know what they have in mind and what they think it'll look like. So we're suggesting that possibly the first 15 or so projects be given some hands-on treatment by the creators of this project to avoid mistakes. The question of trees is a big issue for us, being in near the High Park area and so on. A lot of our trees, however, are fairly mature, and they tend to get very poor treatment from the types of arborists that are hired by the developers. They tend to see a lot of dead trees on development sites. We're suggesting that the city retain the arborist at the expense of the applicant so that we get a more independent assessment of the trees. And also we're suggesting that you take a look, or that the city take a look at the smaller trees on the site. Because there are a lot of small trees that would love to be big trees, but aren't going to get there if we're not careful. So looking down the road, we won't have our nice stock of mature trees. We're suggesting developing a garden and laneway website with the pertinent details about what's approved and other details of the projects as we go forward so that we can all see what's happening in real time. And lastly, we suggest that any research being done either recently or that comes up in the future be shared, possibly on websites or in publications if that's the chosen method. Because in this case, there's some discussion of US sites, Canadian sites, and it would have been very useful to have seen this as part of the backgrounder study. It would lead to a lot more confidence about some of the recommendations and about where we seem to be headed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. That concludes the list of speakers for today. We're moving now to questions of staff. Outside councillors with questions of staff? No? Just look for, see if I make sure I go through everybody. Okay, Councillor Perks, you have question. Oh, we'll go to Councillor Wong Tam so you can finish up your call. Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
I'm good. I'm good.
Sorry, too late.
Okay.
Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. And Gord, feel free to take your time. My first question is regarding with the report is in the report, it's been touted that this is a homeowner-driven typology. So the garden suites are about creating home ownership or providing further options for homeowners. How do we ensure protection if the garden suites are tenanted? Will the same type of tenant legislation be extended to the occupants in that case?
Through the chair, if I understand your question correctly, Councillor Wong Tam, the current residential tenancy laws would apply to tenants in garden suites, or for that matter, in any other suite that is located on a lot, just like a basement apartment or a secondary suite.
Okay, thank you. So it's not so just to be clear, all the same protections that a tenant would have under the law, this would be extended to the occupant who would sign a lease agreement with the homeowner of the garden suite.
Yes, that's our understanding. These are, if it's a rental property, protected under the legislation, the same as any other rental unit.
Okay, thank you. And through the consultation period, where did you get the most enthusiastic buy-in? Where did you experience hesitation or perhaps objections? Was it, can you break it down to geographical areas of the city? Is it neighborhood specific? Is it the type of lots and homes that are owned? Because we got a range of opinions from the deputants today, and I'm just wondering if you had observed any emerging patterns of opinions.
I think I'll ask David Dreger to comment on that, and Allison, if as they were directly involved in the consultations that were quite numerous and extensive across the entire city.
Greg, through you, Chair. We've had consultation right across the city, and we had input from residents right across the city, and found that we had concerns and enthusiasm that was well spaced right across the city in terms of the former city of Toronto, Scarborough, Etobicoke, North York. It wasn't just one area, and we actually had a lot of people asking that this not be a Toronto-centric approach to housing, that they did want to see this option elsewhere. And again, the issues that came up from residents that were concerned about them typically were the same issues would be applicable right across the city in terms of tree protection and soft landscaping, which were carefully reviewed as part of the process, and that helped to put an emphasis on those issues.
David, thank you. When the garden suites are passed, the report and the bylaw is created and everything with respect to the legislation is approved, and assuming that there's no overturning from the minister, we're creating a system of as of right. Is that correct? So therefore, if a property owner's property meets all the physical site requirements and the plans are checking off every list as outlined in the report, they can just pull their construction permits. Is that what we're approving today?
Yeah, yes, that's what you're approving, although they would be subject to any other applicable policies and standards by the city, including our tree protection bylaws.
Oh, okay, so then technically there's no appeal process because they'll have the permissions as of right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
If they supply plans and are reviewed and approved, our experience with Laneway, and I believe staff can correct me, is that is it 75% of the time they complied and 25% of the time they had to go to committee of adjustment.
Okay, thank you. And how will the garden suites address the housing crisis and affordability? Because I recognize it's expanding an option for housing, but does it bring us, meaning the city, into the inventory more affordable homes? meaning more affordable suites, more options for tenants. Does it meet that criteria?
We've been clear in the report that this is a market-based housing solution. That there is an adjunct program being recommended that extends the laneway suite program that associates it with affordable rents. But by and large, this is a market supply matter. And in that sense, it may be somewhat affordable or less affordable, depending on the situation. I think if a suite gets created in an intergenerational family circumstance, it may very well provide an affordable solution, but that would be very specific to a family situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And we had an outside councillor joining us, so I'm going to go back and give Councillor Carroll an opportunity to ask questions. Councillor Carroll?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I was on a call about an item later on your agenda. Part of the confusion that I think we're hearing in the community, when we hear as of right, people get very nervous. And we're creating guidelines where, in some senses, if you want to stay stringent to the guidelines, then yes, there are some that can happen as of right. But if we can make clear for the community, is it possible for you to make clear in the materials that will go out, this is not a shed. A shed is an entirely different thing. And so while you may come in, there are a lot of prefab kits that will design their prefab garden suite and laneway home models to exactly our specs so that they are as of right. But a building permit process is still quite stringent. So this is not something that someone is going to be able to put up quickly and at almost nothing per square foot. There's still going to be a substantial cost per square foot to meet our regs and to get to the point where you have a building permit to proceed. Am I right in that?
Through the chair, very much so, Councillor. The Ontario Building Code will apply. A garden suite would be built to the same standards as any other construction in Ontario, including application of other applicable law, including fire regulations. I think the city always encourages credentialed professionals in the building industry. So architects, architectural technologists, engineers, everyone who's involved in the industry are the people that the city advocates very strongly be involved. And through our material that we are building and will be supporting with this, and the training that we'll be building up with this, we will be communicating that quite strenuously. I think it's a very important point that you're making around the fact that we're looking for safe, high quality garden suites in the same way that we're seeing the laneway suite phenomenon be rolled out.
Right. I asked this question because there are so many prefab companies on the market now that where you can get a modular coach house, etc. But correct me if I'm wrong. The experience I'm hearing about, if we go out to Vancouver, is a lot of people think, oh, here, this exists. I went to this company in Utah, and so you have to say yes to me now. And same thing, it turned out, no, your grandmother would not be comfortable in that home in the winter. You got to meet our province's code. And so it's not as simple as just buy that kit from Utah.
No, I mean, it's very much based on the Ontario Building Code. And I think, we are going to see a bit of an evolution here in terms of industry capacity. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with modular. Modular will still have to meet the building code. And in fact, what we're seeing in other jurisdictions is industry, especially local industry and local employment building up around this. There are already companies in Toronto. I know of one in Scarborough, for example, that's been building pretty extensive building code compliant accessory buildings for years. And ships them all over the province. So this is also a really important way of getting at local economic development, and is actually one of the more exciting attributes of this program.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, going back into committee, Councillor Perks.
Hi, I just want to clarify a couple things quickly. First of all, we had a deputy who was concerned about stormwater management. These will have the same requirement as any other development application in that the stormwater has to be managed, treated on site.
David or Allison, do you want to help Councillor with that?
That's correct. That they would have the same requirements as any other development to maintain stormwater management on site. And we've also reinforced and the existing zoning bylaw requirements for soft landscaping so that we have space to deal with stormwater on site through that soft landscaping.
Very good, thank you. In terms of the recommendation that we adopt the same program for affordable housing attached to the laneway suite for this, my memory is correct. We have fewer than 5 laneways in the last 4 years, laneway suites in the last 4 years that went through that affordable housing program.
I believe it's closer to 10 now, but it is,
it's 10.
Basically
Wow.
a couple of handfuls, yes.
Okay. And that's for a 15-year period of affordability.
Abby's on the line, and she could maybe speak to it.
Yeah, it is for a limited period of affordability, yes.
Okay. And would it go amiss if I asked your office, Abby, to look at some of the practices in other jurisdictions, whether there's a not-for-profit that people can work with, or we can get longer terms of affordability, or better guarantees on the rent? Would that go amiss?
Through the chair, no, councillor, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
Looking at the existing program and looking elsewhere at other cities to see what other cities are doing, like you said, in relation to utilizing third parties like nonprofits in lieu of their own maybe expertise around renting out these spaces. So we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee? Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
Yes, I have a few questions. So when an application, when you receive an application, is the local councillor notified at all?
Through the chair, as would be the case with anyone applying for a building permit, and I think Will Johnson is on the line. I'm not sure of Toronto Building's procedures in terms of notifying council.
Through the chair, thank you, Greg, and thank you, Councillor Nunziata, for the question. Our process wouldn't be that we would deliberately notify a councillor of that application. However, we do generate reports that go to councillor's office on building permits as a general rule that we're reviewing.
Okay, but if we, with that information, if it's as of right, then a neighbor could be applying for a garden suite, and then you get calls from residents asking what's going on. So we're not notified in advance that there's an application for a garden suite at a particular address. Do we deal with it when we get constituent complaints?
So through the chair, I need to confirm this, but I believe that what we do though is that we do provide reports to councillor's office with building permit applications that we have. So it could be on there. If you wanted us to go away and do something more in that regard, that's something we could look at doing.
You would get notice, councillor, if it needed a variance, but just like an addition to a house or a second suite, if those applications to buildings were as of right, in other words, if they complied with the zoning bylaw, there are only internal procedures that Will is speaking to that would notify council.
Okay, so Greg, what about in areas where we have heritage districts? Would it still be as of right that somebody can put a garden suite?
It would still be as of right, however, depending on the designation, the individual designation of a house or a district, heritage staff would review the building permit application, and it may be subject to further approvals depending on what is being proposed. But that review is already in place for any building permit application in any area that has a listed designated or on an area basis.
Okay, now what about areas? As you know, in my area, I have a lot of districts where we have severe flooding. And right now, when a homeowner comes forward for even a permit to build a garage, TRCA comments because it's floodplain. Would it happen as well for these applications that TRCA would comment on these applications where there is problems with flooding?
Yes, the same rules would continue to apply. Any building application that is subject to TRCA regulation would be circulated and commented.
So if TRCA,
necessary permit.
yeah, so if TRCA says no to the application because it's in a flood risk area, then it's not as of right. The homeowner is denied, correct?
That's right. That would be, Will can confirm this, that would be applicable law, and they would have to deal with the TRCA issues before they could proceed.
Through the chair, that is correct. So really, when you look at this, it's no different than any other building permit process. So we would review it for compliance with the zoning bylaw, for compliance with the Ontario Building Code, and any other applicable laws. So if there's other approvals that are required from other organizations like TRCA, and we don't receive that approval, we would not be in a position or be able to issue the permit.
Yeah, it's just that the wording when you say as of right, I think you're going to get applicants coming forward saying it's as of right, and they don't have to comply to any of the other restrictions. That concerns me. Parking is an issue. So if you have a homeowner that doesn't have parking at all, and there are no street parking in that area, what happens?
Well, there is no parking required in the zoning for the garden suite. However, that house is, I think there are practical limitations here. Someone may choose to build a garden suite without parking, and the house currently doesn't have parking. They're going to have to rent to a tenant that doesn't have a car. I mean, that is more of a market-driven solution that we are advocating citywide, and it would be, I think, it would be counterintuitive to recommend parking in a situation where we're actually trying to make housing more realistic and more doable overall.
Well, what some of them are doing is applying for front yard parking, which sometimes in areas we don't want front yard parking. So they would be allowed to apply for front yard parking pads?
Well, again, I think anyone would be entitled to any review process that's in place, and certainly General Manager of Transportation is overseeing a parking strategy report. It's dealing with the whole universe of parking, if you will, which I believe is coming forward in March, that will kick off, likely leading into the next term, will kick off Council's consideration of parking issues more universally, including the types of issues that you're raising, Councillor Nunziato.
Councillor, that was your last question. Next, Councillor with questions. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to all the staff for their hard work on this. This is a great report here. Want to just, first of all, actually, I need to say the video that City Planning did explaining this was probably one of the best videos in a public consultation effort that I've ever seen. So tip of the cap for whoever did that. That is a great piece of work. We should do more of it. But in that video, we're looking at small lot configurations. I which was a great way of dividing this up and looking at how this fits in the 640 square kilometers of Toronto and the different contexts that we have. So I'm interested in the urban context, the pre-war sort of housing context. And I noticed that we use 36 meters as sort of the small lot configuration. Could you kind of walk me through how we landed at 36 meters as the size for the small lot configuration?
Maybe I'll ask David to give you some framework for that, some context for that, or Allison.
Thank you. Hey, through Chair, Madam Chair, the example that we used in the video of 36-meter depth was just used for illustration purposes. However, when we did our detailed lot analysis, we did have our research staff do a detailed dive into actually pulling all the property data that they could and how to actually create new ways of pulling that information. So we had accurate property depths for our study areas and dimensions, as well as dimensions of the buildings, existing buildings on the property, to test out and see how we are able to accommodate a garden suite with a variety of different rules. And so we used that information to look at how the rules would be implemented. And it wasn't necessarily 36 meters, as we know that particularly in your ward, you might have properties that are 27 or 26 meters deep, or even 80 feet deep if we go into not metric, but we did look at a variety of property depths and how that can be accommodated, and know that there is ability to have a garden suite in some form on a wide variety of properties. And that's also why we scaled the rules to the property size, so that we know that on a larger property, there's space to provide more of a setback, while on a smaller property, there is a smaller setback, though you will likely end up with a smaller garden suite on a smaller property.
Yeah, no, of course, and I appreciate the provisions for larger lots in a more suburban context. We're also capping the size of it, so it is in fact an auxiliary dwelling as opposed to something much larger. What were some of the challenges when you try to create a bylaw like this or a policy across the entire city of Toronto? Because when I look at some of the practicality of where you might build this in some of those pre-war suburbs, some of the lots and considerations that we just talked about, that 26 meters, 27 meters, 88 feet, whatever it may be. I see that this probably works better or has more practicality in more of a suburban context or a streetcar suburb further out versus some of the stuff that we see along the subway line through the core in that pre-war context build. How'd you find the balance, or what were some of the challenges?
I mean, maybe I'll comment generally, and then David and Allison can pick up. But I think one of the tricks here is that we have to remember that not all sites will be suitable for garden suites. I mean, it's just there are diminishing attributes on some lots, and you might find that in urban conditions more readily, as you point out, where houses on small lots today, historic pre-war fabric, in some cases may be less suitable, not always. And I think that's the balance that we've been trying to strike. But we have to remember at the end of the day that not all lots will be suitable for garden suites. Allison, do you want to comment further?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bradford. As David mentioned, we were really cognizant having staff on our team who work across all the various districts of the city, including within the older, streetcar suburbs and smaller lots. And we see those smaller lots actually in many districts across the city, not just in Toronto and East York. We made a concerted effort to come up with a starting point of this bylaw that really factored in and scaled to different lot sizes and configurations. And really the core principles around garden and suite, that sort of dichotomy of balancing those two, was front and center to everything we did. We looked at the smaller lots and really tested the rules to try to maximize the size of the suite so that we could get as many suites as possible on those smaller lot conditions, understanding the benefit of those locations that those lots typically are in, but balancing that with the landscaped open space. Sorry.
I just would like to get in one last question because my time is out. But
certainly,
yeah, that's okay. Thanks for that, Allison. So, in these smaller lot pre-war configurations, did we give any consideration to the practicality? So a lot of these technically, and we did some work on this, a lot of these properties would be possible to build one as the bylaw is written. but what you would be able to build, as I think David described it in his presentation, that 4-meter shed configuration on some of these smaller lots. Did we think about, in terms of a policy outcome, would we be more likely to see these sort of auxiliary units, which are offering, you know, new types of housing in neighborhoods in the EHON sort of ethos, versus a decision that somebody might make to just max out their loft coverage with a big addition? Did we think about, like, okay, in one scenario, we might get more garden suites. In another scenario, we might actually get people to invest the same money, make the decision to just max out lot coverage with a big addition?
Last question.
Yep, sorry, I know.
Certainly one of the tensions that we're trying to manage, because, and I think you're pointing out, and it's why we allowed basements, for example, in the garden suites, because we know that some of the situations are quite tight. But I think you're pointing out that, you know, behaviorally, people may leave something on the table. I think that's what you're trying to say, that ultimately, if they have a choice to put on maybe a larger garage, or I'm just going to rebuild my house, forget about the garden suite, because there's not enough, you know, garden suite in the garden suite to go there. And that's the tension. And as we learn about this over the next couple of years and have people build these, we will, you know, maybe we'll need to look at that and see how that needs to be accommodated, depending on what kind of take-up we get. I mean, this is brand new, and we're going on a quite an extensive level of analysis that's been done so far. But it doesn't mean, you know, that we can't fine-tune it as we learn from experience.
Very good. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think we've covered everybody, actually. Okay, so we're moving on to speakers on the item. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to the answer that I got from the chief planner on this, that there are going to be a lot of materials, that the minute you embark on this, there are going to be a lot of materials for you to look at, and that while you may come forward asking for dimensions that are as of right, there will still be hurdles to go through before you have a building permit. And as always, those materials will likely include, as we always recommend to people, talk to your neighbors. Don't embark on this and keep them all in the dark. That will only cause you delay and problems and expense later. And so knowing that there's a fair amount of education so that people know that you are not building a shed, you are building a home, and we will view it as such. And I think for those who aren't contemplating building one but are worried about one popping up next door, I think it's important for them to know that that's going to be the case as well. I've said before, my mind was really changed by this summer, looking at what's going on in Vancouver. It's in our context, our economy, similar to theirs. If you're embarking upon this, you can get on the website and you can actually build an ADU online. And it says, there you go, this will cost you $150,000. That's before you get into looking at the site prep, the legal costs and such. These are structures that you're going to be really lucky to be able to build it for less than $350,000. You're probably going to spend more than that anywhere in town by the time you comply and build something worth building. And so people should know that this isn't an affordable housing solution necessarily, but it is a solution in other parts of our economy that are missing. We had a community development working group meeting last night in which someone said, I don't want to leave the neighborhood my parents are in, but I don't want to live in their house anymore. I don't have a hope of living in this neighborhood where I grew up. And that is so true all over town. And I think it's why you see them cropping up in Vancouver, who similarly have prohibitive real estate prices, even if you're beyond the affordable classification. But what is happening, you can read about this, if you search this up in the Globe and Mail. The Globe and Mail has been covering this phenomenon for the last couple of years. What's happening out there is often After the accessory dwelling unit is built, but be it a garden suite or a laneway suite, what's happening often as not is the owner is choosing to, by the time they finish building it, they built it to such specifications that what is happening is the owner is tending to move into the accessory dwelling unit, making the main home much greater potential for their kids to build a family, or for them to even look at renting the main home out because it will net them $3,000 a month, which helps defray the costs they've incurred building the home. That is a very common phenomenon. And if that is the case, we don't need to fear who's living in that garden suite back there. Often it's going to end up being someone who was your neighbor for the last 30 years. They've just moved to the back of the lot, and their adult children and grandchildren have come home to live in the main house. And that being the case, I think my community will be amenable to this once they read the details, once council is adopted. Thank you for those comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other visiting councillors that wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move it into committee. Councillors to speak. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. First, I want to introduce the motion I'm moving. Essentially, what this motion does is ask the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat to report back in July on best practices for any kind of affordable housing program tied to laneway suites or garden suites. Thank you. Before I get to that, I just wanted to quickly comment on some of the built form and environmental impact issues that some deputants have raised. I know people in my community raised it, and I know it was raised during the consultation period. Staff have actually done very good work looking at things like stormwater impacts, things like the tree canopy impacts, things like protecting soft landscape. And actually, oddly, there are some benefits coming out of this. So congratulations to staff for taking that feedback from the public seriously and doing good work to mitigate those concerns. On the affordability piece, you know, I'm glad that the conversation has finally moved away from the idea that these and laneway suites somehow contribute to solving our affordable housing crisis. No, these are going to be rented at rates that are well out of reach of the average renter in the city of Toronto. With laneway suites, we're finding for a two-bedroom, $2,500 a month is the norm. That's just not something that the average renter in Toronto can pay. And these will be similar. I mean, you're building a grade-related housing unit in a stable neighborhood. Those are gems. Those are priceless, and the market rents for those are going to be huge. This will not move the needle on our affordable housing program. Because we knew that that was going to be a problem when the laneway suite program was introduced, some members of council pushed that we have an affordable housing component tied to it. I want to remind those of you who were on council at that time and inform those who weren't that the advice from staff was, don't do this. The way it's structured, you will spend a lot of money and get not very much affordable housing. You'd be much better to have a different program where you directly invested in affordable housing. But nevertheless, the majority of council decided to go along with the program as currently structured. I note that we're getting 2, maybe 3 applicants under the laneway suite affordable housing project a year. And so it's trivial. It's not an efficient way of doing it. So I'd simply ask staff to look at a more efficient way of doing it.
Jan, David Ryder said to me.
Councillor Inslee.
Paul, your microphone is on.
Wish David Ryder would phone me up with advice. The point I'm making is, if we are going to spend public money on any of this garden suite stuff to try to get affordable housing, let's get affordable housing that is both long-term and is of public benefit. If we don't structure it that way, we're literally taking public money to subsidize people with considerable wealth. That is, they own a house with a big enough lot that a garden suite could go in. And I don't think you ever take public money and subsidize up. I think our urgent problem is to provide subsidy to people who need housing. So let's design that program that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that wish to speak? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Sorry, Chair, I'm just wondering what your plans are around the lunch, because I have a very hard stop.
At 12:30, so do I, and so we will be stopping for lunch at 12:30.
Then come back
Councillor
and
Wong-Tam will
finish
be
it
the
up.
last
Thank you.
speaker on this item, and we'll come back to the item at 1:30.
Thank you so much, Councillor Ballaut, Deputy Mayor. I do have a motion. If the clerk can please put that on the screen. The motion is asking the Chief Planner and the Executive Director of Urban Design to report back directly to City Council on February the 2nd with a review of the following items. Much of it is actually, I don't know if the motion's on the screen as of yet, but I'll just quickly go through it, is to give us some further information about whether or not garden suites should be permitted in areas zoned for multiplexes, towers, and apartment buildings, and speak to that. Rationale for the separation distance between the main house and the garden suite, and the relationship to height. A little bit more information I think would be helpful in explaining it to council on how they determined the numbers that they landed on. The process for monitoring garden suites and the rationale for monitoring garden suites after the 200th garden suite unit or 2 years, and why not sooner? Why not start to collect that data and analyze it sooner? A detailed plan to ensure that there's a strong working relationship between city planning as well as building around the monitoring of garden suites. A detailed plan for public information, ensuring that residents will have access to critical information regarding guidelines and key city contexts, such as those who work in urban forestry or Toronto Fire. And of course, a detailed plan for providing open data for any type of applications that should be made available to the public. I want to thank city staff for the report, for all their hard work through the consultation process, as well as some assistance in helping my office and I come up with this resolution, this motion that's before you for consideration right now. You know, garden suites, very much similar to laneway housing, is of course going to expand housing options and home opportunities for people who want to live close to the neighborhoods that they're familiar with. And I strongly agree with Councillor Carroll's assessment is that you're probably going to be meeting your new neighbors, but living in a different part of the lot. And that's a good thing, especially for families that are intergenerational, for families that want to stay together. And I think that we can see that throughout the pandemic, just by way of an example, is that people were feeling very isolated and apart, and especially those who had aging parents or perhaps adult children that needed to be closer to those parents. This would be a fantastic way for us to bring those families closer together. It is, of course, not going to solve the housing crisis and around affordability, which is why I think it's important that Councillor Perks sort of highlighted the work that we still need to do. And if there is a way for us to pivot to ensure that this particular policy shift gets us more affordability, that's a great thing. But it's unlikely that it's going to really even make a dent. We're not even going to notice it, especially with the lens of affordability. But overall, I really support the proposition that's before us. I strongly support being able to pull those permits as of right. And yes, there are going to be a number of conditions and qualifying factors and qualifying lots that have to be met. And I think that the general public needs to know more of what is going to happen. So therefore, those who are keenly tuned in, such as the residents associations, I want to thank them for their comment, for their hard work in analyzing some really dense technical materials, for their submissions and deputations today. They are definitely in the know. They've been following the conversation. They know where the city is heading. They've provided valuable feedback. Much of it has been reflected in the report and hopefully further in the supplement report that's going to City Council. But broader communities of interest who will be affected, who will benefit from garden suites, they are not in the know. So as much information that we can make public to demystify it, to make it accessible, I think that is fantastic. And of course, to encourage greater gentle and subtle sustainable density on site, I think is important. And I strongly support this initiative and thank everyone for their full participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. We'll convene back at 1:30. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we are live and you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with speakers on item 2, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites, final report. And other members of the committee that wish to speak on the item? Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thanks very much, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to start off the top, worth acknowledging all the hard work that staff have put into this report, and my thanks and gratitude to them. I think what we have in front of us is really helpful and moves us in the right direction. And with that, I have a motion that I'd like to table, limited to the boundaries of Beaches East York, but that looks at summoning some of the enhanced garden suite bylaws, specifically for a pre-war neighborhood context, which is the context that really kind of bifurcates or cuts through the middle of Ward 19. So there's 3 pieces to this. One, firstly, it brings in the permissions and updates that better fit the context of a pre-world war neighborhood in Beaches East York, setting up the policies in alignment with the local geography and context and urban form to make sure that these projects are actually viable. If we're introducing a policy for garden suites, we of course want to see that some of these get built and that they're built successfully. 2, it asks staff to monitor and track the applications and permits issued for garden suites and report back to us here on how that uptake's going through their monitoring report. And 3, as future reports come forward on ancillary unit types, I'm asking that we expand the study and reporting to specifically include garden suites. So that work's underway. We're going to ensure that garden suites are worked into that. And really taken together, this is the fine-grained detail I think that we need to ensure that these projects are viable and successful in uptake in some of the neighborhoods, like those pre-World War neighborhoods that kind of largely dot some parts of the city. That we're going to see those things brought forward. I think when you look at the geography and the neighborhoods across the city of Toronto, they are of course varied and quite a bit different from pocket to pocket. And that's one of the challenges that we all have when we introduce bylaws like this, is how do we get the right fit in all of those different contexts? And you go out and you do the consultation, you do the modeling, you look at all the different lot types, and you try and come up with something and land something that would work in those scenarios. I think one of the challenges when we walk around some of the neighborhoods in different parts of the city, particularly those smaller lot configurations, you can get into a scenario where, yes, these would be permissible, but how practical would they be? I know with the 4-meter piece, as we heard from the presentation, largely the height of a shed, I have to call into question whether or not that would be financially feasible for people to build it, if that would be desirable for folks to live in it. And, the notion that, yes, you could excavate and do a basement and that's permissible. I think we get into sort of the practicality of discussion of like, realistically, is that going to happen? And so what sort of outcomes do we have while offering a garden suite option in that context? Or do people go the traditional route of building out an addition and maximizing lot coverage? I think since we all agree that it's important to move forward with garden suites, to have those ancillary uses, as Councillor Carroll described very well, your neighbor actually just moving to the back of the lot. If that is the intention, because we see that there's value in more housing options in different forms in different neighborhoods, then I want to make sure that we have something that people would actually consider building, that they would actually consider putting their money in, investing, and delivering in our neighborhoods. So I think that this, as I said in my questions and my comments, staff have done a tremendous job. They were very helpful in putting this together for me in that pre-war Beaches East York context. But really, even just the video and the way that they've been able to go out to our neighborhoods, engage with residents associations, the development community, talk to folks across the city, it's been really well done. And the video that explains this, I think, is very helpful. Also, we're just looking to tune it a little bit in the context of my part of the city. And I'm looking forward to seeing these come forward. I hope people build them. I think similarly to garden suites, we are not going to see to laneway suites, we're not going to see an avalanche of these things across the city. But I think it will be a contextually sensitive and a unique opportunity for some folks who want to pursue something different in their neighborhood. And at the end of the day, more housing options, more types of housing for more people and more neighborhoods. That's what we are all here to do at this committee. And I think this incrementally moves us in the right direction. So really happy to see it move forward, and appreciate your support on this one. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I just have a question for my ward mate.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
All right, fire away.
There was a spread today in Toronto Star that showed a garden suite, but it was probably on a lot that was about an acre. It was at the back. So I think we understand that's pretty easy to do.
Right.
But I think what you're trying to achieve is that in spaces where it might not be easy to do, is it still possible to have a look at doing it? Do I have your intention right there, Councillor?
That's absolutely it. The Kitchener context, which I think was featured in that report, is and great work to our friends down the 401 in Kitchener, but quite a bit different than what we see in different parts of Toronto. And again, while it's technically possible as written today, we want something that is not just technically possible, but is practically possible, and a little bit more nuance for that pre-war context. And we'll see how it goes. So that's the intention, and appreciate the question.
So are you waiting now for a report, or you're going to have a pilot and then we can see how we might be able to do that in other areas that have the similar configuration of lots? Is that your intent?
The intent is to do it here today in Beaches East York. And I think for a lot of us which share different urban typologies and geographies across the city of Toronto, we'll get some really good information. We'll get some data to contrast in that monitoring report down the road. And then we'll have an opportunity, if that is the desire of staff and our colleagues, to look at how we could refine that even further in other locations.
One of the things we might be able to do, besides you initiating that, would be to have a report, but I'm sure there's going to be a report. We report out on this at different junctures, and you're expecting to have one come back. But to actually look and see how many people in other areas of the city would have liked to have done that, but weren't able to. In other words, they didn't meet the requirements, or it wasn't financially feasible. It just wasn't practical, so that they backed off. I don't know if there's a way to capture that, to see what the appetite is in, I'll just call them hard to build locations.
That's a good point. I think we're probably communicating that to staff here now on the floor. And I would also say in their monitoring report of laneway suites, which I'm sure that this will be mirrored after, they did look at like the type of variances that were required, where things weren't working, and then they were able to adjust and refine that as we did just a few months ago to reflect the feedback and the findings. So I think that would certainly be in line with their thinking and the intention of that monitoring report. And again, as we heard from the chief planner, you build a program, you get it started, and then you find ways to make it work better. This will just give us a nice contrast point and something to look at in that pre-war context.
Just explain to me, if somebody wanted to do this on a lot and needed to have a more practical plan, could they go to the Committee of Adjustment and have that done, or would that be precluded?
It's a good question. I mean, I think that all of these can go to the Committee of Adjustment, and even if we weren't making this change today, you could still go to the Committee of Adjustment and apply for that variance. We're just increasing the permissions as of right, for that 6-meter construction. Any other variance that anything would need, of course, would have to go, because this is identical for the rest of the pieces.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the mover? Okay, seeing none. Any other councillors that would like to speak on the item? No? Councillor Nunziata?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just speak briefly. I did ask a number of questions to staff on a number of concerns that I have as far as flooding and heritage districts, parking, that could be an issue. But what concerns me as well, and I know that I did ask the question to the building, as far as the building permits coming in, that the local councillor is not notified that an application has been submitted in. And even though it's as of right, I feel that the councillor should be aware that there is an application, because when you do get calls in from residents, that you're aware that in fact there is an application in, and you can update the constituent on what the bylaw is. And for us not to be notified or even, consulted, not even consulted, but just to be told that in fact there is an application, that concerns me. So that's the concern I have with that. And I understand, Councillor Bradford, your motion is just for beaches in East York, correct? So, that doesn't apply to the whole city, because I would have issues with that. So, I just hope that some of the areas where there are difficulties, and I'm speaking on behalf of my ward, that, that the issues would be addressed. And that, I'm planning on having a community meeting with my residents. I did inform my community about this meeting today. And so I will be reaching out to the various residents association to inform them on what the decision is today. So I just want to express my concern on a few of the issues, and hopefully that, the councillors, local councillors, if they want to be notified, I don't know if councillors want to be notified or not, but I do in fact want to be told that there's been an application submitted in for Garden Suite.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I won't take too much time of the committee's time, but I will say we'll be supporting this, and thank our chair for being so creative and coming up with this really interesting policy approach, and of course to the staff for this. I think it's really good to have it, because previously we did all the laneway suites. It took a long time. It was a new notion that you could have something behind a house, and I think we'll remember that for years planning simply said no house behind a house. You can't have a house behind a house. That was the law. So this is kind of changed the law, changed the bylaw, but people that didn't live on a laneway, or may have lived on, people didn't have that access to a laneway, they're kind of out of luck for this. And that has been expressed to me. Oh, it's only if you have a proper city laneway behind your house that you can do this. So this does open this up to everybody. I'm very interested in what Councillor Bradford has put forward, and be reviewing that before council to see if it should open up wider in parts of the city that just aren't typical. And I do want to say great job, Kitchener, because that was great. If I lived in that house in Kitchener, I would have something back there right away. But we don't have that much room anywhere in our wards. Perhaps in some other wards there are, but certainly not in our tight downtown wards. Semi-detached homes, it's a very different situation. So let's see how we can open this up to people, give everybody access, make this successful. I note that when we first approved laneway suites, we're still climbing up. I don't know how many there are, maybe between 100 and 200, but it wasn't as if everybody was putting a laneway suite in their yard or on their lane. It has been a slow process. You have to really want to do it. And I think it'll be the same with the garden suites. There'll be an uptake on that. And for Councillor Nunziata's point, there was, because it was as of right, I did start getting calls about somebody putting up their laneway suite, and people very disturbed that this was happening because they didn't know about it. So the more we can let people know that the lanes are changing, the backyards are changing, gardens are changing, there's more permissions to add housing, I think that's really important. So I don't know if I need to be notified. I don't think I need to be notified. I don't think there's that many applications coming in, and just as there'll be obviously a building permit would have to be placed on whatever's happening. And we deal with that all the time. Somebody says, what's going on there? And there's a building permit, and then you can let the resident know. Or they can phone the buildings department and find out. I don't want to appear that I'm somehow trying to stop it or interfere in it. This is as of right, so everybody has a process where they can learn what's going on. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. So that concludes the speakers for this item. I will say a few words, and I'm going to start by speaking as somebody that has had a number of laneway suites built in my community. I have lots of laneways, and people are taking up on the opportunity to have laneway suites built. And it's going well. I've had a lot of residents actually coming up to me and saying, you know what, we were a little bit concerned if this were not going to be, good looking buildings, what would be the standards? And they're very, very pleased because these are beautiful units, a lot of time for other family members. I'm having lots of people that continue to live in that community. So the landlord is right there. Even if they rent it, they're right there. A lot of times it's other family members. I've had people that were able to house other family members that have sometimes a disability, but they're independent enough to have their own unit, but they're close enough to be able to have the support of the family. It's been quite well received by the community at large, even those that were a little bit skeptical. And so I think this is what's going to happen with garden suites. I know that, people always fear change, but I always tell people, I mean, if we're able to house cars right now, we have these structures in our backyards, right? It's just that we're housing cars, to be honest with you. We're going to be housing people, which I think, given the situation that we have in our city, that the population is growing, and in this case, in these communities, actually, it's decreasing. So it's not like you have an explosion of population. You're going to be taking advantage of the infrastructure that is in the neighborhood. You're going to be building more dynamic communities. You're going to be ensuring that there's a level of equity and creating more inclusive communities. So people that have lived and been raised in those communities can continue to live in there. People that are aging, that they're able to age in those communities, that might be able to age in their own land, just in a smaller unit, and maybe have their family coming by or taking advantage of a little bit of an extra income. It is truly about giving options to people. It is in a climate where housing and finding housing in our city is very difficult. In a climate where we need supply. We've seen what supply can do, for example, to the pricing of rents. You know, when this pandemic hit and we got all those properties coming in from the short-term rental market and people moving out, and we had an overflow of supply, we saw in downtown Toronto rents going down by $500. You know, we need that supply part. It's also important. But for me, what really excites me, it's about the kinds of communities that we're building. It's giving the opportunities to people not being pushed out of their communities. It's saying that, yes, our communities are going to be able to have renters in it and living in here. They're going to be able to have our working people, many of them that bought their house 40 years ago, but their kids cannot afford to live in there, or they're not afford to move to a smaller place to continue to live in there. And the vibrancy that this brings, the more people that it brings to these communities, that, like I said, and we've seen in this committee through reports, many of them are having a population decrease. We know that families are smaller. We know that many that had more apartments are moving into having smaller apartments. So we're giving these options back to people to create inclusive and vibrant communities while acknowledging that the city is growing. And I don't know about you, but I keep hearing from my residents that they don't want a city that is just made up of buildings of 80 stories and single family homes, that we really need to look at that middle density. And this is part of that. All this work is about enhancing housing options, but it's also about creating that missing middle that we don't have in Toronto, that people go around and travel and that they love, and that we've actually done quite well. About 40 years ago in the city of Toronto, we've actually built some of this really well. We've heard here from people about coach houses being built 40 years ago and 50 years ago. So why aren't we doing it now? Why aren't we doing this stuff when we have the housing situations that we have in our city? So we are going to do it. We are going to start doing it. We're going to make it as easy as possible without being dismissive of some of the concerns that we've heard. And I think staff have done an excellent job at that. I want to thank them for their work. And I know that they're going to continue through this process of the EHON and bring us other housing options for Torontonians. And I'm very pleased the way that they're engaging with the residents of Toronto on this conversation, because it is a conversation that we need in terms of equity, for environmental reasons, and to ensure that people can continue to live in our city. Okay, and with that, I move the recommendations. Is the committee okay that we move the motions as a package? Yeah, okay. So move the motions as a package. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. That carries. Okay. Thank you so much to everybody. We can move now to item 30.3. And staff have a presentation that is actually going to talk about major protected transit stations a bit overall, because we have a few items that touch on this thing. So I had asked staff just to do a presentation to touch on this issue and cover all the items in front of us today. Right? Is that you?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm joined today by Philip Parker, who is going to help me through a short presentation. Just to give you some context on a number of reports that are before the committee today. The committee has 4 reports in front of it. This first report is a statutory report that deals with recommendations for protected major transit station areas in the downtown. If you want to go to the next slide, it deals with the statutory notice that we've given for PMTSAs in the downtown. And the second report that we have in front of you is a draft policy report that we'll be taking out for consultation about a tranche of protected major transit station areas along Bloor and Danforth. We also have for you on the menu this afternoon an initial tranche of preliminary assessments on employment conversion land requests. And finally, an update report on the overall municipal comprehensive review program, which does include a recommendation that council ask the minister to extend the conformity deadline, which is currently set at July 2022, and give us up to an extra year to complete this work. Before we move on, I just want to emphasize that this is complicated. I recognize that. It goes without saying. You are going to see reports on this probably on every meeting this year, running up to July, as we work through this work program. You've already considered a number of reports on this from 2021 and beginning back to 2020 when we kicked off the program. This is dealing with changes that happened that were introduced to the growth plan and the conformity exercise that we must undertake. And it's new stuff. Like, it's new that we're dealing with MTSAs. It's new that we're dealing with PMTSAs. So you need to give yourself some slack that this is complicated, and that we will do our very best to help you through it. And as we learn to do it for the first time as well. The first two, this presentation is just focused on the first two matters that I identified here, because we thought it was important that we explain in a little bit more detail the fact that we are establishing minimum densities, and we are likely going to see right across the board situations where we exceed the provincial minimum density targets, and we wanted to explain that to you. Next slide, please. So this, in essence, I'm trying to put this in plain language as much as possible. This is really a two-step growth management strategy for the city that achieves the conformity with the growth plan that we're required to achieve. And the first step is to delineate protected major transit station areas. So we set out an official plan framework for these minimum density targets. We identify lands that it applies to. We satisfy the growth plan tests. And it's really a practical way of proceeding with the work, because, as you know, across the city, we often do local area-based studies. And we've got some examples here. They're always in various states of gestation. Danforth is coming forward soon. Golden Mile came through last year. Mount Dennis is on its way. Midtown has already been through, and we're working on zoning on that, and on and on. We have literally dozens of these across the city where we look at local areas. We consider a density, not just as density, but as building complete communities. And it's really important from a planning point of view to look at the public realm, to look at the community services and facilities, and look at the infrastructure that's needed to support growth. I think often planning fixates on height and density and doesn't fixate enough on all the other things that we need, including affordable housing, to make communities complete. So I think, this two-step process that we often go through is quite essential to building the kind of city that we want. And an example of this that you've already dealt with is Keel Finch, which is both an MTSA, a number of MTSAs and PMTSAs. And they were brought to committee in December 2020, if I recall correctly, and have been with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs since that time for approval. I'll also indicate, just before we leave this slide, that what's very important here is the advent of inclusionary zoning, that we have, that council has adopted inclusionary zoning now, the policies in the plan and policies in the zoning bylaw, and can use that tool, provided we put in place protected major transit station areas. It can only be applied in PMTSAs. And you may or may not have heard that once council adopted this in November, it was sent to the minister, and only the minister could have referred it to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the minister did not. So the inclusionary zoning framework that council adopted is in force. So now the work program does rise in importance, because we know now that we can begin to apply as of September is the inclusionary zoning framework to approved protected major transit station areas, which also must go to the minister for approval. Next slide, please. So just to kind of break down the two major steps, the MTSAs, you'll recall you've seen reports on this already. We have approximately 180 of them across the city. They're focused on our higher order transit network. And the job here is to delineate areas around transit stations, delineate areas that are approximate to 500 to 800 meters in walking distance or 10-minute walk. And the province has set minimum density targets that we must achieve for these MTSAs. Next slide. And on top of that then is this concept of PMTSAs. This is a layer, if you will, which maps the MTSAs in the transit station areas and works with the council adopted inclusionary zoning policy framework. And you'll recall that we had market areas in that report. Council directed us to revisit those market areas within a year, which we will do. But this is the way that the inclusionary policy comes out of the gate and will be applied in these PMTSAs. And what we have before you today is a tranche of PMTSAs for the downtown. We already have an approved plan downtown, and we have already been through the process to identify MTSAs downtown. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of two in the downtown. The task at hand for staff and through the consultation process has been to identify, and this is looking at Wellesley Station on the Young Line, for example, looking at the stationary boundaries, looking at the minimum planned density targets that meet the standards set out by the province, looking at permitted uses. Obviously, most of this area is mixed use in apartment neighborhoods and some open space. Next slide, please. This just underscores that we are, that we're basing this work on the downtown plan that was already adopted and considered by the minister, that we have also minimum floor space index measurements in the PMTSAs. And this kind of underlines the point that we are exceeding the density targets that are set out in the growth plan, greatly exceeding those density targets. Not a surprise for an area of the downtown, but I think this emphasizes the fact that you do hear commentary out there about the city not meeting its density obligations. We're far exceeding our density obligations. And I don't need to remind committee members that the other part of this density picture that we deal with is infrastructure and complete communities. We don't just approve density, we try to approve density in combination with the important work that comes with a local area study. And that's why the downtown plan was so important, because it considered everything that we needed to build it. Next slide, please. So the progress that we're making on this, as I said, Keel Finch is already up on the minister's desk. We've had tranches of PMTSAs, MTSAs that are coming through consultation. Another tranche today that we're tabling for consultation on Bloor-Danforth. And we have tranches coming through the committee in the coming months that will bring them to you in draft and then bring you finals so that you can consider them after having had some consultation on them. Next slide, please. Preliminary reports, as I indicated, virtual engagement to support this process. We are on a tight timeline. There's no point in being unclear about that. We only have until July to get this work done. We have a team dedicated to this work, and we'll continue to be producing reports for your consideration through the course of the first half of the year. So I'm going to hand it over, but what's important in this consultation is having a user-friendly tool that we've developed to make sure that people have a chance to weigh in on what's happening in their communities across the city. So we built an interactive engagement tool, and we just wanted to highlight that for you today because we know as councillors, you need all the support you can in engaging the communities across the city. And this we feel will be very helpful in you being able to direct your constituents to this tool and have them provide us with specific input in their various communities. So I'll turn it over, I believe, to Philip Parker, who is going to take us through this just for your quick education.
Thank you, Greg. So as Greg mentioned, we have one component of our virtual engagement program currently live on the website. That's the interactive engagement tool. And to access that, you can go to toronto.ca/powerplan and click on the blue button that's highlighted on this page. Now I'll give an overview of what information you can find there and a bit about how to use the tool. So next, please. So when you first open the page, you'll be presented with background information on major transit station areas and related concepts such as the density targets, transit-oriented development, and inclusionary zoning. Once you scroll past this background information, you'll reach the interactive map shown on the next slide. In the map, you'll be able to access individual station data for the stations which have had their draft delineations brought to this committee. To select a station, you can type the station name into the text box or pick from the list, and the map will update to highlight your selected station. So in this example, we've selected Bay Station just to demonstrate how the tool works. And just to note that we will be adding stations to this map as the drafts are brought forward to this committee. So you'll see that right now we have the downtown stations, Bloor-Danforth, the lower targets in Keele Finch, and more will be added as the reports come. Next, please. So after selecting a station, the statistics and graphs update to show you the relevant data for that station area. So you can see the 2016 population and employment numbers for the station area, the size of the MTSA, the planned density, and the proposed minimum density targets. Next, please. We've also included a chart below, which is just a visual comparison of the current and planned density and proposed target. So for Bay Station, you can see the first column on the left is showing the 2016 density of the Bay protected major transit station area, which is 487 people and jobs per hectare. The second column in brown is showing the provincial minimum density target of 200, which was already exceeded in 2016 in this area. So then moving to the third column in blue, this shows that the planned density of Bay Station is 936 people and jobs per hectare, nearly 4 times the provincial minimum. And then the final column on the right is the proposed minimum density target. So given that Bay Station has already exceeded the 200 people and jobs per hectare minimum, we proposed a higher target for this station at 900 people and jobs per hectare. Next slide, please. Moving on to the map itself, this functions both as a key map for the major transit station areas as well as a reference map. So by clicking on the layers button at the top of the map, the user will be presented with a list of layers that they can turn off and on. In particular, I'd like to highlight the minimum density for PMTSA's layer, which is kind of showing in the background there. That's where you can see that individual FSI number, that's the minimum that's applicable to each site. So the numbers indicate the FSI, and then you'll notice there's an asterisk on some of the sites. Those indicate that in an area designated neighborhoods, you can use an alternative minimum of 3 units per lot. You can also look at things like the zoning bylaw and the city boundary to kind of customize the map view as you see fit. Next, please. If you click on the details tab underneath the graphs, you'll be able to see a table with supplementary information for each station. So this includes things like links to the official plan amendments for each major transit station area and supporting documents like the downtown secondary plan. You can also see the approval status for each station as well as the same station statistics. And again, we'll update these details as the status changes. Next, please. And the final piece of the tool is the comments form. So this is where you can submit your comment by selecting a station and writing in the boxes. Once you've submitted your comments, other users will be able to view them by clicking on the stations in the map. And the comments can also be submitted via email to opreview@toronto.ca. Next, please. And thank you very much. That's the overview, and we look forward to hearing from members of the public via this tool.
Okay, thank you, team. We're now moving to speakers on the item, and then we'll come back to questions of staff. So first we have Michael Domovich.
Gustav.
Michael?
G-U-S-T.
Oh, somebody has their mic on. Not sure who.
Gustav Crescent. It's 1 street.
Okay, let's try this again. Michael Domovich.
South of Cumber. So, and
Michael?
south of Steeles.
Michael Domovich.
Okay, I'll meet you at the front door and.
Okay, I will try the next speaker. Amir Sukera. Amir. Good afternoon. Amir, are you here?
You may be having technical problems with these deputies, perhaps.
Can clerks please advise us if people are connected?
Yes, both those speakers were connected, but they are not speaking. So maybe we could move to the next one and come back to them.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Liz Driver. Liz?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
That's good. So thank you for this opportunity to make this deputation. My name is Liz Driver, and I'm the Director Curator at Campbell House Museum at the northwest corner of Queen and University. You will have received in your agenda package my detailed presentation, which includes as an attachment map 2 for the Osgood Protected Major Transit Station area. I was surprised to see that map 2 shows the Campbell House property categorized as 3, the highest minimum density. And at first I thought it was 2 in the midway, but it's actually categorized at the highest. In effect, this means that some of the new density required by the province could end up on the Campbell House property. I believe this is an oversight. I'm here today to request that the committee recategorize the Campbell House property as 0 to protect it from future intensification, just like the adjacent Osgood Hall and New City Hall. These 0 rated properties provide crucial outdoor public amenity and green space for the planned intensification that will grow up around them. The Campbell House Garden is an important component of this downtown green space, and it's constantly used by local residents. It has a small urban forest, flower beds and lawns, all cared for by Parks, Forestry and Recreation, and designed to match the Osgood Garden opposite because of the historical association between Sir William Campbell and the Law Society. In my written presentation, I give 5 reasons why the Campbell House property should be categorized as 0 for density. But the most compelling reason, to my mind, is the preservation of public green space in downtown. In this case, the city has a lease on the property from Canada Life until 2099. The downtown already lacks adequate green space for the growing number of downtown residents. This shortage will be exacerbated by intensification within major transit station areas. It is counterproductive for the city to remove green space to add density, then to face the near impossible challenge of finding other downtown green space to offset the loss. And this is especially the case when the city has control of this green space through the lease. On a lighter note, I should also add that the city-owned Campbell House is 200 years old this year. The building is of huge historical significance going back to the earliest days of the town of York. People are always taking photographs of the house from the gate in its beautiful park, which sets off the architecture just the way Osgood Garden makes a full appreciation of Osgood Hall. So as you consider staff's recommendations today, I strongly urge the committee to change the category of the Campbell House property to 0 within the Osgood Protected Major Transit Station area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Liz. I'm going to try Michael once again. Michael Domovich. Michael? No, okay. Amir Sukara. Amir?
Yeah, Rick, I'll be right back, okay?
Is this Amir?
I'm good, but I won't be talking.
Is this Amir? Okay, let's try Elias Lulat.
Madam Chair, I understand that speaker is not with us. The first two were here, but we can't seem to get them to speak.
Okay, that concludes the list of speakers on the item. Questions of staff? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before my question, I just wanted to congratulate the Campbell House on their 200th year anniversary. It's great, and I encourage more people, once COVID's over, to visit the Campbell House. For staff, I don't know if this is to Mr. Lintern or somebody else. Wanted to ask about the two of the three stations that are going to be built on the Scarborough subway extension, and how the current PMTSA and the zoning process is going to impact the process for the new subway stations in Scarborough.
I'll start through the chair. I'll start, Councillor Ainsley. Once those stations get specifically specified, if you will, once they get affected in terms of their station entrances and the details of those stations, we'll be proceeding with both MTSA and PMTSA work associated with those stations. So they're indicated on our mapping with a dotted line for now until we get more information about how to apply this process to those stations. Philip or Jeff, do you want to add to that?
I think you pretty much covered it, Greg. We have done initial work for the areas that we believe the stations will be going into, so we're ready once everything is finalized.
Oh, and sorry, Philip, when you say finalized, for example, the station, I'll use the station at the Scarborough Town Centre. You wouldn't look at doing the PMSTA until the station was physically built or being built?
No, it's more a question of it being finalized in terms of its design, and so we know exactly where the station is, where its locations, entrances are, so that we can delineate the area around the station accurately. We're also doing work in Scarborough through the Scarborough office, as you know, on updating the Scarborough Centre plan. So all of that will be inputs into arriving at densities in relation to those MTSAs and PMTSAs around the Scarborough Centre.
Okay, and then how would current building applications that are closest to the station, how does that impact the PMSTA development?
Well, I mean, development's happening, as you know, across the city and in Scarborough Centre, among other areas. And that work goes on. We will capture any approved densities that happen to be approved in proximity to transit stations as part of our calculations to determine whether or not we're meeting the minimums, we're likely going to meet the minimums, and how far we're exceeding the minimums.
Right. Okay. And so those applications, Greg, you would, I guess, is there like a ballpark figure that they need to be meeting in anticipation of the work that's going to be done, or?
Again, I mean, off the top of my head, there's likely no question that these developments in proximity will be contributing to probably exceeding the minimums that are in place. We already have substantial density at Scarborough Centre, and it already has a density target in its plan, and we'll be updating that density target, certainly in consideration of the new subway facility. And it's my expectation that we'll be able to easily meet the provincial minimums, and will likely exceed them.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the answers. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Councillor Any other visiting councillors with questions? Seeing none, bring it into committee. Members of the committee with questions, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the staff team for all the heavy lifting on this super important file. I'll start there. Our MCR review, when is that due over to the province?
Well, the work on our deadline is July 2022. That's basically the deadline that we're working toward currently.
And how many PMTSAs and MTSAs do you have to do as part of that review due on July 2nd?
180 MTSAs and about 100 PMTSAs, if I've got my numbers correct. I see Carrie and Jeff are there, and they can nod if my memory is failing me.
Through the chair, yes, all the MTSAs need to be delineated. PMTSAs are not required to be delineated by that time, but it's council's preference that we advance them as aggressively as we can in order to utilize inclusionary zoning.
We'll get to that in a second, because that is now with the PMTSA changes, that is what actually unlocks inclusionary zoning. If we want to do that in the fall, we need to have these lined up. In terms of the order of magnitude, which you just described, Greg, which is, to my mind, quite stunning, would that be comparable to what they're doing in Oakville or Durham region or, other municipalities? Are they all on the same deadline? Do they have the same amount of studies that they have to complete?
Same deadline, but we have the most significant work program by far of any.
Is it close? Like, is it similar in Durham or is it different? You don't have to know those numbers. I know you're consumed with Toronto, but the point of making
Carrie has them off the top of her mind.
Might not have them right off the top of my head, but I would say that the magnitude is not comparable. The closest would be Peel, Mississauga, but other areas do not come close to the magnitude, nor do they have, if we layer on the number of conversion requests that they must simultaneously deal with.
Okay, let's spend some time addressing the approach that we're taking with some of the FSI numbers and the commentary or the discussion that's taken place in some areas that suggests like the planning rationale. Walk me through, or perhaps it's the exercise rationale from a project management perspective of how we can get this done. Why are those FSIs comparatively low, lower than what we would certainly anticipate in the applications that are coming forward? Particularly, you look at a downtown context and we're seeing some stuff here that's like 3 FSI. And in all likelihood, we're not going to get applications that are 3 FSI. So why are we doing it so low?
Through the chair, I think essentially this is an important question because there is some misconception that we are artificially setting densities too low. When we look at minimum planned density people and jobs, for example, that's an area-wide calculation that reflects a development potential. When we look at minimum development densities, or the FSI, we're looking at more of a site-specific measure and setting a floor, really, a floor. That's that graphic that I showed. It's meant to actually discourage underdevelopment of lands in proximity to transit. And as you know, then we go through this exercise of local area studies, and by and large set densities that exceed that. So for example, on the Danforth, which is working its way through the process now, we set densities that will meet or exceed the provincial standards, and then some. Once we finish this local work, it's likely that at the transit stations, and you know that from, for example, Maine and Danforth, we far exceed some of these density targets.
So is it safe to say that, from your perspective as the chief planner and all of our staff that are working on this, there are many instances where an FSI is set, but that's a basement, that's a minimum, and in planning rationale and on all the work that we're doing, you would fully anticipate applications to come in that are much higher, and you could be quite comfortable with that. You're just setting a minimum.
That's right, and I think the importance here is notwithstanding a lot of discussion that this generates, we have to come back to what good planning is about around understanding the context of these communities, understanding the infrastructure needs of these communities. Our pipes are aging, our community centers need rebuilt, We need good comprehensive planning in these local areas that work with the new density, but also brings along these other considerations about building really good, exciting, complete.
So if the committee could indulge me for 30 more seconds, I'll ask one final piece. All those things that you just outlined there, Greg, those are really important considerations, but those are not necessarily something that you can figure out on a parcel by parcel basis, which a PMTSA requires. We're not just talking jobs, percentage jobs per hectare. We are now being asked by the province to look at this on a site by site basis. All of the things that you just outlined on 100 plus, 200 plus PMTSAs, MTSA sites, you can't just do that like that. So is it safe to say we're putting something there as a basement that we understand? We know it will be higher when these applications come in, but from a workload capacity, we're also struggling with this July 2nd deadline, which is the same across the province, whether you're in Dundas, Ontario, or Peterborough, or the city of Toronto. And we're trying to land that in a way where we can hit the deadline, put a minimum in place, but recognize there's a lot more work to do on these sites going forward.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. It's, as I said, it's a two-step. We're trying to check the box on the conformity exercise, get those minimums in place, and then we'll likely be exceeding them right across the board as we work through these local area exercises.
Okay, thanks for the indulgence, folks.
Thank you, Councillor Annunziata.
I just have one question to Greg. I noticed that in step 2, you mentioned the Mount Dennis, but I did put a motion through council to include Mount Dennis and Weston. Is Weston just left out, or is that part of the step 2?
Oh, I think, Councillor, quite genuinely, we are just using that as an example. I always try to use geographic examples from across the city, keep everybody happy. So we just identified your area there as an example. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other councillors that wish to speak on this item?
I have a question.
Question,
Chair.
sorry. Yes, Madam Councillor Fletcher.
Madam Fletcher, thank you so much.
I'm generous today.
Thank you. I just wondered, in that you've got the first set, market set, and then the second market set. What happens if there's a lot of action in the second market set? How is that going to be handled, including for IZ?
Just to clarify, Councillor Fletcher, do you mean the market areas?
Yeah, the market areas, yes. So first, you're doing number 1 first, and you're getting all that set, and then I think it's going to be related to inclusionary zoning. But market area number 2, there could easily be some big pressures there and applications. How are we going to make sure they don't fall through the cracks and it's just a freebie with no affordable housing?
Right. So I think, we've identified PMTSAs as a priority. There are about 100 of them, of the 180 MTSAs, I think, if Jeff nods and tells me that I'm correct. And we'll be working through those PMTSAs through the course of this year to get them to you. That's whether they're in market area 1, 2, or 3, we want to get as many as we can to you because we know exactly what you just said, that we don't want to miss opportunities for inclusionary zoning.
So you're kind of looking and forecasting, well, that's a busy area, getting the feel that there'll be some pressures at certain places. So I'm going to just stay with this one for a minute, because I think in our inclusionary zoning, which is an incredible milestone for the city, I mean, it really is, we shouldn't forget that, and it's very exciting for so many people. I want to make sure that that will always be one of the principles for larger density coming in, and that if you're not in market area number 1, that you're not going to miss out.
Yeah, I would say that we're prioritizing market area 1, 2, and 3. Anywhere that we can, anywhere that we can advance it, we are going to prioritize those PMTSAs.
Okay. And therefore, the follow-up, which is prioritizing inclusionary zoning on the sites.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that clears it up, because as you would be aware, people are expecting some IZ in developments now. And they're not here. They're not here hearing about all the fine tuning that you have to do.
That's right, and also the ministerial approval of the PMTSA, which of course we'd like to have a stack of them on the minister's desk.
That's very exciting. Good. Thank you so much for the answers.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I have a couple. So Greg, we're through this, we're changing the official plan to create a minimum density. Is the next step is in your plan to then, once the minister approves this, to come back with different secondary plans and rezonings for some of these areas to have the real density that we're going to have around these stations, or how do we move?
Yeah, I think there'll be some different situations. There'll be areas where we've already done the area study. So Midtown, for example, and we are bringing forward implementing zoning. So that's some areas won't have the area study done yet or the implementing zoning. So we'll have to do both. But I think a lot of these PMTSAs are happening in areas that are growth areas that have already been the focus of at least area studies. Golden Mile, it's important to pick up the ones along Bloor-Danforth, up the Young Line, and so on and so forth, because these are the ones that align with those market areas. So there'll be, I think, a fair amount of attention on prioritizing all of those, and getting to that implementing zoning as well.
Okay, that was my question. Speakers on the item? Councillor Bradford.
So was there anyone outside that wanted to talk? Sorry, I just put my hand up. Shelley?
No, I didn't see anybody with their hand.
Sorry. Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I obviously don't have a motion on this or anything. I do just want to offer heartfelt thanks and gratitude to staff, our chief planner, of course, Greg Lintern, and Carrie and Jeff and Philip and their whole team that, as you can hear and heard through the questions, are doing a tremendous amount of work to get just an unprecedented amount of these MTSAs and PMTSAs done as part of our municipal comprehensive review as we push towards that July 2nd timeline. Now, that's important to remember. Our backs are against the wall in that context, and it's very different here in Toronto versus some of the other municipalities in the GTHA or across the province. But what's even more important than that is our urgent push to prepare ourselves to be able to facilitate inclusionary zoning. Perhaps one of the most powerful tools we have ever had as a municipality, as planners, as elected officials, to command and demand percentage of affordability in our projects and development going forward. With changes at the province, we lost the ability to implement that anywhere in Toronto. We now have to implement that in what is called these PMTSAs in the market area. So when we did IZ a few months back, that was really setting the table for the work that's happening here with these PMTSAs. All of that is to say that work needs to be completed. It needs to be expedited. It needs to be done quickly so that we're in a position that we can go to the table and demand that inclusionary zoning. It was unfortunate when those changes took place at the province and limited the scope of IZ in the city of Toronto, but it's the world that we're living in. And this staff member, these staff folks here in city planning are doing that work so that they can position ourselves in the fall to be able to take advantage of that program. And I think that's very important. I've heard the feedback, the questions, the concerns about the minimum FSIs. I share those concerns as well. And I ask questions of staff, both in a briefing and here today at committee. Why are we taking that approach? And a lot of it relates to the conversation and the challenges that I just outlined regarding timing on that July 2nd date and the mandate that we have to move forward with inclusionary zoning as quickly as possible. So it's not a perfect this site as we start looking at densities prescriptively on sites as opposed to the broader metric of persons and jobs per hectare. We're now looking site by site. And as you heard from our chief planner, that requires a fine level of granularity that we just don't have the time, the luxury of time to provide on a site-by-site basis with the volume of work that we have to do and the amount of time that we have to do it. So there's a basement, there's a minimum floor, but I don't think anyone who's practical, realistic, or understands what's going on in the Toronto housing context thinks that we're going to have applications coming in for minimum FSIs. And we heard from our chief planner, it's going to be a lot more than that. And people need to be aware and understand that that minimum FSI is a minimum. That's a basement. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware that when we have these conversations and development applications come forward, we don't want folks pointing to the minimum FSI and saying, well, that's the minimum FSI, it's 3 times coverage. No, that was done in this particular circumstance, in this particular time, given the challenges that we're facing, both with pressures on IZ and of course, provincial MCR timelines. We had to do what we had to do to get it done. But there will be more density coming. And with that density, we will be able to secure more inclusionary zoning. We will be able to secure more affordability going forward. And I think that's a positive thing. So it should not be, this is perhaps not the most flashy file that comes across our desk, but I would suggest it's one of the most important ones, and the staff really do have to be commended for just doing a tremendous amount of important work on this. So my thanks to everybody who's carrying all the water on this, and appreciate the work on phase 1, and looking forward to seeing it on Danforth and Bloor as well. Thanks. Back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. You asked a lot of the questions and the comments that I wanted to make on this item, and the reason why I asked for the presentation, because I think it is important to put it out there that this is the minimum, and there's a lot of work that needs to follow this, but we need to have the time to do it. More speakers on this item? Okay, seeing that, we can move the item. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Moving to 30.4, our plan Toronto Bloor-Danforth corridor draft delineations for protected major transit station areas. We have a speaker on the item, Mark Richardson. Good afternoon, Mark. Mark?
Oh, no, I can hear myself. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, members of the Planning and Housing Committee, let me wish you a Happy New Year. Based on the conversations that were just had around the PMTCAs in general, I think our volunteers at housingnowto.com really want to focus here on some of the challenges that we've seen in the earlier sites and how they can be improved, particularly on the sites along the Danforth. It was very interesting to us in the chief planner's comments that you have waited over a year now, because you passed the Kiel sites in December of 2020. You've waited over a year for the minister to approve those. Frankly, we think part of the reason why you've waited over a year is because on the floor of council, one of your fellow councillors in that area lowered the densities that had been approved or recommended by staff. So this is what we're going to be speaking about to a degree today. We're specifically focused on the potential for inclusionary zoning and affordable housing opportunities by having ambitious PMTSA standards along the Danforth that would allow the IZ Market Area 2 to flourish. As you know, the city's inclusionary zoning policy, like the Housing Now program, requires an affordability period of 99 years. But unlike the Housing Now program, there are no additional financial incentives available to offset those development costs. In addition, new developments are exempt from inclusionary zoning if they are proposing less than 100 units and less than 8,000 square meters of residential gross floor area. Therefore, in order for any inclusionary zoning affordable housing units to be included by default within these PMTSAs along the Danforth, it's imperative that minimum density on the Danforth at transit nodes be high enough to trigger the 100-unit threshold. Minimum densities identified within these draft maps along the Danforth has the highest level of an FSI of 3. That's only in very limited areas. The majority of the minimum density suggested by staff along 6 kilometers of Danforth Ave between Broadview and Vic Park is an FSI of only 2. In order to trigger inclusionary zoning, affordable housing units need to be included by default within the PMTSAs. The minimum density would need to be an FSI, to Councillor Bradford's point, of probably 4.5 or greater. Otherwise, below the 100-unit threshold, any potential affordable housing units will be at the whim of a site-by-site haggle on every future development near the existing TTC subway stations and, of course, the future Ontario Line stations. We've provided a number of appendix items in with our submission today. We think it's important that in the maps that the staff provide, we actually identify where the transit stations are and what kinds of transit stations are there. We've got clear examples where you've got transit stations that are next to 0.5 and 1.5 minimum FSIs. We've got an example where it's 1.5 at Bloor-Danforth, which is going to be the interchange between the Ontario line and the current subway. We know from the transit-oriented communities that are taking place elsewhere along the Ontario line that number is nowhere close to what the actual densities are going to be in that area. So can we apply realistic numbers to it? We also have the Housing Now site at Danforth Garage, which is at Coxwell Station. Right now, more than half of your Housing Now site is identified as only having a 0.5 FSI. We know that's going to need to be 6 or more to make the affordable housing math work for Housing Now. And then finally, at Maine, where there's been a number of settlements made in the last couple of months, there is, the highest density is sort of the main square area at an FSI suggestion of 3. Your settlements are coming in at 6 and 7, and you're not getting a lot of affordable housing units in those sites because you're having to do them through Section 37 deals one at a time. So it kind of proves our point that in order to have inclusionary zoning and affordable housing by default along the Danforth, you need much higher FSIs. And this is going to be the advice we're giving throughout the feedback process to the official plan staff. Thank you, and that's our time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you. It's the only speaker that we have. Questions of staff? Any questions of staff? No. I do have questions of staff.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Wong-Tam. I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry, your camera was off. Go ahead.
Oh, is my camera technically on my screen reveals on? Are you not seeing me?
Now I am. Yeah, when you started talking, it popped up.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so my Wi-Fi in this room is very low, so I apologize for that. I wanted to ask staff with respect to the consultation process. What is that going to look like? Who will you be speaking to as you deliberate and move forward with this piece of the policy?
Through the speaker, it's actually already underway, and this one of the reports, I think there are a few of them here, actually does provide an interim report on our consultation to date. Jeff, do you want to give the highlights of what we're doing and what we are yet to do?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. The overall consultation on the Municipal Comprehensive Review, our plan Toronto, is citywide. It's all virtual. We are targeting, resident associations where they're at and joining their meetings. We're reaching out specifically to equity deserving groups, and we have a community leader circle. We are meeting with multiple Indigenous nations as well. And we are going strictly on the MTSA front, the Major Transit Station Area front. So we're going to be designing a citywide engagement program, whether it's, going to a district level or, we've been going to ward meetings as well. When they're scheduled, we just tack it on to those meetings, and then ultimately relying a lot on our interactive engagement tool that we presented today.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And when those discussions take place, people are very familiar with their neighborhoods. They kind of know what their area looks like. And I think that, as I take a look at that Danforth map, moving from one station to another, the area will change, the context and the housing and built form will change. Is it going to be tailored specifically station to station, or is it sort of like the Danforth line, come and talk to us about PMTS areas?
Through the chair, we will do what works best for different neighborhoods, but ultimately we can't host 180 meetings on this, but we will do what we can and join other meetings and other meetings that are happening and tack on our teams to the meetings that are already happening to give a primer on and major transit station areas as well.
Okay, Jeff,
so
thank
a little
you.
bit of both.
Yeah, that's very helpful. So we just reviewed sort of the downtown numbers, and I think you know, Councillor Bradford and Councillor Bailao and everyone else knows that, you know, there is no such thing as a three FSI in downtown Toronto. I'm seeing 25, 20. That is the norm. I don't think we'll ever see 3 ever again. But in some areas where they're not accustomed to this type of intensification, I'm just trying to understand, how are you going to sell this to community? How do you explain that this is something that is required to sort of, you know, share the vision around inclusionary zoning, the need to expand housing supply, to achieve greater affordability, to build those complete neighborhoods, but also to strive for, you know, higher quality retail, which is where most of these buildings will be built. So you're going to have better main streets. What will that look like? Will you do, you know, how do you break that down for residents? Because, and the reason I ask is I've seen a different type of literacy depending on the audience that we speak to. Some are very aware of how the planning process goes. Some are, you know, sort of deer in headlights type of look when they see, you know, even a 6-story building. So how do you break that down so you can bring those residents along with you?
Well, maybe I can just jump in, and Jeff can supplement, and others. I think you're making a great point, Councillor Wong-Tam, around developing a story here for complete communities. And it's very much about the whole official plan, not just meeting the province's requirements on density, but how we actually build the city. So talking about complete communities, talking about all of the ingredients that we need to support that density for growth, not unlike the experience that we've been through with TO Core, where we had a very comprehensive conversation along in many disciplines, along very many discussion points. And I think it's a reminder that when we go to talk about these densities, which are the specific tasks, we also will be talking about the context of these communities, whether or not a plan has been done in these communities, give them an update, like a refresher on some of the work that's been done so far. And in communities where the work hasn't been done, how we can do some of this area planning in the future. So it will be very, as Jeff said, it'll be very specific to the areas. Like for the Danforth, for example, there's an ongoing piece of work. Mount Dennis, there's an ongoing piece of work. So there's really fresh conversations going on in those communities, and I think we'll be in a good place to be able to explain that we're complying with provincial policy to achieve these densities, but we're also achieving trying to achieve many of the other community aspirations that are set out in these local area studies.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
For Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Couple quick questions. Picking up on the Deputant Mark Richardson's comments about Danforth and Maine. He is right, of course, with those applications that are coming in that exceed the FSIs that are articulated. Could you talk, provide a little bit of context there versus why you landed at the numbers, or what you're anticipating versus what's actually coming forward at Maine and Danforth?
Well, off the top of my head, and I don't know if district staff are on the call or not, I can't speak to those numbers. But I mean, it's like we were saying in the first part of this conversation on the earlier report, that we're setting, you know, in the first instance, we're setting minimums in order to get past the threshold of being able to use IZ and then apply IZ to in that area. So it enables us to then use it as a tool where we can't today because we don't have a PMTSA. I would agree with Mark that the densities are coming in higher, and the local area study part of this is also important in establishing those density levels. I think, you know, the 100-unit building threshold is an interesting comment, because you need to have a big enough site to hold a 100-unit building.
Right.
We can't force people to assemble land if that dynamic isn't happening. But I think you know, this is a preliminary report, and we'll have to take back that comment and make sure that as we bring forward the final recommendations for the PMTSAs, we've taken some of these dynamics into account.
There's another piece that I wanted to touch on that I didn't get to on the first report, but here's the second one. I think it's really interesting what the PMTSAs contemplate for the neighborhoods. Of course, given that these are very transit focused, and when you do that circle and encompass the PMTSA boundary, you're actually picking up a lot of our sort of traditional pre-war neighborhoods in places along Danforth and Bloor. How does that 3-unit minimum piece, perhaps explain for everyone a little bit about that and what those sort of changes look like in the neighborhoods, which I think is really exciting, and how that impacts the numbers for our PMTSAs.
Jeff, Bill, you want to talk about that?
Sure, I can start off, and then Phil, if you wouldn't mind supplementing through the chair. So there are lands, designated neighborhoods that fall within the delineations that we're presenting to you, and so we've put an option of a minimum FSI, whether it be 0.5, 0.9, 0.3 in those neighborhoods, but also or a minimum 3 units within that new dwelling. So you can choose one or the other as part of a new build, and we think that this minimum 3 units can help, enable a lot of the expanding housing options in neighborhoods work. And because these lands are within walking distance to an existing or planned transit station, it's also encouraging transit usage and limiting in private auto dependency. Phil,
Yeah.
did I miss anything?
And it would also act as a floor. So again, it acts as a floor. So having that minimum density and proximity in the neighborhoods is new. And future bylaws would need to implement that minimum density.
There is a very interesting Venn diagram here where the EHON work and the PMTSA and neighborhoods are going to have an intersection. I don't know when that happens for us, but I'm sure that those things are being considered together in some respects.
I think the discussion certainly in the EHON working groups that we've had with various communities has pointed that out, that there is an intersection. The growth plan amendment asks us to look at strategic growth areas, I think is the right phrase. And these are obviously newer concepts again, but it allows us to think about our growth management toolkit, if you will, and bringing some growth and change, gentle intensification to neighborhoods is going to be part of that overall strategy. And we can see that through the EHON work. How much of a lift you get out of units, we'll see. But I think having some level of gentle intensification in neighborhoods, especially in proximity to transit, makes a lot of sense.
One last piece here. It's a bit of a tricky question. It's a little delicate and sensitive, but I want to ask it. We see circumstances, and I'll just give you share my experience very candidly with everyone here on the call and online. 1631 Queen Housing Now site, where I am getting lit up about 18 stories on Eastern and tapering down to 6 on Queen. And we are in a situation there where the expectations for the community are 6 stories because of urban design guidelines done a decade ago. And keep in mind, those are urban design guidelines. How do we manage communities' expectations or their thinking around these sites? And it's interesting because this one cuts both ways, actually, because you have sort of an urbanist community who's saying, what the hell are you doing? This is way too low. These are minimum FSIs. And then you have the other side of folks who perhaps are a little bit more uncomfortable with the density. How do we, when we're introducing these numbers, manage expectations that what you are seeing here today as a basement FSI is in all likelihood not actually what you're going to see when applications come forward, and applications that staff would end up supporting where there's quite a significant more greater amount of density? How do we reconcile and manage the expectations? Because we're setting up a bit of a gap here.
Well, the question is a bit of an anomaly in that these sites that you're talking about on Queen are extra deep, sometimes conventional Avenue type sites. And I can remember working in the beach, 15 years ago on the Lick site, for example, talking about 5 or 6 stories, and it was the end of days. But I think it comes back to context. It comes back to being able to deliver density in an area. Sometimes it gets laid out on a street in a long linear fashion because the lot context and the geography of that area accommodates it best. Sometimes there are opportunities. We see that on the Danforth. There are some larger old car dealers sites. The one that you're speaking of, and there is one in Councillor Fletcher's ward with the TCH project. It's a larger site. It has a different context. It's a different capacity to deliver a different built form solution. So when we talk to communities, I think we have to remember to talk to them as broadly as possible about the types of contextual opportunities that there are out there to accommodate growth. The conversation about housing in Toronto has shifted remarkably in the last 5 to 10 years and continues to shift every year. And the importance of addressing as best we can and being able to house our people in the city, people who want to come here and find a place to live. So affordability the conversation is completely shifted in the last 5 years around doing everything that we possibly can, while at the same time still building good contextual communities and bringing that infrastructure along. I think the other thing that we don't hear as much about is the infrastructure. We have to go back, and once people have talked about density, we have to go back and worry about making sure that the pipes are the right size. And the city's got to pay, to maintain all that over the long term. So these are very, very important considerations that we cannot forget when we're dealing with community planning.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for this. It's quite a deep day on a lot of development issues, but it really intrigued me with what you just said was after we set those density targets, then we'll go back and see if the infrastructure can support it. I'm quite interested in that approach, and it is often something people bring up in areas where they have issue with water pressure or other types of things. So how do you work alongside of the hard services to make sure that the number of new units that are being contemplated can work without us having to put out a tremendous amount of money for new developments that actually, particularly if they're for sale condos, very expensive, and we're not meeting some of the other city targets, such as affordable housing, to the degree that people really, really want to. They're happy to take some density, but they want to make sure there's got a social side to it. And that means affordable housing. So sorry to ask you such a long question, but if you don't mind taking a stab at that.
Well, I think my comment in general, through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, is that is what the importance of some of these local area studies. That is why these local area studies are so important, because they do bring together a closer look at the infrastructure needs in those communities. Some change has not happened in some of these areas in 100 years. So being able to understand what the future population projection is looking like, and then working with Toronto Water, for example, and other and transportation and others around the types of infrastructure that we need to accommodate that growth is really important. It's tricky, and we found this out in the downtown plan and in Midtown. We're kind of master planning in an infill environment, and it's very tricky. It's a little easier, as complicated as it is in the Portlands. At least you're dealing with one large area that doesn't have anything, and you can run your master plan for servicing and your growth at the same time, and you've got hopefully a better handle on it. Here, you never know when the density is going to pop up. You don't know where the latest service upgrade might be needed. So doing some of this local planning work is important to understand as much as we can. It's never going to be perfect, but as much as we can, what some of those infrastructure requirements are going to be. And just on your comment about affordable, why it's important to set these PMTSAs so that we can utilize the inclusionary zoning tool as our main tool for achieving affordable housing across more areas of the city.
Just two more things. In the planning study for the Danforth, I didn't see it, and I brought it up that there actually is no city sewer on the north side. It's only on the south side. So connecting anything to the sewer system will be very hard for, I think, for density or larger buildings on the north side. And I've not actually seen a planning study that really looks at some of the capacity below ground and where things are.
Through the speaker, we do look at servicing, especially things like that you just mentioned around the anomalies, if you will, and we are talking, for example, on the Danforth to Toronto Water quite closely about that and how that gets accommodated. There are other situations in the city, as you know, where we have older pumping stations and other upgrades that are needed, and either making sure that these are accommodated in our long-term capital plan or making sure that they're caught through exercises. I know Councillor Carroll is familiar with one that we had recently up on Shepherd, even in newer parts of the city, where we have such a wave of new development that we have to coordinate capital improvements and perhaps put some development on hold while we wait for those service improvements to get installed.
Yes, okay. Do you think that maybe, and that's what Councillor Bradford described of people saying, put more density, and others saying, what's going on here? It's not supposed to be like this. That the notion for the city, for residents to understand Toronto is changing. And here's some of the way that is changing. And it's just going to be change. So kind of preparing yourself for change is easier if you know it's coming. Do you think there's room to do a bit more of that rather than kind of site by site where people seem to get quite shocked when it's up the street?
I mean, it could be that the crane has become the symbol of Toronto over the last 20 years. The city is changing quite considerably. I think we added 700,000 people in the last, looking back some years, 15 years or so, and or 25 years, I think it is, but when we're thinking of another 700 at least by 2051. So the city is and will continue to change. And I think you're speaking about the communication that takes place around this subject, and bringing it down to that local area, I found to be important. What does it mean for me in my local community? And talking to residents and future residents about the positive aspects of change, the amenities that can come with change, the contribution that we can make to climate change, the way that we can build a more inclusive city, not the city that is increasingly polarized. There are so many benefits to growth that I think we all have to be champions for as we have this conversation with Torontonians and future Torontonians.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I have a couple of questions. I just want to follow up on the deputation about Bloor-Danforth, because our official plan, we know that we call for mid-rise on these avenues, correct? Our official plan calls for it. We know that an FSI of 2 or 3 is not going to get us that mid-rise. So why wouldn't we put an FSI that actually speaks to what our official plan already calls for?
Well, again, I think quite simply, there's a practical consideration of getting these densities in place, getting the zoning conformity exercise, the official plan conformity exercise done. Check that box. Oftentimes, we also have local area studies that exceed these minimums, and that's why. I mean, and we tried to explain earlier that this 2-step is more practical to meet the deadlines that we have. If we did all that other work, I would be concerned that we've also considered and properly considered the infrastructure and the other aspects of community planning that we need to consider in some of these areas that are changing so significantly. And we do this site by site sometimes. Sometimes it works out. Like I can think of Bloor-Bathurst and Dufferin and Bloor and areas to the west where we've been able to have a comprehensive conversation and bring parks and community facilities and affordable housing. But doing all of that in one fell swoop and putting all that in place in order to conform with the growth plan, it's just not practical or doable.
Okay. Also on the neighborhoods, you have a lot of neighborhoods that you have 0.5 density, 0.9 density. In the majority of them, did you just keep the density as it was? Is it basically status quo in there, the 0.5, 0.9 that we have right now?
I think for the purposes of a minimum, Jeff or Philip, you can answer that question.
Sure, I can answer this one. In the downtown, we kept the densities at 0.9, and generally along Bloor-Danforth, we did 0.5, and that was in consultation with community planning and an analysis of committee of adjustment applications and building permits to see what's actually getting built today.
Is that what we currently have, or have you increased the density a bit?
In some areas, there'll be an increase in density. In most areas, it would be a maximum of 0.6, I believe. So the 0.5 is just underneath that. The minimum of 0.5 is just underneath the maximum.
And as you're putting this together, I thought it was really good you bringing this 3-unit option. But did you consider, would there be a possibility to have different FSIs? Like, how do we incentivize the 3 units versus a big, huge house? Like, how do you nudge somebody to have the 3 units? Like, is that possible through this exercise that we're doing with the PMTSAs?
I think we do it through the zoning. I mean, this is the vision, and the precision is delivers on that. And that's the earlier comment about how this interfaces with EHON and missing middle housing. So bringing that option through so that 3-unit option is available as of right. That's an incentive right there to have an option right there in the zoning for someone to avail themselves of.
Okay, those are my questions. Speakers on the item. Anyone to speak? No, Councillor Wong-Tam, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair, and I also do have a motion. If the clerk can put the motion up. The motion is asking the chief planner to consider opportunities where more density can be placed in the areas that are affected and spoken to in this report, and to try to achieve the outcome of increased housing supply and affordable housing across the city where it can be. And I found this exercise really interesting because we just dealt with the downtown areas, and we are now dealing with areas that are sort of touching the downtown, but just going beyond. And the numbers are so stark, and in terms of how they contrast. I think in the past, I've oftentimes said, we all do the very best that we can to sort of, strive to communicate to our communities, to educate them, to inform them about the process. And sometimes those conversations can be tough. And sometimes it takes years to be able to sort of elevate the dialogue. So we're all kind of sort of speaking from the same page. In my time at City Council, I've actually gone through an incredible relationship building exercise with all the residents associations. There was a time where everywhere I turned, residents associations would be telling me, no to this, no to this, no to this, no to this. Now there is a level of conversation that they're asking for more affordable housing. And before they were not, they were talking about, adding more height, but pushing the building back to make sure we have great streets with 6-meter sidewalks. So they're pushing for things that, would have seemed almost impossible a decade ago. And I think the chief planner was absolutely right. when he identified that the entire conversation around housing and I think, to be quite honest, land use development has dramatically shifted over the past 10 years. I remember a time where I was pushing for affordable housing and applications in my early first term, and I'm not going to name any planners, but planners were resisting. Like they kept fighting me that it's not part of the application consideration, that they'd have no planning tools to get more affordable housing, that they just have to basically do their job as as outlined in the Planning Act and just go through the application review, and that somebody else would take care of it, or we can negotiate it site by site through some modest Section 37 amount. And I think about all the density that has been applied and we've seen in the downtown core, where we had that missed opportunity because we didn't have these planning tools in place. Now that we are building these planning tools and the toolbox keeps getting fuller with more and more ways for us to build complete neighborhoods, sustainable neighborhoods, infill density that's gentle and sustainable, as well as elevate the conversation so we can all be championing complete neighborhoods and urban neighborhoods. Sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought with that over talking. And I think this is fantastic. I think that there's going to be some really tough conversations ahead, especially in neighborhoods that haven't seen this type of intensification. But at the same time, we have new transit lines that are coming through our areas. And I think we need to be able to make sure that the transit is also going to be sustainable. And that means that we need people living and working and traveling along those lines. So overall, wherever we see transit, we need to see the intensification. But of course, the intensification also has to be accompanied by the human care infrastructure that the chief planners spoke so well about, is making sure we have the infrastructure that can support community density. We can have schools, we can have parks and adequate high quality green spaces and community centers. All of that has to be put into the mix. And I'm hoping that we can get there by going out to change the narrative, as Councillor Fletcher was saying, and to improve that quality of conversation with our community. And I can tell you, having gone through this with my own community, the downtown core, where we've seen rapid intensification, it has been a pretty rewarding experience. Rough start for sure, but it has sequentially gotten better. And I anticipate the same to happen in communities that haven't seen historically any changes for 100 years, because the change is going to happen whether they like it or not, but they might as well be a part of the change and be part of the positive change that they want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Seeing none, okay. If we can have the motion back on the screen from Councillor Wong Tam. Thought it was pretty quick. Okay. So it's for the chief planner to consider. Okay. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Next. Oh, I am so sorry. Nancy, do I have a motion on item 4?
Yes, you do. So you could just reconsider the item. I move a motion for that.
I think it was a staff's motion, right? Okay. Thank you. If you can put the motion on the screen.
So just first a motion to reconsider?
Yes, a motion to reconsider. All those in favor, that carries. And oh yes, this is a motion for staff to look at a portion of land on Wade, and this is with regards to some affordable housing that we're hoping to build in that area, and this will facilitate that. So I've been working with staff on that, and they were very kind to draft this motion for me, so I hope I can get your support. All those in favor? That carries. Now, item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, thank you. Item 30.5. Our Plan Toronto Employment Area Conversion Request, Preliminary Assessment Group 1. We have one speaker. Jim Karagianis. Good afternoon, Jim.
We are just going to unmute somebody with an RR initial and see if we haven't been able to identify Jim Karagianis.
Madam Chair, sorry if I may, this
go ahead.
is the item I have the conflict on, so do I need to step away for the whole thing or just the vote, or clerks can advise?
If you could kindly
Okay.
turn off your camera and not participate for this item, that would be
Yep,
great.
got it.
And we'll do
See
a
you later.
recorded
Yeah.
vote on the item.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. Okay.
I believe RR was unmuted and did not speak, so there are no speakers for this item.
Sorry, I can speak, but it was about the what I was going to speak was about the loan, the loan groups, and
Okay, so that's a different item. We'll
right. Yeah, it's
yeah.
it's not my item right now.
No, not a problem. Well, we'll call you back once we get to that item. So we only had one speaker registered for 30.5. It was Jim Karagianis, and he's not on the line. So we will proceed now to questions of staff. Questions.
Do we not have a little presentation on this, by the way? Is there nothing?
Nope.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I just returned. I had to just check in. There's a development meeting going on in my office. Are we on item number 5 now?
Yes, we are. Do you have questions of staff, Councillor Carroll?
I do have questions of staff.
Okay.
Are we already there? Sorry, I thought you had some deputations.
We did have one, but he wasn't present. So go ahead. You can start. With
Oh,
questions.
he was not present, was he? That's interesting.
No.
I do have questions. In the report on the conversions, there are different circumstances. One of the ones in my area, I have a series of them that are in the area of the Consumers Next secondary plan. Only one of them, though, is one where the applicant didn't just make a conversion request and lay down the conversion fee, but did their full official plan amendment proposal. I understand there are a series of those across all of the MCR areas. There are 6, 9, something like that.
Through the chair, I think there are about 5 or 6. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Jen.
Okay, so my question around those is, are they in a different situation from those who just did a conversion request? Because we're pretty clear about the conversion request. You have a certain amount of time. We're giving you this special fee and an ability, if you're not ready to do your application, just make the request for conversion and it'll be considered as part of the MCR. And it's not appealable. For those, though, that have done an OPA and submitted all their materials, the one in my area, for instance, they've already had the preliminary, went to North Community Council, and they've even had one of the community meetings. Do they end up in a different situation with respect to appeal to the OLT?
Tina, do you want to take that question?
I thank you very much for the question. Because we now have conversion policies within our official plan, any decision or non-decision for a parcel that's designated employment lands cannot be appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay, so then here's the tricky question. That's fine, but then what happens? And then so that conversion is now, it's not appealable, it's part of the MCR process and they're doing it. And we gave them a deadline and a cutoff. What happens if next week a developer buying another parcel in that same employment lands, he didn't submit for a conversion request, but he just walks in with an official plan amendment development application on another site in the same area? How is his conversion considered?
I can take this one through the chair. So as a municipality, the Planning Act doesn't allow us to prevent applications to come in. So if someone came in with a blind application, we deemed it complete, we would review it in the context of the MCR, and then because it's on employment land, we would bring the preliminary report here to Planning and Housing Committee, like we did the one earlier today, and it would run its course, and it would be circulated like any other application.
But would he then be subject to, because in the very next item, we're going to be asking for an extension to this deadline in item number 6. Would he be subject to the same time frame though? The people who met their conversion deadline and got their application in for that, he'd be in the same time frame as them then? He doesn't jump ahead of them by just making an independent application. He still has to wait for his final report until after this MCR process is done.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. It doesn't jump ahead. That like an application that comes in tomorrow wouldn't jump ahead of the others. We would review it again, like I said, in the context of the MCR, report it to the committee, like any other application, as a preliminary report.
So you might end up even proceeding. You could do a preliminary report. You might even have a community meeting for that. I'm sorry, people. It sounds like I'm being theoretical, but I happen to know that this is about to happen in my area. He might even get to have his statutory initial community consultation, but it would still be, for no confusion in the community, it would still be clear to the community he has to await the MCR findings the same as all the others who filed for conversion.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be crystal clear about that. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Questions of staff, other councillors? Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted to explore a little bit on a bit of a higher level and see what might be possible and perhaps get your undertaking, Mr. Chief Planner. One of the tensions around conversions is we talk so much about housing and the importance of housing, and people are very focused on that, but they're not as focused on jobs anymore. And there's this tension, as you may have noticed, and I know that you have noticed that. Somehow, in ensuring that we're not just fun spoilers for developers here, that the importance of these lands to Toronto's economy and to jobs for people in your family are pretty significant. I'm not sure we do a good enough job making that clear, and you've heard me say that many times. What extra steps do we need to take to make sure that that just gets the same amount of attention as building housing?
Through the deputy mayor. So you're pointing out a very important principle here that we, as part of the municipal comprehensive review, we have to try to meet the provincial goal around employment growth as well as population growth. And we need enough land in order to achieve those two goals. And I can recall the municipal comprehensive reviews that we've already done, including the last one in 2013. It was a very prominent part of the discussion and ultimately the hearing that we had and actually I believe won in terms of having enough land to meet those goals. We have 450,000 people employed in employment areas today. And in some respects, they're more than holding their own through the pandemic. These are places where a lot of essential workers work. These are places that provide jobs for a lot of new Canadians. And actually the vacancy rate in our employment areas is going down. It's historically lower than it's ever been. So it is, these are all, even though the absolute employment went down, as most employment went down during the pandemic, we would expect these areas to really continue to be holding their own, and why we've always been so very careful about considering these conversions. Because and as we pointed out, the land value, once you have a residential incursion, if you will, it outbids employment uses. There's no competition. So we end up eroding the potential of these employment lands to serve their purpose. In any event, we have promoted, I feel, we can always do a better job of promoting that storyline, that narrative, but it is very much part of everything that we talk about. We always talk about population and employment growth and stability, especially when it comes to employment. And some of these newer elements that I've just raised, we're doing a future of work consultation where we've got Hempson and others engaged in the trends, the employment trends that are going on in office. So we're, we do a lot of work in the creative sector, as you know, in certain parts of the city, growing that part of the economy. So there's a lot going on, and together with economic development, I feel it's a prominent part, and we can always do more to communicate and to ensure that we're messaging the importance of the stability of our employment areas. And when we do make a recommendation for conversions, and we do, we've done so in consideration of a component of jobs and employment, and making sure that we, and we've done this with Downsview and Christie's and other sites in the stockyards and other sites out in the East End, where we've been careful to make sure that we've secured a meaningful contribution to the employment strategy of the city.
I guess because this is calling for a consultation, that ensuring that that message is extremely clear, to me is critical, because I've been at too many meetings where it wasn't clear. And developers, they're all for residential. So there's hundreds and hundreds of people in the city that are all pushing how great that would be. And we have our fantastic staff and fantastic policies that are standing up and saying, hold on, we don't need that everywhere. We need spaces for jobs. But I'm not sure that we have that tailored in as sophisticated a way as those who are trying to convert, because they dangle a few things in front of people's faces and they get pretty excited. So I've had that very clear experience myself. So I'll really be looking for a very highly clear, sophisticated approach for the consultation around these conversions, where people understand what's at stake. Your livelihood could be at stake, actually, if we give it all away.
I would undertake that we will continue to try to be as sophisticated as we can be. We do have a very good piece of work coming out of our consultants on the future of work and the importance of employment to the city's future. And again, I think telling this through the lens of individuals, just like we heard today with people telling their housing story, I think we could reach out and find some people who could tell their employment story and why it's so important to the success of the city in so many sectors and so many disciplines. Our food sector, our technology sector, our creative sector, they're all doing very well. And being able to continue to support them with a land base is part of the land use planning work that we're very focused on.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I have a couple. I want to pick up on the questioning from Councillor Carroll. So there's a few that have OPAs, and if we are going through the OPA, let's say you are supportive of that conversion. So, and the final report comes back in June. So can that application move ahead with your recommendation for conversion, or nothing can happen until the entire MCR gets all done, until you deal with the other 150?
We can move those ahead, especially if we are, there's alignment happening here. If the conversion makes sense, if it includes jobs, if it's advancing affordable housing because it's in a PMTSA, there are certain, check marks that might come with these applications. And I don't know why we wouldn't prioritize those. And we can do that through a phasing of the MCR and put them kind of at the top of the front of the line, so to speak.
Okay, my next question is, these ones that we have in front of us are preliminary assessments, and a lot of them, your preliminary assessment is that you don't recommend. Can we just have the assessments, coming fairly soon as well? Like, are we going to see this in the same way? So should we see in a few months you're going to come back with the final assessment and these and saying, these 30 is a no, these 2 is a yes, and then by tranches as well? Or we're only going to see a big report whenever this is all done on the ones that don't have the OPA? What should we expect as a committee?
Perhaps I can speak to that through the chair. We plan on bringing forward another grouping of preliminary assessments to the next meeting. We'll continue to bring forward preliminary assessments, but we're also going to bring forward final assessments. So, for example, Keele St. Clair, when we bring forward the secondary plan, we will also bring forward final recommendations with respect to those conversion requests. In addition, there is a group that we're never going to likely get to say yes to for a variety of factors, including the official plan. We will bring forward a report recommending that those not be approved by committee.
Okay.
Chair, can I just add to that? These prelim assessments also give staff, the agenda to which we can discuss with the applicant, right? And then so committee has considered it. We put it public. We are being transparent, and we will bring in the next bunch. And then again, it's public so that we have an agenda to talk about with the applicants. And then at the same time, we can bring those that we are supportive of.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, those are my questions. Speakers on this item. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your questions, because that just added the piece that I needed. I share the opinion that I heard some of you putting out, that we've got to be really clear about, first of all, why we're doing this. I love that term. We're not fun spoilers. There is good reason to protect our employment lands. The data in this report is actually quite surprising when you look at it. It makes big headlines that a great big distribution center and opens in Durham or opens in Vaughan, and we think, oh well, that's that, everything's going there. And in fact, that's not true. Warehousing and logistics is still very much a component of what's going on here. We're inside the city of Toronto. They need big pieces of real estate. There's interest in a site in our Consumers or Business Park where I have 5 conversion requests, and all of the sectors are in there. And so when you're looking at where the conversion requests are, you're going to go back in this report to read the economic development section and really think, is the place that I'm talking about converting a potential for that? I would submit that where some of the conversions are being requested in my area, even the film sector could find use in that land. And so there's a reason why we have to go through these processes, the MCR, periodically, and do our best to protect here. That being said, I hope that the consultation that is on this item, that when staff go out, they're aware that they're then going to be consulting with the same people who've already attended a consultation about a specific application. In the case of these half a dozen or so that have an OPA amendment and a community meeting already haven't taken place. The signals we send are really important, and it's quite confusing for people, because if you went to the first meeting and you were concerned, you thought, well, I don't like that building, but you heard at that site-specific consultation, these are the reasons why we have to consider this in the context of the provincial policy. Our preliminary recommendation is to review this application. we've all heard the refrain. The community goes, "Oh, I don't like this," but it's a done deal. They become frustrated and they walk away. If we then invite the same community to a community meeting and tell them, here are the reasons why we can't have this building here. And then 12 months later, we finish the MCR, and in that process, one of them, for whatever planning reason, then does get approved. It really erodes the community's faith in us, faith in you. And so I think it has to be really clear when you proceed with the consultation that's recommended for this item. It has to be really clear the considerations that are going to be undertaken and the possible outcomes, the range of possible outcomes, so that later on, when 9 times out of 10 it's the local councillor who ends up explaining this, they at least heard at that consultation that there are a range of possible outcomes here. Planning is like that, and particularly where you're trying to marry an employment land protection, a secondary plan, and you have to always circle back to provincial policy. That's got to be made really clear, so that if there are a range of outcomes for a range of conversion requests in an area, it's really clear to the residents, and they've heard it from professional staff, that a range of outcomes can occur here, but our default position is protect employment. That's my rant, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm going to add on to your rant there, Councillor Carroll. I like the fact you said the default position is protect employment. I like to say to protect jobs. And I do find this is one of the most difficult things, number one, for people to understand, because when they come to a planning meeting, it's usually about residential. And number two, it's one of the most difficult things for staff to explain so that people get it. And I know I rub on this all the time, and I'm very sorry, Mr. Chief Planner, that you've heard me say it so many times, but I feel like I have to keep saying it, because I don't think we've found the kind of magic in explaining this. And I really love it when I hear you say 450,000 jobs are cited in these employment areas. And when we really add on what kind of jobs they are, we always talk about them as value-added jobs. These are not greeter jobs. These are the high value-added employment in our city. And that's an important piece to catch. This is nothing wrong with working at Tim Hortons. A lot of people do, but these aren't lands that are set aside for those kinds of service jobs. They're set aside for jobs that create things. They're set aside for jobs that have a bigger economic impact, and they're set aside for jobs where there's higher value employment, or basically higher wage jobs. So I just think we really need to, as we're going into this, I'm going to ask again. I'm not going to make a motion for it, but I'm going to ask again, and I'm happy to help you. Come up with ways that we're going to tweak people's interest in this, rather than getting so excited about introducing residential. What about being excited about saving jobs of 450,000 people? That's what's at stake here once we get all of these conversion requests in. When I look at Eastern Avenue and look at the number of jobs, even in one conversion request that's come in, it's 700 well-paid jobs. 700. I think when Greg says, let's take and do the same as we've done with housing and say, here's my experience, I think that's what people also need to hear. 700 jobs. We are in a situation where we can't afford to lose that much employment. We can't afford not to have heavy hitter areas that really deliver a tremendous amount of taxes to the city? I didn't ask that question, but when we look at for the land mass that's covered in employment and the value in tax dollars that comes in, it's quite massive compared to residential tax dollars. They really punch far above their weight. So I think that people are very able to understand, but they hasn't been laid out in a way that talks to them in the same way that there are many people out there talking about great pictures. We're going to put a green roof. We're going to do all these things. It gets people excited. I would like to think that employment also, or jobs, get people excited. It's hard to create jobs. It is hard to create jobs, hard to create good paying jobs. It should be extremely hard to take away good paying jobs. It should be almost impossible to take them away. And so I do want to thank you for really understanding that, and particularly in industries that are sited in clusters, it's pretty important to maintain them. And as the famous OMB decision said, when we had our OMB decision in 2009 about the conversion on Eastern Avenue from film to 762,000 square feet of commercial shopping, the OMB decision said we can't allow it. It would be contagion. Contagion meaning once you do that, you cannot stop it in the rest of the district. So I appreciate all the work that our staff are doing on this. This is probably at this juncture even more important than the other times, because everybody's wanting to build so much housing and they want to get their hands on all of these lands to do that. And I'm very pleased to support this. I know that you've heard what I've said about the consultations, and a number of them will be in my ward. So we will work together to get the best understanding possible for people to be with us on this one rather than against us on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that's been drafted up by city staff, by the way. Okay, it's on the screen. Basically to expand the preliminary review of the conversion request by including the lands directly east and south that are designated general employment area and core employment areas at 1235, 1255 Lawrence, and 3 and 15 Benton Road, and 10 and 22 Benton Road. This is, as I said, staff drafted up this motion for me to present today. And just to say that the applications that are coming in my ward in particular, they are actually adding jobs, good paying jobs to their applications, which is very positive, which I encourage to all the applications that are in my ward. So I'm presenting this motion and I'm asking committee to support the motion. Thank you.
And I'm on mute. I believe Councillor Perks has questions of the mover. Is that correct, Councillor?
Actually, Speaker, I was wondering if Chair, I was wondering if we could just vary the proceedings so we could bring staff back to the floor.
Staff, because staff drafted up the motion.
I heard you, Councillor. I've asked the chair something.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll have everybody speak, and then if anybody has questions of staff, why don't we do that after everybody puts whatever motions they have, and then
No, I need to, well, okay.
Oh, because you might want to speak. Okay, I get it.
Yep.
Give me 1 second. Let me see if anybody else has questions of the mover. Seeing none. Okay, Councillor Perks, you may ask questions of staff.
Thank you. So we just had a motion put in front of us to add a property. Was this something you recommended, or did you just draft it because the councillor asked you to?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Perks, this is a site up in North York, which has, there's 3 aspects to it. One is an existing mixed-use designation that has an application. Okay. One has a old OPA 231 appeal. And then there's another site that has a current conversion request. So there's 3 sites, and the motion is to have us look at all of this together and come back with our preliminary assessment to advance whether or not we're going to consider this or not.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speak? Oh, Councillor Annunziata, you're on mute. If you wanted to say something.
Councillor Perks, do you believe me now?
Oh, okay.
So on a point of privilege.
Okay, here you go.
Turn the
Okay,
mics
we still have lots of work
Turn
to
the
do.
mics off,
Yeah,
Chair.
lots of work to do.
Okay, enough. Let's
snark,
proceed.
more work.
Any other speakers? Any other speakers that we have? Seen none. I do have a motion as well. If staff can put it on the screen. So this is a similar motion to what Councillor Annunziata put forward, and let me explain what it is. This is 640 Lansdowne is actually our land, city land, and we have actually awarded. We're going to build a park, and we have a long-term care home that is going to be built on part of that land, and we still have a portion of that land that it hasn't been awarded. On the west side of this land, there's a factory, gelatin factory, that has submitted a conversion request. And depending on what staff decide, I just want them to look at the use in this little portion of land that is part of 640 Lansdowne, which is our land, for us to decide what to do. So I'm just asking them to look at it, given that 60 Patent did put in a conversion request, and whatever the staff comes with their consideration, I want them then to make recommendations on this piece of land as well that is going to be in between the new long-term care home and this factory that is asking for the conversion. So that's what this motion is about, and happy to answer any questions, but I hope I can have your support for this. Okay, have my screen back. I think that's it. So with the 2 motions, are people okay that we move the 2 motions as a package? Yep, okay. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries.
Madam Chair, if we could kindly do a recorded vote for
Oh,
these
that's
items.
right, because Councillor, I'm so sorry. So sorry. And you texted me, Nancy, my fault. So
No problem.
we have to vote on the motions, I guess, individually. So Councillor Annunziata's motion, all those in favor, recorded vote.
When I call your name, please indicate how you will vote. Councillor Perks.
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor.
Councillor Bailao.
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Annunziata.
In favor.
That item carries unanimously. If we could have the second motion from Councillor Bailao on the screen.
Okay, and recorded vote. All those in favor?
Councillor Perks.
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor.
Councillor Bailao.
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Annunziata.
Favor.
And also recorded vote on the item as amended. Councillor Annunziata.
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Bailao.
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor.
Councillor Perks.
In favor.
That item carries unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, moving along, 30.6. We don't have speakers on this item. This is the item is our plan Toronto update on growth plan conformity and municipal comprehensive review. Questions of staff. Councillor Carroll.
Hi, thanks. So I'm going to ask my question in the context. I'm going to assume that the province is probably very likely to grant the extension that you're asking for here. Are they not? Given that so much happened that this deadline 2022 was set pre-Bill 108, all the changes we've dealt with recently. So they're likely to grant this extension, are they not?
Through the chair, I'm not going to speculate on that. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you don't have a really warm and fuzzy feeling yet. Okay. Well, provided that we do, we're going to go all the way to 2023. My question then is, and here doesn't pertain to the conversion requests that are in Don Valley North, because they're all listed as the preliminary assessment is retained as employment lands, but there are a couple where we are recommending conversion. In those cases, do they still have to wait till 2023? Or if after the consultation and the process in item number 5, could those proceed as could those proceed with proper applications, or would they have to wait until after July 2023?
Jeff or Carrie, do you want to?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, for those that staff can come to a final conclusion and recommendation for council, we can bring them forward. Very similar to how we just brought those 16 final downtown PMTSAs out of the batch of 180, because that's the final report. So similar to a batch, if there's ones that we come to a final conclusion, we will bring those forward to committee and council.
Perhaps I can just add one other point. If we have an extension, Councillor, and there are some that were on the fence where, based on the information before us right now, we would say no. But if there was more time in which to have dialogue, both with the conversion request applicant, councillors, and the community, we may end up, based on revised proposals and additional information, be able to get to yes. Like anything else, with a little more time, sometimes you get to a different outcome.
Right. So that brings me to my final question, Madam Chair. What do we contemplate if the answer is no? If the answer is no, you have a lot of work to do, and the deadline runs right up against what we generally have in our practice as a blackout period, because it's an election year. What then would be the outcome? Would we file the MCR, but these applicants will wait till 2023 anyway, because the councillors would want to be able to oversee the final community processes?
I think through the chair, as we discussed today, there are a lot of priorities, and we will do our best to get as much work done as possible. We do have a dedicated team, and we have a very strong sense of priorities, as we've discussed today, around PMTSAs and around these applications that look promising, and we'll get as far as we can. I just think and you raised the election break. If there wasn't an election break, we could probably get it done by the end of the year, right? But it's really just giving ourselves a little bit more runway. And as Carrie pointed out, if you're engaged in a conversation with somebody and you need another couple of months for everybody to get onto the same page, we just won't have that time. So in a way, I think the extension actually could bear fruit in producing good jobs and good housing. We won't stop working through the election period, but our reporting cycle will stop. And that's life, but having a little bit more time, I think, especially as the report points out, we have been continuing this work all the way through COVID. We're asking a lot of people through this whole period of time. I don't think it's an unfair request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I have a couple. So I think I heard you say that the majority of these conversions are simple conversion requests. So they're very early. Most of them don't have applications. So this delay is not like we're, delaying applications, because many of them haven't put in the applications for OPA or rezonings or stuff like that. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's a very important point, that many of these are about future applications, but not applications that we have now. And many of them might be around a land use change, which may be more related to an investment or speculation than actual development and housing. I have to remind committee that we have hundreds of real applications that aren't involving employment lands that we also want to focus on in order to deliver on the housing supply debate. So our priorities are pretty focused on all of that. And I would say land use conversion is that doesn't have an application behind it is not necessarily going to be something that we should be prioritizing.
Yeah, and it's the majority of these requests. You would say it's
Yes.
the majority? Yes.
That's right.
Okay. So if we the ones that have OPA, for example, commit ourselves to say, okay, those ones, the small amount of those ones that put in a request that we know are more real applications, if we try to have those done by the deadline that we previously had, for sure we're not delaying much, right? Because the real applications we would be dealing. So you would be supportive of a motion like that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Speakers on this item, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Chair, I guess my comments are for you, being the chair of the committee. I know I probably seem like I'm fretting this one a lot, this and item number 5, but I think we really have to watch carefully, and maybe, if we're needed, you're going to have to be an advocate for this extension. We need to make sure that there is a representative that can work with the community and be there to work with planning staff as they go through this process with the province, which means we really do need this extension. We need it to go to that point where we're outside of our election cycle and their election cycle for that matter. The reason I fretted is my term of office began with a situation right in the same business park that I'm worrying about now. The very first time an office park got converted to residential on the Shepherd frontage of Consumers was because the application came in where there was an outgoing councillor. There were 2 elections going on, a provincial and a municipal, a new councillor coming in, and the deadline, which then was generous, was 180 days to receive some reaction to your process. But we slipped past it because the North York Planning Office was dealing with the hugely active Shepherd Subway development further west at the time, and the deadline slipped past. A pre-hearing at the OMB happened in the middle of the election before there was one councillor was outgoing and running provincially, and there hadn't been an election to elect a new councillor, which turned out to be me. And then immediately post-election, there was a novice, myself, at a hearing that happened in February of my first term. It was that fast, and this extension safeguards against that. It makes sure that we have proper process. And I'm not trying to frustrate the process. That's why I asked for those who really did do a completed OPA. How are we going to deal with that? That's why I asked those questions. But if we have to be vocal in making sure that this extension happens, I think it's really important, because you don't want to, through that transition period, be dealing with a situation where there isn't enough of the community engagement, that the community has an opportunity to come forward and lend a voice to the fact that we need jobs in our community as much as we need condos, and they haven't got someone who can walk them through the process should they need to be attending tribunal hearings or provincial standing committee hearings, anything that could affect our employment lands. By not getting this extension and bumping up against the blackout period, it's not just cutting us out, it would cut out the community. And so you may find yourself having to go represent us to make sure this extension happens. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to speak. I do have a motion, and actually it's very much to address some of the issues that Councillor Carroll responded, which is actually just for the few that have a real applications with the OPA, that we make an attempt to have it done by the July, whatever decision staff has to bring it forward, but that we can, and that we support staff in asking for this extension. As you know, I mean, you are members of this committee. You know the amount of work that has been coming through this committee. Just today, you've heard about all the PMTSAs, the MTSAs, MCR reviews. We've done inclusionary zoning. We have community benefits charge going on. That has been an incredible amount of work that we've had our planning department do. I think that we should be supporting them in this request. I think that for the applications that have put in an OPA that are, in my opinion, the more real applications, that we do make an effort to have them done by the date that it was July 2022, but that we support staff and advocate to ensure that we can do a good job, good analysis, and good work on the MCR, but also on the other pieces of work that planning has to do. So that is my motion, and I hope I can have your support for it and for the extension that staff is asking us for. Oh, and I'm moving as well the recommendations from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee that asked us, that was forwarded to our committee, so we can add it here. So 2 motions on this item. Okay. All those in, can we move them as a package?
Yep.
You have, yep, I'll move as a package. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Moving along, item 7, implementing the one-stream preliminary review program for building permit applicants. I believe, let me just open my other screen. I believe we have a speaker. Yes, we do. We have Bruce Van Lane. Bruce?
Yes.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Waivers. I used to think of struggling hockey players in the NHL when I heard this word. Then C of A and TLAB came into my life. My 1920s story-and-a-half house faced off, shoulder to shoulder, against a 3-story block of Lego with more than twice the FSI. And yes, a waiver was part of the play. Committee members, from this matchup and reading the post-game analysis of countless others, I can say the CBO has made the right call. It's time to eject waivers from the game. You have received letters of support for this overdue rule change. Both the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association and the South Armour Heights Residents Association have cited how residents can be disadvantaged at COA when waiver requests are unreliable or maybe come in late in the 3rd period. If the game goes into overtime at TLAB, then as can happen on the ice, the rules aren't so clear to the novice player, usually an opposing resident. For example, there are deadlines for an applicant's submission for proposed revisions. These may not be met, and then an opposing resident must thread their way through the process of obtaining an extension on their own deadline to respond to that submission, possibly seeking an adjournment. The zoning waiver exacerbates this difficulty. If a zoning review is allowed to be absent in the applicant's proposed revisions with a waiver submitted instead, an opposing resident can be faced with the challenges just mentioned, but also needing to prepare for the hearing with potentially incomplete information. TLAB's tight schedule means panel chairs are reluctant to adjourn hearings to a later date. So, An opposing resident can be taking a penalty and time needed to adjust their game plan when a zoning review is later submitted, all because the other side didn't fully lace up on time. It's true the CBO's recommendation references COA, but as far as I'm aware, there is no provision for a different set of document types to be required of an applicant for TLAB as compared to COA. So, considerations that may be of more concern at TLAB than COA still need to be taken into account by Council in considering the CBO's recommendation, even though the recommendation only references COA. This is why I urge you to support the CBO's call. Finally, committee members, you may wonder, what was the outcome of my TLAB hearing? What was the final score? For that, please consider my proposal submitted to the committee on September 19th, 2021, dealing with attic space utilization. I think you'd find this also a good call. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
I just want to say TY to the speaker.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. That was the only speaker on this item. Questions of staff? No questions of staff. Speakers on the item? Councillor Fletcher? No? Okay. So we can move to voting on the item. All those in favor? That carries. Great. Thank you. Item 30.9, zoning for payday loan establishments. We do have speakers. First speaker, Rama Fayaz. Rama?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and Happy New Year to all the councillors and city staff that work hard here. So my name is Rama Fayaz. I am a member of Acorn and Downtown Chapter. Acorn is a community-owned union made up of low to moderate income families across Toronto and also Canada, fighting for social and economic justice. So thank you for having this important discussion today. We are concerned with the report and the recommendation by staff. Acorn has been fighting against predatory lenders for close to a decade, and in that time, we were able to win provincial regulation for them, and recently in 2019. And we were happy to have support from Council to cap the amount of licenses offered to these places. However, many payday lenders are getting into installment loans due to Acorn's work on the Payday Loan Act and the result of it, which was lowering the provincial interest rates. That's why we are asking you today to separate the zoning classification for payday installment lenders. Grouping payday lenders with banks and credit unions is harmful. Many low-income families are denied access to basic credit by mainstream banking, and it forces them to rely on high-interest lenders charging predatory rates. Loan users are caught in a vicious cycle of debt due to the type of business model on which these loans operate. Payday lenders do not operate in places like Forest Hill or Rosedale. They cluster where low-income people live and trap them in a debt cycle. Also, bringing in minimum distance separation would help stop this thing. Cities like Ottawa and Hamilton have already done this. And I believe that Toronto can do the same. We have to consider that with another year of the pandemic, there will be more low-income people using these places. Acorn Canada is calling on all levels of government to do as much as possible to stop fringe lenders from gouging low-income people. We are calling on the federal government to mandate banks to offer short-term emergency loans to low-income people with acceptable terms. Until that happens, we need the city and province to do all they can to limit payday and installment loans, creating a minimum distance Separating predatory lending outlets from each other would protect our communities. So we shouldn't put planning rationale ahead of equity and social justice. Thank you for your time.
Kiri Vaidevelu. Kiri? Hi, Kiri. Can you hear me?
We don't believe that person has joined us today.
Okay. Sheila Prosper. Sheila, good afternoon. Is this Sheila? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Sheila, and I am a member of ACON in the chapter of Scarborough. ACON is a community union made up of low moderate income family across Toronto fighting for social and economic justice. We appreciate the chance to discuss this today, but we are disappointed about the staff recommendations. The minimum distance separation for payday and installment lenders would stop the clustering effect in our neighborhood. In my neighborhood of Scarborough, you see like Money Mart, Cash Money, and Cash for You beside one another. Yet you barely see the mainstream bank anymore. Many of them have left our neighborhoods. Predatory lenders like Money Mart, Easy Financial have been ripping off low-income family and decades, and their whole business model is trapping people in a cycle of debt. We ask the city to reconsider and recommendation by staff, minimum distance separation by vital and protecting our neighbors from predatory lenders. We ask to separate zoning classification by payday installment lenders from bank and credit union. Grouping payday lenders with banks and credit union is harmful. Predatory lenders charge high interest loan that sometimes takes years to pay off. We have heard from many people who have been bankrupt from places like Money Mart. During the pandemic, there has been a huge increase of people not only taking those loans, but much higher amount of money, which is concerning. That's why we urge the city to work in partnership with credit union and speed up the loan alternative and in the poverty reduction strategy. We are pleased to have been the city support our campaign in 2019 with capping the amount of license of payday loan in Toronto. Now is the time to go further and protect our community by stopping these places from ripping off low-income family. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes the speakers for today, actually, and we'll move to questions of staff. Questions of staff.
Madam Chair, Kiri has just joined the conversation. If we could maybe unmute her and see if she could speak, or Kiri could speak, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Kiri?
Oh, hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening, and thank you for everyone listening to the public concern on this issue. Payday lending is it is as we know. First of all, I'm Giri from Scarborough Econ, and this is a sensitive issue that I wanted to speak on. I do have family and friends who've been victim to this predatory lending practices, especially in Scarborough. What really bothers me is we don't have adequate regulations in place to protect these vulnerable people from falling into these traps. And unfortunately, we have we have the regulation system when they actually go to the banks, but it's not the same when they go to the Money Mart or Easy Financial Loan or any other lenders. It's unfortunate that people fall into the trap and there's no way out. One of the ways is to have some kind of restrictions on spatial or total number of locations in a particular area. but somehow we have to get this overpopulating these predatory lenders. We need to keep them in check. Otherwise, it is just going to make things worse for all the people. It's for an example, it's if you know if you know a place that actually take advantage of our vulnerable people, we are not going to send them to the same place. So in here, what we are doing is we are actually allowing them to operate in a legalized business setting where people can go and fall into the trap. So I think a city has a huge responsibility to, if not help, at least protect the vulnerable people from falling into this trap. I do know another colleague from downtown Akon who actually took $3,000 loan to pay for a funeral of her father, and she ended up paying $20,000 in return, and she's still not out of the debt. And that story really stuck with me, and still is still just go through my mind. It's like that's what our people go through. It is very expensive to be poor in our city, and we have to do whatever we can to control these predatory lenders. And one thing that we can do is to control through the spatial system. And that's what I wanted to restate. Thank you again for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Longtown.
Yes, thank you. And to our speaker, I don't think I heard you correctly. Did you say that you have a friend or a colleague who took out a $3,000 loan from one of these payday loan companies, and she's now paying back $200,000? Did I hear you correctly?
No, Councillor Tam. It's actually a $3,000 loan that she took out for her father's funeral, but she is expected to pay $20,000 in return, and she paid most of it, but she has not finished all, and she's still going through it.
I see. So the $3,000 payday loan turned into a $20,000 repayment plan. Is that correct?
Exactly.
And just out of curiosity, how long of a period did that loan cover for? What was that? How long did it take her to pay it back? And how long was the loan for? The $3,000 loan. Did she have to pay it back over 1 year or 2 years?
I believe it lasted more than 5 years. I do not know exact time frame, but I know that she has been paying that back for a long time.
And did your friend understand the terms of the loan when she took that loan out?
Here's the circumstance that she was rejected from all the major financial institutions from getting the $3,000 loan, so that she had no choice but to go to these lenders to get that money. So it's an unfortunate circumstance.
Yes, so she was forced because the conventional banks wouldn't lend her $3,000 for funeral arrangements to bury her father. And ultimately, over a 5-year period, that ballooned out to a $20,000 repayment. Do you know, and it's okay if you don't, but I'm just curious, a charge to turn a $3,000 loan into a $20,000 repayment plan?
Far as my understanding goes, it must have been over 40% interest. It must have been somewhere around I would say at least 45 to 50% interest.
Yeah, 40 to 50% interest compounded, I guess, annually, or in this case, I know sometimes they compound it annually, sometimes monthly. Do you know if what that? I mean, I could probably work it backwards on a calculator, but just out of curiosity, do you have that information?
No, unfortunately, I don't have it.
Okay, thank you. And just final question for you.
Sure.
How close is your friend to paying off this debt, and what does she have to sacrifice in other payments and all financial obligations in order for her to meet this debt?
It she has been working full-time job, but she is obviously really behind on financially, not able to provide the basic necessities, and she's always falling short financially. I can reach out to her, and it's a KCON. She's an ACON member. She's been helped by other ACON members in the downtown area. So she's kind of far from me, but I can reach out and see if there's anything she could do, anything city can help with. Yeah, it's her story is really painful to for anybody to digest.
Yeah, thank you. I'm quite moved and disturbed just hearing you describe her story to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Any councillors? Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Through you, Madam Chair, to staff. So my understanding, and I'm going to read from the provincial legislation, it says, Ontario's legislation gave municipalities the ability to use zoning bylaws to define the area of the municipality in which a payday loan establishment may or not operate and limit the number of payday loan establishments. And this report has decided that it would be inappropriate to use those powers to limit payday loan establishments. That's it in a nutshell.
Through the speaker, Kyle Connect is on the line as well. Councillor Ainsley, the essence is that we have a licensing regime as well. So we looked at it both from a zoning and licensing, where we have the power under both regimes. And the effect of the licensing regime since it's been introduced in 2018 is to reduce the number of payday loans. We otherwise, as we've reported previously, don't believe that zoning is an appropriate tool to regulate payday loans. And Kyle can speak to why if you want further explanation.
And I guess, Mr. Linton, why could we not use zoning and licensing in conjunction to regulate payday loan establishments? For example, I understand in Hamilton, they use their zoning to limit payday loan establishments to 1 per ward.
Do you want to explain that?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. Specifically to Hamilton, my understanding is that in Hamilton, the limitation to 1 per ward is through the licensing bylaw, not the zoning bylaw. That's also been the similar experience of other jurisdictions in Ontario. I think the real exception is Ottawa, which in 2019, I believe, did pass zoning based on concerns about the lending practices as opposed to the land use, which restricted various, or put in place separation distances and limited the numbers. But overall, jurisdictions in Ontario have moved away from separation distances and towards using licensing to regulate payday loan establishments within the municipality, largely because the issues, and I think the deputants have raised very valid and concerning issues. Those issues are about the business practices of these establishments and not about the way that the land is used.
But the land is used for a payday loan establishment, correct?
I'd say the land is used for financial transactions, and although the terms of those loans may be of great concern, the actual activity that's happening on that land is really no different than a bank or a credit union.
Okay, but we don't have any ability to differentiate in the zoning between, a bank and a credit union and a payday loan establishment?
Our current zoning does not do that. And when we've examined this issue in the past, we have not, from a planning perspective, been able to distinguish the land use that's happening between a bank or a credit union or a payday loan establishment, notwithstanding the concerns. And that's why, as staff have previously worked on this, we've instead opted toward the licensing bylaw, which has been implemented and has been successful and also through work that Social Development, Finance, and Administration is undertaking in terms of addressing opportunities for credit through the poverty reduction strategy.
Okay. And sorry, Kyle, if we did change the zoning, what's going to happen? Do we get sued by payday loan establishments?
I think we'd potentially be subject to an appeal, and I think, well, and staff would have a difficult time, I guess, defending that bylaw if it were appealed to LPAT.
Okay. And sorry, once again, Kyle, in Ottawa, you said that how did they change their zoning?
Ottawa did, in fairly recent years, amend their zoning to restrict payday loan establishments based on separation and on the sort of the number located in any given area. And the planning rationale provided for that was largely based on concerns around the lending practices as opposed to the land use.
Okay. And then it's my understanding you had some examples, Brantford, they're looking at using their zoning powers of preventing lenders from setting up shop close to vulnerable populations. Is that something that we could look at doing?
The examples I'm aware of are Barrie, Hamilton, Brantford, and Oshawa. I'm not aware of Brantford using zoning, although I do know that they have minimum distance separations as in their licensing bylaw. That's similar to what Barrie and Hamilton are also looking at, in my understanding.
Okay, but we've chosen not to look at that.
And we've chosen not to look at that in zoning. Carlton perhaps can speak to the extent to which the licensing bylaw regulates either the separation or the density of these things.
I'm okay with
Last
that. It was
question.
the zoning I'm more interested in.
Sorry, Kyle. Sorry, it's Parola. I'm Kyle's. I'm the manager of the zoning section, one of the co-authors of the report. I just wanted to add, Councillor, through the chair, that Brantford did recently look at the separation distances, and maybe what you're thinking of is, as Kyle alluded, and you're talking about the vulnerable populations. They did add minimum separation from group homes and schools, but that was through their new licensing regime, not through zoning.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Carla. I had read somewhere that they use their zoning powers.
Thank you, Councillor. Other councillors?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I ran over my time. Sorry about that.
Other councillors with questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. As Councillor Ainslie will know, we've dealt with this so many times at committee, and it's going back quite a few years with motions. Just on Councillor Ainslie's point. So at one government management meeting, and Carlton, when you brought forward the list, and the majority, I would say the high majority of payday loans were in areas where we had Toronto housing buildings, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. 41% of payday lending establishments are in neighborhood improvement areas.
So just on Councillor Ainslie's question, so why can't we, as far as the zoning, prohibit new establishments to go into these areas where they're most vulnerable in those communities?
I'll start with no new licenses can be achieved. There's a cap on licensing that we did in 2018 through your leadership. And again, that is working. It is down 22%. Greg, I think, mentioned this already, that it was from 212 in 2018, now down to 166. The cap on the licensing of these establishments is working, and to focus on what Councillor Ainslie was talking about in Hamilton, we also license, the cap is per ward. So if there are 4 in your ward, there cannot be 5.
So I'm sorry, if there's 4 in my ward, I didn't hear the last comment.
A 5th one cannot establish. A new license would not be granted. So there is a cap citywide and there's a cap per ward.
Yes, but the problem is that, and I'm going to speak on my ward, so you have all of them in one area surrounding TCHC buildings. So you have the 4 that's directly across from, so that doesn't help us.
The challenge, Councillor, is that they exist. And even if you did a zoning bylaw, you couldn't do anything about something that existed. You can't use a new zoning bylaw to go in and shut them down. And once they shut down, they're caught by the licensing cap. So I mean, we're only going in one direction. There's only fewer of them. And we're not suggesting that that should be changed. We're just saying that zoning is a blunt instrument and it would be very, very difficult to enforce your intent through a zoning bylaw.
Because we're afraid that there's going to be appeals?
No, it's hard to differentiate between a financial institution that provides certain services and a payday loan. It's not something that we do through zoning.
Okay, Greg. So the question is, so some of these payday loans also sell gold, buy and sell gold. So they're pawn shops.
So that's probably more for me as well. We license pawn shops as well. I know you have a history with.
I have a history. I have a lot of pawn shops that are payday loans.
Correct, and we need to license them appropriately as either payday lending or pawn shops or both. It's important to note that brick and mortar, where these do exist, are needed for the unbankable. So some people do need these, even with the predatory lending, but some people do need these types of establishments, and we've heard that from our colleagues in SDF&A. The concern is these businesses also potentially moving online, and we'd have no opportunity to regulate.
You know, I'm very disappointed because I don't see any in my ward that are closing. I mean, these establishments where they buy and sell gold, when there's a robbery in my ward, we're told go to the payday loan down the street. They probably have your jewelry. Like, I mean, what are we doing here? It's frustrating. Thank you.
I can understand the frustration, Councillor. We're just not seeing zoning as a solution to those problems.
I'm just very surprised. I'm just very surprised.
Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear with some of the locations that you had mentioned, if you really have good detail on exactly how other jurisdictions are trying to manage these predatory businesses.
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, as I noted, I listed the jurisdictions that we've looked at and summarized those. You know, in terms of a level of detail, in terms of an overall policy approach, I mean, clearly I've summarized the zoning and the licensing approaches of those jurisdictions, and not perhaps a larger policy approach. You know, and as I noted, in addition, in Toronto, in addition to licensing, we've also had the poverty reduction strategy, which is looking at credit practices that can be available to people who may need them and can easily access banks and credit unions. And of course, there's also the call for provincial and federal regulation as well.
And I may have missed it, but everything that I think you verbally outlined those matters.
That's correct.
Correct. So thank you. I may be asking to have those more clearly outlined in writing, but just give you a heads up.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, go ahead.
I'm not sure who can answer this. If I recall, when we had one of our earlier debates on this, there was a direction from council to do some advocacy work with those governments that do regulate financial institutions. Is my memory correct there?
That's correct. Our colleagues in SDF&A are reaching out to the other levels of government and financial institutions.
Okay, thank you.
That's right. If I could add to that.
Go ahead.
Oh, specifically, we have recently reached out and engaged with the federal government's Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, which has just recently released a financial literacy and empowerment strategy. And we are engaging as we can, given staff resources, due to emergency redeployments, to reach out to industry partners as well, and to identify and conceptualize different models.
Thank you. Wayne, would it be possible if I moved a motion to ask for you to provide a note to council when this item gets there, laying out what advocacy work we've done and what response we've received?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I will be moving a motion like that. Let's type it up now.
Okay, Councillor, are you done, Councillor Perks, with your questions? Okay, Councillor Wongtown.
Thank you very much. And through you to staff, I want to have a better understanding of the difference between an installment loan and a payday loan. Can you break that into a simple term for me?
It's Carlton here. I will try. Payday lending, again, is regulated, and I believe it's under $1,500, less than that. And then that's considered a payday loan. Installment loans are, they have no limit. And again, the interest rates can be significantly high. And we heard from the deputant that they are, again, the 3,000 to 20,000. And that is, could be at a 59% rate that is regulated and determined by the federal government. It's not something municipally we have control over. We understand that this is a problem, and we're aware of that. And council several times has advocated on behalf of changing these to both provincial and federal, I believe.
Thank you. And so given what the deputant was saying with respect to sharing the story of the friend who took the $3,000 loan that then morphed into a $20,000 debt, do you believe it was an installment loan versus a payday loan?
Through the chair, I believe it was an installment loan.
Okay, thank you very much. And under the category of financial institutions, payday loan companies are treated as financial institutions. Is that correct?
In the zoning bylaw, they're considered a financial institution.
And is there a way in the zone, is that the same for installment loan companies? Although they're usually attached to a retailer or some type.
Yeah, that they would be, yes.
So they're also treated as a financial institution.
Yeah, if they were, if that were the primary use,
okay,
it would be a financial institution.
Thank you. And is there a way to break off that category financial institution into subcategories? So you can say credit union, conventional charter banks, payday loan companies, installment companies. Can you break it down further? Because financial institutions could be sometimes insurance companies, which are also financial institutions, right?
I certainly we can do that. It is possible to write a bylaw that would do that. The challenge again is not writing that bylaw, but rather being able to distinguish the land use impacts between those different institutions. When the difference in the activity is really the terms of the loans they're granting as opposed to the way they operate their business or use their land.
And so you're saying
and that's difficult to do from a land use and zoning perspective.
Difficult, but is it impossible?
No, I would not say it's impossible. We could write something, and I think we'd probably have a difficult time then enforcing that and
okay, so
standing behind it.
Which is then a different conversation, right? So it's not that the city doesn't have the right to do it. We've chosen to create this sort of blanket term. Everything that falls under financial institution gets categorized in that way.
That's right. The advice we're giving is based on staff's ability to provide a professional planning opinion that would be able to support that definition.
Okay.
I have a question about the Woodbine racetrack, a gaming facility. They sell lottery tickets, horse racing, and
I believe you wrapped a zone around Woodbound Racetrack that prohibited any type of payday lending company on that facility or within 500 meters of that facility, which speaks to a land use tool around separation distance. So what was so special about Woodbine Racetrack that you decided to do that? And it hasn't been challenged. I see it still standing on the books.
Yeah, so I can start with that. That was a motion brought forward by Councillor Layton at the time, recognizing gambling and people gambling and then potentially losing money and quickly going to get more money to get into more debt and stopping that snowball. So it was a decision made by council to put the separation distance in. It was only for that, and the 500 meters is kind of a zoning term. I believe that it's about walkability, so it was beyond that. And so that exists in the licensing bylaw, that you cannot have a payday lending establishment within 500 meters of Woodbine.
Right. Just one final question, Madam Chair, just a quick indulgence. Woodbine Racetrack has a AOGA license, sort of a lottery gaming license. I believe that's how they operate. Is that your understanding as well? They had to get permissions from the province to sort of operate their gaming facility.
Yes, that's through the AGCO, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I just have a couple of questions. I heard somebody say that we have now a limit of these per ward, correct?
Through the chair, back to you. That is correct.
Okay, so if we are able to limit the amount of these per ward, can we add as another condition the distance in between? Can we say 4 per ward and can't be closer together than, you know, kilometers? They have to be at least a minimum of a kilometer apart. Why aren't we doing that if some of the issues that councillor has identified here is that even though we were only limited 4 per ward, those 4 are concentrated in the same neighborhood?
So without knowing the impact of that, the short answer is yes, we could introduce that. Again, there are a number that already exist, and I would presume that they would be grandfathered. What we're trying to do is reduce the proliferation. And again, I think the cap so far has been successful. It is working. We are seeing reductions across the city. And I guess that's where we are. That would be the current state of this industry.
Okay, but we can definitely, if we're still identifying that this is an issue, we could definitely ask you to look into this. My question is, can this committee ask you to do that? I don't know, clerks?
Corey Lynch is on the line as well from legal. I'm not sure.
Are we okay to ask you to look into this? And an MLS?
So I'll defer to the clerk procedurally. I think you can ask staff to review that. I think the licensing, if I understand, the potential request would be for a licensing consideration, and that would obviously be reported to a different committee with jurisdiction. I think that's general government licensing.
I guess so. Okay, but we're able to ask. Okay. Okay, so that was my question. Speakers on the item.
I have a motion, Madam Chair. It's Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Fletcher. Oh, sorry. Let me go with councillors outside the committee. Councillor Ainsley.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. I'm very happy to support the motions that the members of this committee I know are going to be bringing forward. I think I'm not alone in this meeting saying that any businesses in my ward that I have the least amount of respect for, it's payday loan establishments. They prey on the most vulnerable in my community. I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. If I need to find a payday loan establishment, I know exactly where they are. They're either in my neighborhood improvement area or across the street. You know, I have 3 major charter banks on one corner of my ward. They do what banks do best. They put their sign up and that's it. I have a Payday loan establishment across the street with a huge $300 for $20 sign on it. And if you are very hard down on your luck and you cannot get a loan from a charter bank, that sign is, you know, a pretty welcoming sign for somebody that's disadvantaged. $300 for $20. And as we heard from one of our deputants that took out a loan to cover their father's funeral, the interest charges are incredible. And if English isn't your first language, that becomes another barrier for you, but something that greatly helps payday loan establishments. And I understand the licensing regime that we're in, and it seems to be working. But I really would like to see and hope to see there's some way that we can use licensing in conjunction with zoning to reduce payday loan establishments in our city even more. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Fletcher.
If I have a motion, I think I'd mentioned I was going to be moving something of this nature. I spoke with Mr. Kneck, and the clerks do have it. There it is. Just report directly to council with a jurisdictional scan, including the cities of Ottawa and Hamilton. I heard Brantford mentioned, and there may be more. If that's possible, that would be great. Just so we kind of understand how our approach is compared to these other cities. And it's very obvious that everyone's trying to deal with that. I really appreciate Councillor Ainsley coming to our committee and being so clear as to where those locations would end up being in his ward, where those low-income people are clustered, where they have trouble with regular financial institutions and sort of line of credit or making it easy to get credit. These folks make it a little too easy to get credit. And we heard the very sad story from the deputant about getting a small loan and turning into a massive debt that would be so difficult to pay it off. I guess we could start a GoFundMe to assist her, because how else will she ever pay that off with the interest compounding constantly? So this is, and I know federally banks are regulated, institutions regulated differently. I'm sad that there's not a greater willingness on the part of other levels of government to intervene in these predatory practices and predatory businesses. And it does seem like we end up with all the difficulties. I know wasn't this, maybe it was this committee, but looking at just the proliferation of pot shops, 5 or 6 just in a row, how difficult that is. Payday lending right there where the most vulnerable people are having a difficult time. And I think we are unique because we do have a poverty reduction strategy. And I'm glad our staff mentioned that a number of times, that we do have staff that outside of our great staff thinking about zoning and licensing and everything else, we have folks who think about how hard it is to be poor, the difficulties of being poor, the pitfalls that you're going to run into, like these predatory lending agencies, and they are looking at policies and other ways to overcome it. So putting on our most creative hats, let's see what everybody else is doing. But in that case, we can also let them know what we're doing and see if there's anything else we can do to protect the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that wish to speak on this item? Councillor Perks.
Thanks. Very simply, I'm going to be moving a motion which I've shared with the clerk. It would replace the receipt of the item by the committee and instead ask the city manager to report to the February council on the advocacy undertaken on this issue and any responses from relevant governments and industry organizations. Very simply, I share the frustration that I have heard from all the members of the committee and the deputants on this item. I think these places are just vampires and they have no place in the city of Toronto. And that instead, we should be looking at what mechanisms we can use to make the lending institutions that are chartered by the Government of Canada and regulated by the province of Ontario actually responsive and decent to the financial needs of Torontonians. Trying to do it by zoning or licensing is trying to hammer a nail using a screwdriver. It's the wrong set of tools. Other orders of government do have the right set of tools to solve this problem and to solve it in short term, very quickly. This is not complicated regulatory mechanics that is necessary here. And I can remember in the 1980s, Ed Broadbent talking about how we needed to regulate usury out of the Canadian banking system. It's not a new thing. It's not a hard thing. It's a simple political choice that those orders of government have to make. And I think the City of Toronto needs to do very, very aggressive and high profile advocacy on this. It's harmful to many, many of the people we represent. And I want to see a record of what we've done to date so that we can see if maybe council needs to be more vigorous. And that's why I'm moving that motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe I had Councillor Wong-Tam going to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. My motion is to ask the Chief Planner to report back to the April 22 meeting of this committee about the feasibility of prohibiting predatory lenders such as payday lenders, and I would include installment loan companies, from locating anywhere on or within 500 meters from AGCO licensed establishments. And AGCO licensed establishments are lottery and gaming terminals, cannabis retailers, alcohol establishments, including bars and restaurants, horse racing, and those type of establishments. Every single one of them need an AGCO license. They should also be, we should also look at prohibiting them from being close to pawn shops, social service agencies serving low-income residents, social housing, including TCHC Community Housing Corporation assets. I also am asking that the Executive Director of SDFA and the Chief Planner try to get a meeting with the Canadian Bankers Association to discuss the service gaps in the banking sector affecting underserved, underbanked, low-income individuals, and the role that those banks have and their relationships with payday loan companies, and then to report back to us as quickly as possible on how they can work together to reduce the concentration of predatory lenders in the City of Toronto. I know that we're all going to try to get very creative. I think that every single one of us has tried in many different ways over the years of trying to get to this issue of trying to protect low-income residents, especially those who are extremely impoverished, living hand to mouth. And we're not even talking about paycheck to paycheck here. We're talking about social assistance check to social assistance check and whatever loans that they can hustle with families and friends for a number of reasons, right? The cost of living in the city is very high, and sometimes people just get down on their luck or they've never had any luck. And I think that we've seen a cycle of poverty imposed on our residents, some who have some of it has been generational. The story that was told by the deputant was very moving to me. I know it moved all of you because we've seen these stories again, but when it's told to you in such a considered and short fashion, it reminds you why we've been fighting as hard as we have been as members of council. And I know every single one of you would agree with me because we've all done this at various stages, move motions, try to get staff to help us with building up new tools. And I think every single one of the motions that are being advanced and those to come are ones that we have to really push hard for, because Councillor Perks is right. We haven't been able to get to where we need to go. I'm still puzzled by why we can't use land use planning when the province has turned around and said, you can determine where these things can go. And I'm hearing from staff that, no, we can't, it's not the right tool. We have to get it from a licensing perspective and so forth. So maybe I still need to sit down with staff to understand what is the shortcoming, because I'm not connecting all the dots. And I was actually quickly trying to figure out the calculator. I mentioned how do you calculate the interest rate on something like that? $20,000 payment on a $3,000 loan. British Columbia, the province, has a payday loan calculator, and I just plugged in those figures, and it's basically interest compounded daily, and it's sitting about 120% interest rate, and that's the loan that individual has to pay back. I then sort of skipped along and tried to find out what is the connection between big banks, because somebody has to backstop these smaller companies that are payday loan companies and installment companies, and usually it's banks and other companies with reserve accounts. And what we're seeing is that some of these big banks have been backstopping these payday loan companies. So there is a relationship and synergy there, albeit very quiet and simmering below the surface. And whether it shows up as a direct sort of profit line on big banks reporting, they are, and their subsidiaries are, connected to the payday loan companies. So they're part of the system that forces our low-income residents to payday loan companies, and we need to get to them as well. Thank you very much.
Councillor, I have a question, maybe a friendly amendment. You comment as well that you're not sure if it's going to be planning or licensing. Would you consider asking the chief planner and the general manager of licensing to look into this? Whatever way we find it, I think we because I know I have a motion that is trying to get some of the stuff also done. I'm not sure if it's, what I read from the report is that it's not appropriate to do it through zoning, that licensing might be able to do it. So can we leave it up to them and hopefully have them come back for a way to get this done?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is agreeable. I still think it sits within planning. We're talking about separation distance. It's the language that we use here. But I'm agreeable to everybody working together. All the divisional heads know what we're trying to do. So, if they, as they're listening to our debate, they know what we're trying to do. Please work together and get us that outcome. And if I need to clean this up with your help and the help of staff before we get to council, I'm happy to make that arrangement at council, or we can do it here. I just recognize that
I would just add the general manager of municipal licensing so that we can have it come through either one of those.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Did the clerks get that then? Just one. We're just adding the executive director of MLS.
Yes, so we'll add that to part one of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. Okay, we're doing that now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I've been involved in this for many years. I mean, we're going back to 2016, and I think Councillor Wong-Tam, you attended a meeting one day in the Weston area, I even made a deputation to the province. I'm not sure what year that was, on this payday loans with the report from the city manager at the time. Now in 2016, the motion that was passed in 2016 is to city council to make requests to the government of Canada and the province and Ontario related to strengthening regulations and improving low-cost financial options. So we did request that in 2016. What I don't understand is that a few years ago, and I can't remember what year we did this, but we moved as far as zoning. There was a motion that went through council that was adopted on regulation and separation for bingo halls in the city of Toronto, on regulating the number of bingo halls that we had in the city, and that there'd be a separation, from one bingo hall to another. Now, as you know, bingo halls are regulated under the AGCO as well. I guess it's very frustrating for me because I know that I have I have spoken on this issue, and Councillor Ainsley at Government Management so many times, and most of the ones I have in my ward are next to pot shops, you know, next door. And most of them are, you know, directly next to TCHC buildings or across the street, which is very frustrating. So, you know, I will support the motions that we have before us. And, you know, we have to get the federal government and the province to, and I understand maybe they're a little hesitant because the MPs and MPPs that don't represent the city of Toronto, that outside the city, maybe they don't have that issue, right? But in the city of Toronto, we do have that issue. So we have to look at it, you know, for the city of Toronto, because other municipalities, I don't believe maybe they have an issue as we do in the city. And so it would be difficult to get the MPs or the MPPs to support any changes. So I will be supporting the motions that we have before us. And, you know, as I said, it's very frustrating, and maybe the staff will bring forth some of that information at council in February. I will support anything or any motion to help to get, I want to get rid of these payday loans, never mind separation, because they cause a problem. And, you know, and they're in areas where we have the most vulnerable. And, you know, as was mentioned by the deputant, it was mentioned before, $3,000 loan, you know, and that's what happens. And, you know, so you know, it's frustrating for me. So let's hopefully we can get some of these motions passed, and we can get some cooperation from the federal and provincial government on this issue. Thank you.
I think we're all done. I do have a motion. If we could have it on the screen, I hope Clerks has it ready. It was a short one. It was very much in line of what I had asked, that our general manager of municipal license said it might be possible to have a minimum distance between these licenses. So I'd like them to look at that. Nancy, are we ready, or you want me to stand the item down?
Yes, we're just going to display the motion.
Oh,
just perfect. A second, maybe some technical difficulties.
You're the best. Oh, this is Councillor Wong Tams. I had sent you another one. It was just the distance between. We could add it to Councillor Wong. There you go. Okay, perfect. It's just in response to some of the concerns that I think were brought up. I think that we've been very clear in the sense that we don't want to see the clustering. We don't want to see some of the locations where these places are that have some of the most vulnerable in our city living and working on, where these places are. And so we recognize that there has been a reduction. It's great, 20% reduction. But as these licenses are still being given out in a much reduced number, if we can fine tune the system to ensure that it's going where we need it to go, I think it's really, really important. So with that, it's getting late in the day. I think we should just get moving and voting on the motions. Is the committee okay to move them as a package? Yes, okay. Package of the motions, all those in favor, and that carries. Item as amended, all those in favor, that carries. Okay. I believe, oh no. We have item 10, City Planning Division Study Work Program Update. questions of staff? No. Speakers. Councillor Perks, followed by Councillor Wellington.
Wanted to give Greg the heads up that starting tomorrow, when the draft budget is released, I'm going to be paying very close attention to this issue.
Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you. I have a very simple motion, and that is to ask staff to continue their good work, of course, but also to report back on April 2022 at the next Planning and Housing Committee meeting on the additional initiatives regarding safe main streets and small businesses, the Downtown East Action Plan, cultural districts and Ontario Line. I can't help but feel that I want to just make sure that we're sort of having the divisions move together. And the report doesn't have to, and if I just wanted to explain, the report doesn't have to be very long, but I do want to get it on the official record publicly, that you're also putting a sort of a planning and community planning lens over the work that's underway. And I sort of chose these titles, sort of these topic headers, but I think you know what they are. And I'm happy to speak to you offline if you don't fully understand what I'm trying to get at. And maybe we can work towards council to fixing it if it's not written perfectly. I hope that made sense. Sorry, it's getting later than day. I have to go pick up a toddler.
All tired, but I'm not really sure I understand where you want a new report, or you want report, like, is this a new report on?
No, it will have to be, sorry, Madam Chair, it will have to be a new report. I just recognize that we're doing some work in the Downtown East. I mean, not all of it is affecting the Downtown East, but I wanted to make sure that they were going to overlay the work plan that city planning is working on top of the work that we're doing regarding the Downtown East Action Plan, the efforts to sort of revitalize safe small business and main streets. If there's a way to sort of get staff to speak to it more comprehensively, that's why I was saying it didn't have to be it doesn't have to be a 50-page report. I just want to make sure that they're working with the other initiatives that are out there.
Okay. I might touch.
Yeah, and I'm happy to, sir, just Greg, I know you're on the call. I'm happy to work with you and the manager of strategic initiatives just to make sure that we understand each other before we get to council.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Any other speakers? Seeing none, all those in favor of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, that carries. Item as amended, all those in favor, that carries. Last item was the item that was introduced by Councillor Fletcher, 30.12, RentSafeTO. Any questions of staff? Nope. Any speakers on the item? Nope. Can we move to a vote? All those in favor? And that carries. And that concludes the agenda for today. Thank you to everyone, to staff. Thank you so much. And yeah, we made it all from home.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. It wasn't
Thanks,
easy.
Madam Chair. Thanks,
Very
staff.
remotely. Okay.
Thank
bye-bye,
you.
everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Stay safe.